흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가. 괜찮은 리 없잖아, 괜찮은 리 없잖아. 그래도 안 너 서쪽의 앞로 적감한 바람과 함께 날아.
Hey na 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 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해. Hey na 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 나를 다듬고 이 뒤쪽 세상에. Hey na 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 Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter. 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동. Want me and I'm gonna live it up. 가져와 bring the pain on, yeah. All the trouble bring the pain on, yeah. Bring me promise I keep falling every day. Oh na 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 가져와 bring the pain on, yeah. Bring the pain, yeah. 모두 내 피와 살이 되겠지. Bring the pain, 너 fear 방법을 하겠어. 작은 것을 breathe 그거 어둠 속 내 삶 소화비. 내가 날게 하는 것들의 힘 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream. 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream. 언제나 우린 둘의 숨이 설령 내 눈앞에 땅이 닿을지언정 파묻히지 않는 이상 그저 그런 happening 중. 내가 girl we know better. We no matter who, we no matter what. 네가 많았던 누가 많았던 I don't give a I don't give a I don't give a yeah. Hey na na na
joven, toma toma.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Wolvesden Monthly Tournament. I am here, I am CJPS, call me CJ for short if you'd like. I'm joined here with Number and we will be watching and reviewing these brilliant Valorant games from Wolvesden here.
Yeah, it's some of the highest quality here at Wolvesden. And even though I'm fairly new here, I'm really excited for tonight. And first off, we have a hell of a game. TXF5 against DRR on this starting of this Wolvesden Monthly. I'm so excited. I hope you're really excited as well. I know CGPS is excited. And first of all, CGPS, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, I'm doing just fine. I mean, I've been busy all week and I have not stopped working a single day of this week, nor did I last week. So I've been a very, very busy person throughout like these past couple of weeks. But I've been waiting to come along and cast this to you guys, this brilliant game. And look, when I've been looking through the tournament page, I have noticed the one and only DRR are the only people that I've seen here from previous tournaments. As far as I'm aware, unfortunately, I wasn't here for last week or yesterday. But as far as I'm aware, DRR have stayed in like this tournament for so long, and they're always almost always in this this final tour the monthly tournament, which does have a £150 cash prize for the winners of the tournament.
Yeah, and you can see our band here, Summit Band. Interesting first band. I think Summit is a map that I think a lot of people would like to go on, start playing more, because tactically, if you can get a map up on an advantage on Summit, you can get, you can make that your map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice map. I haven't played much Valorant recently, so I'm not sure how good Summit is going with the community and stuff. Because I know, at Sunset when I played, I hated it. I know a lot of like other people I knew and played with hated it, but I've heard good things from Summit, and I would like to see a couple of games of it. And I've seen some tech which might be not bug abusing, but like a bit glitches or bugs within it. But that's what you expect from a newish map. But like I'd like to see what people manage to do on the map like that. But unfortunately, we have Haven, which if you've been here for a long time in Wolvesden, you will know Haven. It's always here. Haven and Lotus. It is the dread, the dreading thing that always comes. Same same with the Omen, the Sova, the Jet. They are always here because they're just such strong agents, regardless of the map, regardless of the comp.
Yeah, indeed, we will be going to Haven. But you mentioned earlier about that prize money. But remember, the winners of this tournament aren't the only winners today. You can also be a winner with Exit Lag. If you want to climb up in Valorant, you need a great connection and next to no ping. We are partnered with Exit Lag to give you an incredible deal. And so when you grab the annual plan right now, you can get 50% off plus 3 months entirely for free. So over a year of amazing routing, professional level for half the price. If you go and use the promo code Wolvesden at the checkout, you can get all those benefits and you can climb up immensely in Valorant. But we will be seeing these agent selects come through and a fairly standard comps there from what we saw. We saw the Neon, the Omen, it was there as well. And I think Haven, for in my opinion anyway, is a map that is always going to be teams are always going to have a basic understanding of how to play it compared to other maps like even like a Sunset or a Split where teams have different approaches. Haven's always going to be like this neutral ground, in my opinion. And I think it's always interesting to see whether teams stick with the meta and stick with the strongest agency, or if they try and do something a bit wacky. Today, we're seeing these default characters and these default agent picks. Is that going to be? I mean, I feel like there's an over reliance there on just being hopefully better than the other team.
Yeah, I mean that like throughout these tournaments I've been watching and also casting along with, it does seem that it is just more or less down to gameplay and how you actually use the agents that you like, even though they are meta agents like Sova, like Jet, like Cypher, like Omen, even though all of these agents are like meta and the strongest agents in the game, like probably at the moment, it's always dependent on like the player and the play style and how you use your abilities and all of that combined with your like accuracy to actually allow you to get the upper hand on the enemy team, because everyone plays differently, everyone uses their abilities differently. Unless you're playing like someone who's like a Viper who has to set up at their smokes, then like you don't really do anything else. But it's like this is the like one and best place to put your smokes. With people like Omen, you can throw your smokes wherever you want. Yeah, you have to like dash into multiple places, get the high ground, get the low ground, clear so much space. And like it's how people use those abilities to get the advantage realistically. And like throughout these games that I've seen on Haven, throughout all these tournaments, I see the most amount of round win rate always comes from C on the attacking side. Because every time they attack on, so like a team attacks on C, they rush onto site, get site. They just don't lose the round because C has such a strong site control, and it's one of the hardest like sites in the game, in my opinion, to just retake.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's interesting as well. You mentioned that Viper as well coming into being the meta on a lot of maps, Breeze being one of them. But we see Vipers everywhere, and we have seen Viper on Haven before in VCT and those tier 2 sort of VCL stages. We have seen the Viper come in, put the wall mid on attack, defense. You can throw it throughout the C site or whatever. But I do think Viper is one of those agents that will be either very good or just not so good. I don't feel like there's ever going to be a map where you look at it and go, yeah, Viper's bad. Like you'll never go into like a Summit or an Ascent and go, yeah, Viper's bad, because people always find something to do with this Viper. They will always find a place to have good walls, or always find somewhere to be able to put their orbs, whether it's to one way, whether it's just to block off attackers or defenders. And the Molly lineups are just classic at this point. So I think it's interesting how Viper can play into the meta in so many maps, and I mean even play into the meta. I say that sort of in air quotes because Viper can just sort of kick anyone else out of the meta, and you can go into this double controller setup.
Yeah, I mean, double controller has always been strong and will forever be strong. And it does annoy me quite a lot when everyone goes, "Oh, double duelist is the greatest thing to ever do," but like it at the same time, it's not, because like a double controller, double initiator, double sentinel, they're all very strong, just as strong as double duelist. Sometimes, in my opinion, stronger, because like, a lot of duelists, like you're like, oh, it's a duelist, you're supposed to fight, you're supposed to get the kills, but no, therefore making the space. You got the initiator who clears, like finds intel for your duelist to make the space. You got your controller who puts down the smokes to allow your duelist to go in, make space with cover. It's not like, oh, double whatever is going to be stronger. It's, you've got to use your like whole team as a combination to push the site, take control of the site, and win the game. It's the same thing with defense. Like you got the sentinel, you got the controller to stop pushes from coming in. You got the sentinel to like lock people down. You got the initiator to find out where they're coming from. The duelist, I don't really find as effective on defense, depending on who you're playing as the duelist, because there's some that are really strong, like Ray's, who's got the grenades, like just clears so much space, finds so many corners, gets so much damage off. Euro, who's got the clone, TP, his dimension shift, where he can just like go invisible, run across the map, and then like you got people like Jet who aren't really the greatest on defense unless you're retaking the site. So it really depends on what kind of like comp are you feeling. Where are you gonna be starting? Are you be attacking first? Are you defending first? It's all about like there's a lot more to think about it other than, oh yeah, duelist go in, duelist kill.
Yeah, I agree. And with these agent selects, I mean, what CJ, what are you really expecting from these teams playing these sort of defaulty styles? Are you expecting anything more aggressive coming out on a map like Haven, or is it just, like I say, going to be very defaulty, very slow, very tempered?
Oh, I mean, Aston DR, they are they're a good mix of both. Sometimes like they'll be on a day where they're running in and just like crazy manning it through and just running and taking like space and everything. But at the same time, they can also play very strategical, very slow. And like I didn't notice that they were hovering Asta, but I didn't realize they were actually picking Asta.
Yeah,
Astra.
and we'll get into this first round now. Few shots fired out towards this A site. Mebsaha is just going to take a lot of damage. 22 HP remaining on the chamber. Has to break this Sova drone and flees the site off the information. Drake just going to slow down, but look at this push up through mid. Cosmo's found two already, but Blizz is good for the trade. Cosmo and Maka just is such a good flank, but caught off guard, and now the C site is completely free. Hilal's going to try and make a move towards her, but it's too late. The Cypher is already on towards the C site. Jarvis has a free site to really do what you want. So this is going to be, you were mentioning in the sort of pre-game about these C holds and how difficult it is to break back into these sites on Haven. We're going to see that firsthand here as we wait for the smoke. Sasha in the smoke for Garage. The Tills are just holding out, but Mebsaha is on the flank, finds one onto Jarvis. The Sentinel is down, and Hilal is there with the two, and it's Team XF5 to take this pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, after watching that, I feel like I've just got to eat my words. I mean, beautiful flank from XF5. I mean, only if Cypher decided to stand there for a couple seconds longer and keep on watching the flank instead of pushing up into C long. And I love the Chamber. Chamber played that brilliantly. Didn't run or shoot the trip, teleported past it. and then like a beautiful flank to just execute the Cypher, execute some damage onto the Sova, just enough to like disorient them and win them the round.
Look at this aggression by Mebsaha again on this save round. This is actually really dangerous considering there's only a Marshall in play, but it doesn't matter. Jato is the one to go down first. Mebsaha with the Marshall makes it work for now. Jake moving forward, rises to the crosses. Mebsaha who finds a second and not able to get the third yet, but the spike is down. Joshi's just there waiting with the bandit. This is the greatest threat to Mebsaha so far, but Mebsaha's instead going to go back to main, and Joshi's going to be there as well, but it's going to be the Astra taking the first contact. Mebsaha doesn't expect the reswing, but no damage coming from Blizz again, and DRR are just kind of stuck here right now. They're struggling to really make it out. I know it's a save round for them, but they're not really offering anything, and XF5 are just staying disciplined, not moving, still playing this 2-1-2 and having this Omen on B, and Hilal is going to spot out Jarvis, so possibly that thinking that the pack has already left and it's only the Cypher to remain, and it's in some way right. 30 seconds remaining, and Joshi's got to push through Garage with Blizz. Cosmo, though, Vandal, is close by to the action, but isn't going to be the one to take first contact. Instead, it's Maka to take it and gets that shot onto Joshi, but still has two more to find with his Guardian. Finds the first, and the second is about to die in any second. And there is Cosmo finding the kill onto Blizz. A flawless second round for XF5.
I mean, what can I say other than Mesba? Brilliant play, beautiful no scope at the start there, making his way down to finding another pick, almost getting a third for him, and then just being able to lock down the rest of that site, forcing DRR to rotate, forcing them to go for D site going through garage, but it didn't matter because Jet was just sitting there with the Guardians, right, just taking them down one by one.
Yeah, look how quick XF5 want to play now, and it's worked out all in their favour. Maka finding two, Lacti finding another. Jake is all on an island all by himself, 45 HP, and just cannot deal with this overwhelming presence. The Mebsaha is pushed up on C, and DRR have just been completely surrounded, and now it's only Jarvis in mid, and it's going to get spotted out by the drone, and Jarvis's time is limited. The Vandal's been picked up, and Maka with a third, and it's ruthless aggression from XF5 to take home the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say other than an absolute slaughter? I mean, XF5 have just been rushing every single time on this A site. They've been pushing up and they've been I hate to say it's working. It's working well. It's working way too well for them. That they are on the defense, but they're taking a more offensive angle at this defense. I mean, we've seen it before and we are gonna see it again, time and time again. But only time will tell who will win this game.
And look at this, the defense is fully just set up so Maka can have a look down mid, try and get this early fight in. Won't get it, but Mebsaha's back with an outlaw, pushed right up, and that Joshi is no time for this world, and Jato is there as well. It's an easy two-piece for the outlaw, and could even be more. Jarvis does get the headshot though, so Mebsaha has gone down, and this is actually very possible still for DRR. Jake finds one, but Cosmo is there with a Vandal unscouted. But it's two, and Lexi takes home the final one. A 4-0 lead for XF5, and DRR have just looked incapable of stopping this.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect a timeout coming in from DRR anytime soon here. They have been getting put through the ringer, put through the slammer. However you want to take it. It's beautiful doubles. I didn't even realize he was getting that second kill there. But unfortunately getting taken down by Jarvis. And then Jakey coming in, getting one pick. Unfortunately unable to find Cosmo while being nearsighted, while jumping around like a headless chicken. And it's just such an unfortunate turn of events that's just happened in such short time.
Yeah, Mebsaha has now got the operator, and they're trying to push through Garage fairly fast, and it's Maka and Cosmo to shut down DRR once again. the Duelist and the Omen's gone. Jarvis gets one, but it's getting punished for their troubles, and Maka is just unkillable so far, as Meb Saha still has this operator on long, and Jake and Blizz are just kind of powerless to do anything in this round. But XC could give them an opportunity to get back in, although looks the wrong way for now. Blizz is there quicker on the trigger, but still 2 versus 3 for DRR to do. And Mebsa, I thought he was going to push up into main, but not going to be given that opportunity. But it is going to just be slower pace for DRR. The smoke's going down towards C, but Mevstar's already gotten past it, so that information is already there. And Jake's going to use this shock dart, breaks the chamber trip, and now the plant comes in on B. And I mean, XF5 have them surrounded, 2 on the flank. I mean, I say surrounded, they do have this C link space to play with. The drone from Hilal spots out Blizz, and Maka is just there, unscouted. I don't know how much they're really paying attention to this. Maka, the third, and it's just Jake all by themselves, trying to get this way out. Malsaha with the operator makes short work of it. A 5th round for XF5, and even though they're called XF5, this has been a perfect 10 so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're having absolutely slamming. Mepsa and the Jet is just absolutely working synchronized within one another. Maka, Mepsa, they have been playing together so well and like securing all the kills that have needed to be secured, finding the picks that they need to take the round for themselves and take the win, honestly. And they've been playing beautifully. So have DRR, but XF5 have just been playing it a little better, a little bit more strategical, a little bit more aggressive than you see most defenders play. But if it's gonna get you the win, I'm not gonna sit around complaining about it.
I think I did see a BBL, not BBL, sorry, a Pacific Classic for one of the DRR teams. So maybe that is part of the reason why this is happening. No offense to Pacific, but I mean, 0-4, I believe, in VCT, the NBA. Not great. So maybe that's the Pacific effect on DRR. Maybe it is. Maybe Team XF5 are just shoe-ins to win the whole thing, because honestly, with this performance, it's difficult, I think, to really say if it's XF5 looking great and really just they're looking like the ones to be, or if it's DRR looking poor. Maybe it is a bit of both in that, but we'll have to see how we play in this 6th round. And it's again going to be some early aggression up towards A as DRR on this save once again. And look how far Cosmo's pushed up. Absolutely no respect given to DRR, but this time they're not going to try and challenge it. They're going to go straight towards Garage. Paranoia is beautiful, and Maka hits the nicest of headshots, and DRR already kicked out of this round by Maka. A 3rd for the Jet, running in with a shorty, goes past Jake, and a 4K for Maka. And this is just complete disrespect. It's another flawless round for XF5. I think we're having 1 or 2 mic issues with CJs, but whilst we are doing that, trying to sort that, I mean, Maka with a 4K, and again, I sort of mentioned about there being no respect given from XF5 and into TR, and I mean, you've seen how it goes as we now start the 7th round, and Lexi's got so much pressure on them already, and they're just going to dash in. DRR really want this B, so they're going to get it. Jato is going to get the plant in, and Josh is going to get that first kill, but Maka trades out instantly, and there's a dash off the side for DRR. They still have these 4 ults, though. These ults are going to be crucial, but look at the positions of XF5. Cosmo is coming on the flank. Not anymore. Jakey is the one to cut out Cosmo. Blizz just holding Garage. Hello is going to tap, and so the Hunter's Fury is going to be invested, and Blizz just knows where Mebs are. Finally, the adaptations are coming in. Blizz with the 2nd of Micah, and that was only Hilal, and only 1 player lost for DRR as they get their first round, but finally, we see some of the adaptations that need to coming in.
Yeah, beautiful round. I do apologize about my mic. Someone just came into my room. I decided to mute up, and that was just when the round ended last time. I do apologize about that. But I mean, brilliant round from DRR. Played it really well. They got onto site. They made the space. They found the kill. Unfortunately, losing one in return, but they also got the sweat down. So much value, forcing XF5 to just like try rush in, push out, find the kills to then just get the defuse off.
And Josh is going to pop that Blade Storm, and so the eco for DRR isn't the biggest concern, but you can already see this pressure coming in towards A has forced the rotations out from Cosmos and from Marker, but Marker's actually going to turn around, and Hilal is going to send the drone up main, and we'll find one in the Omen, but nothing more. But the question is, I think for DRI, it's sort of the story's been told. They're not going to push without their Omen, and this paranoia is going to force Hilal and Cosmos away from the action, and having to burn out such a crucial piece of util early on, not even going into the site is, I mean, it's a big loss for DRR. Yeah, sure, you get some damage onto Hilal, but get some in return, and Cosmo is just playing in this corner, and I don't know if the Jet really knows that, and actually it's just going to be a full retreat from DRR. 38 seconds left, and they're just going to leave, try and head towards C maybe, but Mebsaha still has this operator, amazes the shot onto Jarvis, and 21 HP now for Mebsaha, and they're just going to run it down towards C. The Blade misses, Mebsaha has to TP away again, the Hunter's Fury is not going to, I actually do think it got a tag onto Joshy, and so it's something, but not a kill, and there's a spike gone down now as Joshy's blades have run out as well. Jarvis finds that first kill to Hilal, and Joshy doesn't even need a weapon, he'll do it with a classic. Mebsaha, the Headhunter finds Blizz, and Lexi is, the shots are close, but no cigar. Meanwhile, Cosmo finds one, Lexi and Jato finding kills, so it's the Omen show here. Lexi now just trying to push towards this Jet, and Mebsaha spotted them, and Josh is gone, but Jato used them from the shadows. One shot remaining, gets this shot onto Lexi, and with 21 HP, Mebsaha's options are limited, and is just going to run away and save the operator. As DRR put up a second, and XF5 been played like a fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant play from DRR. Unfortunately, losing that Phantom at the end there. They managed to get the round, didn't manage to take the operator off of Mebsaha. Got really lucky there with Mebsaha missing a couple of those shots, allowing them to live a little bit longer than we would have thought. But it's a brilliant play. I mean, as you said, Joshy does not need the does not need a normal gun. Classic's just fine. Blade Storm, nah, classic. Taken out with the assistance of the Astra stun. Beautiful combination of abilities and getting around. I mean, realistically, the round is all that matters.
Yeah, Mebsaha's taking this. He's trying to take this early fight and worked out for a while, but now missing with the operator. And this paranoia is going to come in, and Mebsaha has no idea what's happening. But the reinforcements for XF5 are here already. But it doesn't matter. DRR are just going to cut them down, and it's a complete massacre on the site. DRR are only losing one, and XF5 just really struggling on these retakes. And after that timeout, it's a completely different DRR we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised that's what timeouts are for, no? To stop, rethink your strategy, and go back in and try and get the win again. Try to find those rounds that they need, and they have been finding the rounds back to back to back. Taking back what once was theirs.
And look at the setup for DRR here. Cosmo's going to move closer, and Maka is going to take that first contact from Garage. Look how fast they're trying to push out Maka. Hello will get the drone down. Joshy finds one, but it's Lexi to find the rest. There's three, make it four. As Lexi could be on for an ace here. DRR have finally met their match, and it's in the name of the Omen of Lexi. Ooh, jump spot there from Maha. Really just baiting for this ace. And Lexi finds the first ace of the Wolvesden Monthly.
I mean, beautiful play. Lexi's just sitting there letting them walk in, just taking one at a time. I mean, unfortunately, DRR lost so much value on the start of the round there, and then they just lost everything else by Lexi. mean, what else can I say other than that's how you like play home and play it very well.
I think Lexi actually jumped out the smoke as well. And I don't think DRR were expecting it. Oh, Zaha's seen Zaha sort of the foot of the sofa, but Drone's got to force them away. And look at this again. These hit with pace as Mevzaha takes a bit of damage from the spam as Paranoia forces them away. And a free sight again given to DRR via this Paranoia, but now they have to hold for the retake. Jarvis is just sat in Garage, and Lexi, the awareness is there that one might be playing behind the box, and so now it's just going to be a full Garage retake. And DRR are going to move towards CT. Mibsaha is the one to take first contact, and the trades are coming in everywhere. Lexi with another 3k. 8 kills in 2 rounds for the Omen. And XF5, when they needed a hero, someone to stop DRR's momentum, they found it in an Omen named Lexi.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like you said last round, flashing out Maki, flashing her out, Marco the Jet from Garage. I can't blame them. That has gotten them so many times. Like, if you're using everything on one of their agents, what have you got for the rest of them? Because we all know both this Jet and the Chamber have been shining brightly in this game and have been doing just as much work.
Look at this, the pace from XF5 being set again. Crossbow the one goes down, but Maka and Lexi finding kills again. It's Maka with 2. And DRR just kind of forgot about how quickly XF5 can turn up the momentum, turn up the tempo, and Hilal finds the final kill. A 9-3 half for XF5, and it could have been a lot more.
It could have been a lot more for DRR. They had the momentum, they had it going, and they got absolutely cut by Lexi getting that 5k, which was absolutely criminal how you're doing stuff like that. And Mako just pushing up, such an aggressive character Jet with the dashes, with the smokes. He's got like a whole bunch of like controller duelist utility in one. She's got the aggro, she's got the like coverage to stop her from being able to like get caught by line of sight, get caught by bullets realistically. And it's just like such an aggressive team comp that XF5 have got here with the Neon, the dashes, the Jet, the dashes, and the Chamber just being Chamber.
Yeah, you did see there, Joshy trying to take that early peek, and well, peeks out from Zoom, sees 4. He's gonna re-peek! Joshy, you're an absolute madman! And gets their head taken off by Cosmo, and Blaze was on the flank, but was spotted out. But actually now, it looks like XF5 are just gonna try and chase this Astra, but cutting down the footsteps, not really sure where they are, but Mebsar has been left on the flank. And I think they've got an understanding where Blaze is. Well, they did, but a whiff from Blaze! Oh no, DRR, when it rains, it pours. Jake finds 2 to spare the blushes, but Markin finds that kill anyway, and Mebsar is completely unscouted. An easy kill onto Jato. And now it's just Jarvis and 4 bullets from Mebsaha, and only needs 1 to get that headshot. 10-3, and DRR were just run absolutely ragged in that round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I watched the absolute whiff from Blitz coming onto Omen. Watching that was like generational from Blitz, and it's so unfortunate that they missed almost every single shot onto the Omen stuff in the flank as a whole. Then Mebsa, just beautiful with the one tap with that headhunter.
Yeah, and
Giving it so much value.
It's the full gamble stack on A now, but look at XF5. They've really just slowed this game down fully, and then waiting to see if DRR are the ones to beat. Joshy will somewhat answer that call, but quickly heads back to site, and Mibsaha's just saying, hey guys, look, there's a free C site here, so unless we want kills, might as well go here, get the spike down. Marco's gonna try and make a bit of an impact on A, and he's not going to do that. And the Cam is going to realise that the hit's coming towards C, and Joshy's on 23 HP, so should be an easy kill for Micah as the flood comes in from DRR, just trying to stop this spike getting planted. Jake does find one to Alexi, but trade out. Jato finds another one. Hold on, this is starting to become scary for XF5, but instead it's Cosmo just finding 3, wiping out DRR, and Joshua with 23 HP is, I think, is about to meet Cosmo into CT. So another round for XF5, unless Joshi can pull out the miracle, which no, instead it's Cosmo getting a 4K, and XF5 moving to 11.
Yeah, I mean, this game does look completely over for DRR here, and it will be most likely will be sending them down into the lower brackets of the tournament, but you never know what might happen. I've seen people come back from way worse like comps as well. So you never know what could happen in these last couple games that Team XF5 need to win to take the game.
Yeah, and previously XF5 won their bonus, and if they do so again, I think it's just game over for DRR here. Especially if Mebsaha can make this Outlaw connect, and Micah with this Guardian as well. Jarvis is going to be all alone. Well, all alone. He's going to have one backup on C, but it doesn't really matter because Mebsaha is just going to take down Jato with a pistol, but Blizz and Jarvis finding kills anyway. Cosmo and Mebsa will be going down, but the hit is already out on A. Blizz finds another one, but Micah trades out, and Micah's just behind Jarvis, running absolute circles around DRR. And even though they are on this C site, it doesn't matter because you'll still get flanked around it. It's only Joshi now. Still has full health though, and the Omen's low, finds the first, almost finds the second onto Micah, but instead a 4K for the Jet, and I think it should just be game, set, and match to Team XF5.
Yeah, I believe you're completely correct because it does seem that this game is already over. Unfortunate for Joshi there, missing those last couple of shots and unable to secure the round, which was so close to securing that I almost thought he had it back. He was about to make the greatest comeback that I've seen here, but unfortunately unable. And Jarvis, we're just walking through smoke, and we are getting caught out from behind by the Jet, and it's just so unfortunate to see.
Not even into the round, and Mebsa's already taken down Joshi, and now DRR, the job of DRR has become so much more difficult. Halal is just creating some noise over to C, and Spike is towards that side, but I think they're just waiting for some confirmation about what is on this C site, who is here, and well, that's your confirmation. You see the Sova, and now Cosmo's just going to run towards Jake, and Jake has heap of the wheel, but still gets to the destination. Cosmo goes down, but Maka again elsewhere finds Thing Blizz, but Chato trying out only as much as Lexi can, and still DRR player at disadvantage, and the Sova half HP, and Mebsaha is just going to walk in spawn. There's zero respect shown from Mebsaha, and why would there be? Because Jake surely does not realize that this is happening. No, they don't. So it's only Jarvis, and now scouted on the flank and has to fight through an armada of players, and Lexi's the first that gets that kill, passes that test, but Mebsaha, you'd think is the final boss, should play last, but instead will play second, and does take a bit of damage, but not too much, and Jarvis still one shot to this Outlaw. It's just going to be the high-low hold. Mebsaha, another 3K for the chamber. A dominant performance from Team XF5.
Yeah, I mean, absolute, like you said, absolute dominant performance from XF5 there. They played that incredibly well. DRR played it incredibly well, but XF5 managed to bring it out on top. They played it the best out of both the teams, and what can I say other than it was more or less a complete slaughter, a complete wipe from XF5 here, and I'm honestly too shocked of what I've just watched to really understand what has happened to that game, because both teams were playing very well. I thought that DRR might have had it in the bag, but they got absolute stomped, and I was like bit taken back But I mean, we haven't seen XF5 here, so we don't know. I don't know what they're fully capable of. So I mean, we could have seen this, and we could have seen the same thing, but for the RR side. So I mean, both teams played their very best. Both teams played really well. Very similar team comps, but only one team can stand on top.
Yeah, it's a domination from XF5, and you know, we've seen some of these new performers, Maka and Masapa, now coming through, and I think overall you just can't say anything about anything bad about XF5 after that game. But I think if you're DRR, sorry, there's so much for you to work on in such a short amount of time, and even though you're going against what could be a team that is going for the win and trying to win it all here, there's still a lot of things to do, and you saw that with from Blizz as well just there, but there's still a lot of things to do to try and improve your game. But DRR will be going up against that one Turkey in their next game. DRR will be set down.
XF5 are going into the next game. They're going against the one Turkey. XF5.
Did I say DRR?
Yes.
XF5 are going into the upper bracket. They'll stay in the upper bracket and they'll play that one Turkey in their next game. DRR will be sent to the lower bracket. That is the right order. But before our next match, we will be going to the... Yeah, and you can just see on these replays, it's incredible stuff here from... basically all from XF5 bar like 2 rounds, but incredible showing from them, and it's going to be really interesting to see their progression throughout this Wolvesden Monthly tournament, because honestly, I'm not sure if you see the same, CJ, but I think these guys, we could have just had our first match and we've already seen the winners.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, they definitely could be the winners of this tournament. But at the same time, there are so many other teams that are in this tournament who are just as strong and maybe stronger than them. But XF5, they play really well. You can tell they've been playing for a while. Just how they've been playing off of each other, and of which we don't have any of their comms. It seems like they're just moving so fluently together. It was just perfect. The stacking so when they're just stacked all on top of each other, knowing that there's going to be a reswing, all stacked, making sure that they got the kill. They just play it so fluently. The Jet in the garage, take out everyone. Then pushing up onto a main, even though on the defense, pushing up there with Jet, Neon, with the Omen, with everything, just using all of their utility to the maximum just to secure those rounds, which is exactly what you need to be doing, and exactly what we want to be seeing. We want to be seeing these plays. We want to be seeing these excitement of the players, and just running it, not running it down, but running in there, doing what they do best and taking kills and getting the rounds for their team.
Yeah, indeed. But whilst we wait for our other games that haven't finished as fast as this one, we'll be sending it over to a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, grab some water, although I doubt you finished your last one. Grab some water, grab some food, and we'll be seeing you again for our next match.
I can't understand what people are saying. 어느 장단에 맞춰야 될지 한 발자국 되면 한 발자국 켜지는 shadow. 잠에서 눈을 뜬 여긴 또 어디 마침 서울 또 뉴욕을 Paris 일어난 이후 정리는 뭐
Look at my feet down 나가면 getting shot 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가 괜찮을 리 없잖아 괜찮을 리 없잖아 그래도 I know 서쪽의 앞으로 시감한 바람과 함께 날아
Hey na 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 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해 Hey na 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 나를 다듬고 이 뒤쪽 세상에 Hey na 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 Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it up 가져와 bring the pain on yeah All the time I bring the pain on yeah Bring me promise I keep falling every day on na 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 가져와 bring the pain on yeah Bring the pain yeah 모두 내 피와 살이 되겠지 Bring the pain No fear 방은 법을 하겠지 작은 것을 breathe 그거 어둠 속 내 삶 소화비 내가 날게 하는 것들의 힘 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream 언제나 우린 그랬으니 설령 내 눈앞에 땅이 닿을지언정 파묻히지 않는 이상 그저 그런 예쁜 인중 We no matter We no matter who We no matter what 네가 많았던 누가 많았던 I don't give a I don't give a I don't give a Yeah Hey na 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 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해 Hey na 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 나를 다듬죠 이 뒤쪽 세상에 Hey na 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 Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it up 가져와 bring the pain on yeah All the time I bring the pain on yeah I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. attention. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away.
And
welcome
welcome.
back. Or apologies. Yeah, we should have probably talked this in the pre-show, shouldn't we? But welcome back to the Wolvesden Monthly tournament. If you have just missed game one, you have just missed a bit of a thrashing come through. DDR have been, I mean, they were absolutely ran through. It was 13-3 that they lost to Team XF5, who looked incredible throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you explained exactly what we have just seen happen from them. I mean, we do have two new teams going at it. Rat King versus Yoke Ulmas.
Yeah, Rat King did get the bye in their first match. York Ormaz, a bit different, had to go through an opponent, Tekrob Ellendick, who they won 13-11 on Lotus, and there was one or two good performances, 25 and 17 from Nyx on the Rays, and as well Bombastic Yankee playing that Vise 20 and 17. So some good performances there in a close game. Ellendick will go down and face one of our other teams, Input Lag, which I'm sure we will get to see at some point later on. But between this match, Rat King and York Ormaz, the first seed against the eighth. And tell me, CJ, when you come into this as the first seed, as the top seed, is that something that's really crucial?
Well, I mean, I see it as being crucial, and at the same time is because sometimes you almost likely get a buy around, so you just go into the next game, to the next round, regardless of what happens, because you got your first buy, you're fine, you're good to go through, and then continue playing. At the same time, it's very hard to say because you're losing that precious time. Yeah, possibly having that game as a warm up, possibly like trying out different things with your team as that for being that extra car. So it's very very difficult thing to like take a film, say what is best to be seeded.
Some are almost getting through the bands there, but we will be heading to Lotus. You did just see the agent select as well. And one thing I want to note is Carlos Santana running that Viper compared to the Omen. I mean, what does, because with Omen is a staple on Lotus with that paranoia, the smokes as well. What does a Viper bring to this map compared to an Omen?
I mean, it's quite a condensed map between the sides on the defending side. So she's able to get those walls up, get those walls spread across both sides at the same time in good positions where you're covering both sides with one ability, and it's just super strong how she's able to do that with such ease.
Yeah, and we'll just have a tech problem just before we get into this map of Lotus, but you can see more clearly some of the agent comps. And one thing I want to note with Rat King as well is this double smokes with the Viper Omen, but like running the Jet instead of a Raze for a map like Lotus, which is, the Raze stronghold. You can see Lock Ormaz running the Raze. It's actually going to be the same comp as it was last time. And Rat King running the Jet instead of the Raze, in my eyes at least, is a very interesting choice.
I mean, I agree with you. It is very interesting, especially when you've got the Fade sitting there in the back. You got Viper sitting there as well. Both were able to combo their abilities to just wipe out a team or just wipe out a team's health, which they're all crucial abilities and they work off of each other so well. That is like too good to be true if you have all of them on the team at the same time, and they're all able to execute that combo with them all. But like it is very very impressive, and I would like to see a app coming from Yoke where they get the Raisin, they get the fade grab, and they just wipe more or less the whole enemy team. It would be very nice, something very nice to watch. A very rare thing to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that Fade Seize, but we will be heading into round one. You can see there how much a fight is already coming in on B. Nyx with 4 instantly, and the round has already gone the way of York Ormaz. Nyx with 4, carry on that good form from the previous match, and Bubbles stealing the ace, but it doesn't matter. In a matter of, I want to say, about 15 to 20 seconds, your Colmaz take the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly fast round. I don't even, if you blink and you will miss it. You just saw an instant rush from Yoke. Let a race go in there, just wipe the floor with the gun. Just absolute beautiful, clean, everything else. So hard to explain what's just happened when it is hard to keep a track of for myself.
And look, your Colmaz obviously won that pistol ramp, and now heading into this stack of Rat King, who still only have these classics. The Fade Dog is going to start the fighting tree, but Bubbles with the Stingers going to be a lot better than the classic. Patrick Jane does find one, but Nyx creates back with two. That Vandal is able to be avoided, and some light shields as Hero. I don't think there's going to be much saving here on this A site, although we could be seeing this chamber come through. Cade just can't get the shots with the Headhunter, so now it's only Hero remaining with this classic. Might be able to pick up a gun, and we'll get that first kill into Bubbles, but trades a classic for a classic, and another classic for another classic. And Hero right click and not hitting John Masugi, so it is going to be 2 bodies down, but for your column has plenty more enough, especially considering that you had Nyx being able to avoid that Vandal as well.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play. Nice try from Omen coming from Rat King. It was a very nice try, very nice kill at the end there. But unfortunately, was unable to find the next kill, and it's just so unfortunate to watch him absolute slaughter and then get slammed the very next second. I mean, there's not much Rat King could have done there. They were under disadvantage with money and everything else. So it was a very, very high chance of them actually losing that, which they did.
And here we go. Nyx already has the showstopper. It's going to launch it in. Won't find a kill though. Patrick Jane does find one, but gets caught by the seas. And Yankee gets the trade back. Cade finds 2. How on earth did they kill Bubbles? Carlos Santana gets that kill back though. So still 3 versus 2. Your Colmaz looking to try and make the difference, but Carlos Santana oversteps the mark, and now it's only Yankee stuck on front side. 3 players about to run towards him. Finds Echo, finds the second one. And Hero has to be the one to save Rat King, and so they win the round, but it's so expensive for Rat King, and I don't know how much they're really going to be able to afford coming into this 4th round.
Yeah, very, as you said, very expensive for Rat King. But I mean, they didn't have as much money at the start of the round, and now they've just played one, managed to win successfully, and it doesn't really matter because it's just a badge now that's just giving you attack speed. But it is good, but at the same time, it's unfortunate that they've lost so much money within these first couple of rounds.
And now, look, it is the Outlaw being brought up by Nyx, which is going to have so many targets, but not able to find one through the wall. And I believe there actually was a headshot going through with a classic. So, there's a headshot coming through onto Lou for something. I don't know what with. But you see Nyx as well taking a lot of damage as well. But your Kongmas are just going to freeze on rubble. I think their first sort of firefight scared them off, and you know, it's fair enough. Ranking have 3 on this site, and you don't really want to be giving any advantage over to ranking, whether that's a kill or a gun or damage, because they will run a mile with it. And it's actually Hero who's been given the rifle that was saved from last round. Cade is just going to get so much pressure put onto them, and Nyx with the Outlaw finally finds the tune, but Carlos Santana is finding themselves in link. We'll get one, we'll get the second as well. And the Rat King are falling apart. There's now only Patrick Jane and Lou left. Lou's only got a Sheriff on half HP and an Outlaw staring into the face. There's only one result with that, and now it's only Patrick Jane with this Vandal. It's going to get double swung and won't even find one. A flawless round for your Cornmaz, so they take home their 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, very difficult to see a flawless coming from the attacking side, because normally that at least there's 1, maybe 2. Having this many flawlesses that we've seen throughout this tournament is quite incredible, honestly. and how close they've been coming to either getting the penalty kill, getting a 4K. It is very close every single time.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see this sort of setup, and Iraqi have near enough completely given up B and are just playing off of this chamber trip. Meanwhile, Jun Mizuki is making sure there isn't a walk up from B, but the rest of your Kolmaz is towards this C side, waiting. And I think this is just waiting for, an aggressive push out from Rat King to try and find some weaponry. And I believe there is a shorty being given to the Viper over towards C, and Bombastic Yankee is going to be the one to take this first contact. Actually, no, it's not a shorty. It's just a classic for Patrick Jane, but still, he's going to be hearing this information, calls for the smoke to come through on C. Your Kolmaz have plenty enough to check this, and you can see Jun Mizuki holding his dog. Patrick Jane gets spotted and just dies here. He swings out, he tries to jump spot with the knife. And Bombastic Yankee punishing the Viper, and now Ketney has been noted as well. Nix finds Hero on B, and one by one, Rat King are falling. Lou finds one, but nothing more to be found. It's only Seko with this class, and I think the smart thing to do is just to try and die to Spike, but I'd be surprised if your Kolmaz don't try and push this lone Jet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jet from regardless of what team they're on, absolute slaughter, absolute bring stuff back from the grave. But it is kind of just over for them. Yoke's got the diffuser down. Yoke set the timer for Ray and Seiko right here. But I mean, other than that timer, there's not much that Seiko could have done there. Or Seka, however you'd like to pronounce it, I do apologize. And there's not much they could have done there. It was either sit back, watch the countdown tick to 0, try a run, or as we just saw, just get caught and get caught out back in.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Rat King, is that their economy has never really been in the position. We saw this in the last game as well, where the economy was just never really in the position for both DDR and Rat King to actually make a move. And so these rounds, where these right rounds become so much more important when they need this win. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rat King took a timeout fairly soon, especially if they were to lose this round. But it's just going to be this aggressive hit towards A now. Tree already opened, and it's just going to be spam from Seko, who's dancing here, there, and everywhere. And Nyx can't follow. Patrick Jane finds bubbles as well, and now this is a good start for Rat King. It's something that has been missing a lot, and Mizuki's just spotted out by the Fade Eye. Lou takes down the Fade, and the Spike is left in such an uncomfortable position by Your Kolmaz. Carlos Santana almost had the perfect timing on the stairs, but just checked for now, and Patrick Jane finds Yankee. It's only Carlos Santana who's just going to get spammed by Hero. And finally, Rat King answer back with a flawless of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos just been stuck in the shoes of his enemy right there, as we've seen in these past couple of games. No one other than you to try and 1v, and 1v5, and everything else, but it's just so unfortunate that he is unable to put it off. But I wasn't really expecting him to pull off a 1v5, honestly. Or 1v3 even.
Yeah, it was that sort of 1v3 that came in, and it's difficult for your Kolmaz to really come in and fight that. And it's going to be this more defaulty serve now with the Viper towards A lobby and the Vise on B, and the stack of your Kolmaz is going to be heading towards the C side, but they do have some opposition with the Chamber and with the Hero on the Omen. So Cade has this operator as well, but the smoke is going to make things a lot more difficult. I'm surprised they played the Omen here as well. But you can see they're just leaving Patrick Jane to fight it out on A, and Seko's going to be holding. Your Kolmaz have actually left C and they've just gone towards B. The Prowler is beautiful. The Nightfall as well. And Nyx follows in too late. Low and Seko get those kills. Mizuki trays out one, but nothing more. Cade just actually wanted to go down to bubbles through the spam. Bladestorm popped as well by Seko. He's just playing this corner, but Carlos Santana is the perfect lurk, and it's a free sight near enough, but from the shadows is going to be used by Hero, but is going to have to do so much to stand tall and find one. Spike dropped in tree. The hero's still by himself for now. And has to take that TP out of drop and finally got some backup from Seko with this blazed on, but Yokolmaz will get this spike down. Paranoia there is good, but spam makes it possible for them to go forward. Seko finds one on Bubbles and Carlos Santana trades. It's now a 1v1 between Santana and Hero, and Hero cannot step up to the plate as Carlos Santana takes home a 3k. I think it's the MVP of that round with that low timing. I think we just have 1 or 2 technical issues right now, so we'll be getting it back shortly with CJ. But yeah, you can just see Yokolmaz completely in control of this game so far, and Rat King are really struggling to make anything stick. Even though they won that round, that second round, it's difficult for them to really get back in, and you can see already this push towards A site coming in thick and fast, and Seko is playing in this very dangerous position, but the Raze nade has been invested. But with his showstopper again, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, although the tree will be used and the Viper's Pit invested into mains, and Seko's just going to walk through, try and find that kill, but instead, the Prowlers force them away, and actually John Masugi's going to find that kill. Showstopper invested by Nyx as well, but cut down by the Tour de Force, only as... but we'll get trade, sorry. Carlos Santana finds low, and it's just a complete domination from Yokolmaz so far compared to Rat King, who is now stuck in a 2 vs 4. Patrick Jane looks the wrong direction, Yankee finds that free kill. It's only Hero on 3 HP left to go, and already Bubbles... He just has the beating of Hero, and so Rat King forced to watch Yokolmaz take another round. And 6-2, it's going to be difficult for Yokolmaz to really go in and find something, like, and to try and get this play in, because, you know, and it as well, something that is not happening is these timeouts being called by Rat King not coming through, and I think they really need it with how some of these site plays have been going, because they have just been giving it up the site. And now on another save is Rat King, and look how much Seko has pushed up towards A. It's not going to be wanting to explore any further, but with this Sheriff could possibly do something, although the dash invested. Now Seko stuck on an island and is about to have 3 players on Yokolmaz fighting, and Hero's the one to take first contact. Lowe's there as well and takes down Nyx. Viper's actually given towards Seko, and well, doesn't have any more. Bubbles is the one to find that headshot. Hero's on 1 HP and they still know where he is, and yeah, Masugi's just going to take down Hero. Lou is the last one standing in a rubble, and the shots are going to be whiffy. And Santana trades at Lou. Okay, he finds one, but nothing more. And there's a 1v3 for Patrick Jane. And this Viper's Pit is no longer online, invested it towards C, but does have this 2v1 on site. If they can potentially isolate these fights before the Vice can get in, this could be monumental. This could still be winnable for Rat King, but loss here will mean that Yokolmaz will be having a confirmed lead at halftime. And Patrick Jane's actually just, this could be good, although it has both players looking, and Masugi there as well. And Patrick Jane just has no chance of getting through, as Rat King has a 5-round deficit now. Yeah, and still experiencing some, apologies for that, technical issues of my own, but yeah, so still experiencing some tech issues from CJ, so we'll get that sorted as soon as possible. But again, Rat King just struggling to make any amount of difference in these rounds, and from the shadows already used into CT, and no one's there this could be such an easy crunch from the Hero, and Hero has to stand tall, and Nyx cuts down the Omen. Lou now, and I was going to say Lou has to try and hold on, but can't. And so Rat King are forced off of sight within seconds, and this high tempo from Yokorm is just really proving to be, you know, it's killing Rat King, and they're having to use the Nightfall in their own spawn to try and clear out this space, and it doesn't even work because Bubbles is finding kills. Seko finds some more though, and so 1v3, the Nightfall from both sides was invested there, but one was a lot bigger than the other. And just look at the plays here. Zeko is surrounded on every side. One main, one on site, one CT. There's nothing really that the Jet can do. He has to just try and back away and save, and just about, I think, misses the timing from the fade, and Misuki, it will go down to a 3k for the Jet. And, you know, normally I'd be saying about economic damage, but actually, you know, the economy for apologies. You know, Yokorm, the economy is so good. I mean, they basically have a GDP of a small country at this point. You know, it's difficult to really come through and try and find something in this, find a positive in this for Rat King, because there's just nothing to get excited about. There's no way that Rat King can really, well, theoretically, make a comeback before the half ends, and that's another knife to the back. Shun Masuki finding one. And even though it's a save, Rat King have looked utterly powerless, even with rifles, to stop Yokorm, and Hero late to the punch there. It's just kills all across the map for Yokorm, and Lou is going to be the one to try and take this risk onto Carlos Santana, but the Viper has it scouted already, although the timing is poor. That's one gun down, and Lou will get, I actually believe it's given to Seko instead. It is. The early warning signal has been sounded, and Nyx is there as well to capitalize. 9-2, and this could very easily be a 10-2 half here, I think, because Yokorm is just incredible. Rat King have had no hope really in this first half, and on this defense they're trying to, you can see they're trying to do different things and trying to get these things done, and trying to change up tempo, trying to do this set play, trying to do that set play, and it's just not working out at all. And now Cade again going to be trying to go forward. This time a showstopper from Nyx will miss actually, and so Cade gets that first kill, but Jun Masugi will trade out Cade, who just try to stand there, stand the ground. But now they know this B site is occupied. Still gun's going to be used on towards C, and so free C entry, but Patrick J not affected by it at all. Can actually go towards backside as the fight goes to Waterfall, and Patrick Jane isn't even scouted! Finds 3 anyway! And from no hope to something, Patrick Jane has just opened up this game a little bit more for Rat King. A 3-9.5.
Switching sides.
And even not, I mean, it's going to be a monumental effort from Rat King to try and even get close to Yokorm, let alone beat them. But this is where you see where teams are made of. After the half, tough loss in that first half, but it's got to try and strengthen your resolve. And it's just going to be difficult, but when Patrick Jane is making plays like that, finally, it's something to scream and shout about. It's a fist bump in the air. Maybe. You can see now they're going towards C, and it's just 5 players towards C. There's no, well, actually, it is 4 players. There is the chamber towards A. Cade is just going to try and find a pick towards the other side of the map. But I mean, there's 3 players about to be stacked here. I think it's actually 4 coming here. And look, Yokorm are just here already. Bombastic Yankee's going to get one with the Thorns. And from bad to worse, it goes from Rat King. And, you know, one dies to the thorns, one dies to the pistol, and all of a sudden, the round you feel like it's done, especially with Hero on half HP. Door will be tapped though. But Yok Olmaz are just going to walk forward. It's just going to be completely disrespecting this. And Rat King has just been run over once again. Olmaz, Yok Olmaz, you know, we've had, in a previous game, we had a team which we thought, oh, this could be it with the team to be, we thought XF5 were going to be that team, but I mean, Yok Olmaz being that team against our first seed. This really makes you wonder, like, how some of these lower ranked teams are coming into this with this mentality, because this has been incredible to watch from Yok Olmaz, and Rat King are just going to try and get this force by. Actually, no, it's going to be Yok Olmaz. Rat King not forcing, and that's probably why Carlos Santana has wiped 2 with the judge instantly, and Nyx has found Cade with a Marshall, and so Misugi now. I do have a fair bit of pressure, but Patrick Jane forced to back away. Has this judge though, but doesn't even matter. Not even going to get a chance to use it as Hero with the Sheriff. Finds one, but anything more I think will just be... I think anything more will just be hopeful. Nyx not looking the right way, but shots aren't landing for Hero. Does get that kill though, and even though will die to Bombastic Yankee, actually, I think it is a good amount of economic damage done. So this could be a round where Rat King actually is able to start getting a bit of momentum in. No, if Yok Olmaz starts slipping, possibly. Rat King could be on the verge, but one mistake from either of these sides is all it takes to actually go forward. And whoever wins this will be going in further in our upper bracket. They will face no Tiltant in our next game in the upper bracket. So far it looks like it will be Yok Olmaz coming through. But Rat King, I think, will be determined to not let this go as easily as Yankee will be buying up the Phantom. I was just going to give Rat King the site free. As a spike will go down from Lou. Look how aggressive Rat King are playing here. They're really stacking in heaven. Yankee's escaped on the perfect timing, but isn't actually going to expect Cade to be up there, and hasn't actually seen Seko either. So this is an interesting round so far. Seko actually will grab the Phantom, and I mean, this is a flank from Yok Olmaz, and if they make this work, then this game is just over. But the spam's coming through, the Omen Smoke is there. Mizuki is there on the flank, or on CT I should say, but it's just going to be wiped out. And Yok Olmaz have to suffer a flawless from Rat King here. And this is the first time we've seen Rat King actually offer some sort of fight in this game, it feels like. They won that first bonus, they won the second. And now it's just a question of what can they do to try and upset the apple cart. But you can see the buys here. Nyx is going to buy into this operator. Patrick Jane only can afford the Marshall. I don't think they can only afford the Marshall. I think they're only going for the Marshall. But Kay's is going to get the spam, and that's the operator down instantly. A new pace found by Rat King, and already you can see Masugi having to get out of dodge, but finds Cade anyway. Traded out by Lou though. And so Yok Olmaz really not ready on this A site for the fight, but Carlos Santana is here early. Will they expect it? You do, but Patrick James is going to go down. Santana just gets the perfect headshot through the smoke, and yeah, I would be tilted if I was Patrick James as well. Instead, Yankee and Bubbles now, and well, now make it just Yankee's Hero takes that fight in heaven and wins it. And so only Bombastic Yankee, who's just having to fully retreat with his Phantom, isn't going to even try and go for this 1 versus 3. Instead, just going to play with that fidget spinner. Rat King take a 5th, so it's not another 13-3, it's not even a 13-4. And this is where things can get scary for Yok Olmaz. One mistake, And all of a sudden, they are pistol after pistol. And we've seen how good they are on the attack side, but the defense side, a whole another biscuit to eat, whole another cookie to try and crack. You see in this replay, I mean, who expects Masugi after being such low HP to really fight this? But I like the idea of Rat King to just try and fight forward, fight for this heaven space, and it gives no option to York Olmaz to really sit here and stay. Especially as well, leaving heaven and then going back into it and planting a hero there. Really nice play, but we'll go now into this 17th round. You can actually just see Rat King have completely given up the C site, not wanting to play it at all. Instead of going towards B and A, as Patrick James just going to hold this. Going to hold this for the Phantom as well, which maybe isn't the weapon you want at that kind of range, but either way, and York Olmaz do go for an exploration onto B, open the door for C, and it's actually Seko to go down first, and what a shot that is from John Masuki. And this was not the round you were meant to win, York Olmaz. This was not meant to be it. And somehow, you're not just winning it, you're dominating it. Patrick Jane tries to fight back, but it's too little too late. A thrifty round win for York Olmaz, as they stand now on match point. 1 round away from going and advancing in the upper bracket, sorry, not the upper finals. What a shot is for John Masuki, and for bubbles to come through on this backstab, it just keeps Rat King guessing as to where the heat is going to come in, where the next player is going to swing from. They're just not able to answer those questions. I think you can see here is this Viper vibes up towards C. The Viper's a bit invested, but Nyx is just going to use that operator, make it sing this time. It has no hope, and so a fairly high. Ooh, I think the shot from the op actually went under his legs. So lucky player. Well, doesn't that time. Gets him down to 30 HP, and I use as well. And he got a fair few tags, but it doesn't matter because Masugi and Santana are just cleaning up elsewhere. There's only 2 players left on Rat King. I mean, this is just a done game unless Lou can pull out something magical, but actually finds 2 here. Hold on a second. This operator goes down as well. Seko finds that kill, but Yankee is on the flank. The hunt is on now for Lou. 2 versus 1. And you already have 1 hero on the team, but you need another, and her name needs to be Lou. Won't get the shots in, and it's bombastic Yankee to get that 13th for York Olmaz. 13-5 win between these 2. And I mean, what a way to confirm your win, especially considering how close that previous game was as well for York Olmaz. And so I think one of the things that we haven't seen is that aggression come through in that first game. In that first game with on Haven between Team at XF5 and DRR, just seeing that tempo change from between that game on Haven and this game on Lotus is so crucial and so monumental to see. And this is going to be a team that's really going to be difficult to beat. Whereas for Rat King, I mean, it's difficult to really say what is going to happen with Rat King, simply because of some of the teams in that lower bracket. They'll go down and play Trafka, who got dominated in that first game. They ended up losing 13-1 to Tilton. So it's going to be interesting to see that. Although they did win their second game, 13-2 against the DRR. So DRR are now gone, and they have been eliminated from the tournament. And now it's all up to these teams in the upper bracket. We still have York Olmaz versus No Tilton, and Team XF5 versus Bumba Esports. And so now it's just going to be a case of going to see what these brackets are and seeing what the rest of these games are going to look like, because when you see in these highlights, you can just see York Olmaz taking so much space, so much time, and they're fully just in Rat King's head. Rat King just don't have anything to say. The player I was most impressed with from Rat King was Seko, because it's difficult to really. No, that's it. Even Seko, I don't think had a great game, but I think it is just all of Rat King just couldn't even lay a finger onto Yokolmaz. And for Yokolmaz, you go into the next game with a lot of confidence, but if you're Rat King, and it's something that we should have asked in that first game as well, what do you really do when you've been beaten this badly? Because this was domination again in our second game of the Wolvesden Monthly tournament, and it's difficult to, or it's going to be interesting to see actually how these teams go back into good mental, because I know a lot of teams that would just fall into bad mental, they'd be boomed, and it's just a case of seeing how resilient each of these players are, because after a loss like this, your heads can certainly drop, especially after a 13-3, which we saw in our first game. But it's going to be interesting. But one thing that I think both teams should do, and as well, you at home, if you should do it regardless, but if you want to climb up in Valorant and play on these kind of levels, then I think there's only one, I know there's only one great supplier of very, very good connection, top level. It's Exit Lag, our partners, and they will give you an incredible deal for their annual plan. You get 50% off plus 3 months entirely for free at Exit Lag. If you use the code Wolvesden at checkout, you get 50% off plus 3 months entirely for free of the annual plan. And so, if you want to climb up in Valorant, be one of the best in the game, then you need Exit Lag, and you go to Exit Lag to get better internet. And so that will be it for Rat King versus Yokolmaz. Yokolmaz taking that 13-5 domination. But I mean, what a game that was! What a great 2 games we've had already for the Wolvesden Monthly tournament. It's definitely ones that I've been gracious to cast. CJPS unfortunately has had some technical issues, so I don't know if they will be joining us for those next games, but stay tuned because we will be throwing it to a quick break. So you can stay tuned, grab some more water, grab some more popcorn, because if the games keep going the way they're going, we're in for an absolute banger of a tournament.
누가 말하던 I don't give a I don't give a I don't give a yeah.
Hey na na na,
미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해
hey na na na,
나를 다 던져 이 뒤쪽 세상에
해nom이 당겨진 no I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 나를 다 감어 Find me and I'm gonna live it
가져와 bring the pain on yeah 올라타고 bring the pain on
And welcome back to the Wolvesden Monthly Valorant Tournament. My name is Number. Unfortunately, CJ did have to leave due to the tech issues that we were seeing and the camera freeze. I think the internet was just completely gone. And so instead, we have brought back Gareth. Gareth, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm fully energized. I'm ready to see some Valorant action. We got a lot of great teams today, but this match in particular, we're going to be taking a look at Yok Olmaz going head-to-head against No TNT, if I said that right. No TL TNT, something like that.
I'm looking at it. I think it is actually meant to be No Talent, just without every vowel. So
I see. Okay.
We'll go with that, and if we're wrong, then we apologize.
For sure.
I apologize because I'm gaslighting everyone else into it. But I've talked a bit about No Talent, but I shouldn't need to talk about Yok Olmaz this much because we saw them in that last map, which was Lotus, and we'll head back into Lotus. But we saw how talented they were, and especially on the retakes on defense, they just, Rat King could not hold a candle up to them.
Right.
But as well, No Talent, they won 13-1 in their one and only game before this. And I think this is going to be a really interesting game to see these sort of clash of styles. And you can see already these clash of styles with No Talent running the way this double duelist comp, and Yok Olmaz going onto this double sentinel once again, which you saw them have so much map control in and around just every part of the map and allowed them to play these more aggressive styles. But as well, for No Talent, I think it's just going to be trying to run it down, hit into sights, and hope for the best.
For sure. And when it comes to Yok Olmaz, because obviously we did see them in that last game, I will be fully transparent. I didn't see them in the last game. So were there any really awesome plays that stood out to you or anything that we can expect heading into this one?
I think the main thing to watch out with Yok Olmaz is these retakes. And they'll start on the attack, but when we get to defense, I think Yok Olmaz has such a big advantage. And as well, Nyx, as we see them go onto site, such a big factor in that first win, is going to be the one to take this contact here.
And look at that, Abid Fade going to have to back up over to Oracle. Is going to be crunched from that waterfall. Can't find anything, unfortunately, as Carlos takes him down. Nyx grabbing another. Now Jared from the back site has to try to fix this one, but they do have a couple rotates heading over towards Elbow.
Yeah, this retake attempt from No Talent is going to be very difficult, I was going to say, but this Strix is in waterfall and making a nuisance of himself. Norris, this looks very doable, but Santana, another crucial player for Yok Olmaz, puffing out the chest, making themselves a bit bigger than they should be. And now it's only Jared in the 2 versus 1.
They got a sheriff, and they're both super duper low, but they're looking the wrong way. They tap it. They get a couple shots into the back of their face, but they're not reloaded. They have only 2 bullets to go, only 2 enemies that remain. Gonna take the shot. It misses, and unfortunately, Nyx is gonna grab that one. Yok Olmaz up 1-0. No Talent. Proving their names right at the moment, but hopefully they make a comeback.
And one thing to notice about Yok Olmaz as well in that round was the fact that so much noise is made towards CT by Nyx and the rest of the crew and Bubbles, and so No Talent just thought, oh, it's going to be a CT fight, they're all flooding CT, we can go through Waterfall, take that fight. But actually, that's where Carlos Santana comes in putting themselves into Waterfall, taking those fights where No Talent just does not expect there to be a player, because there was so much miscommunication, the misdirection, from Yok Olmaz, and it allowed Carlos Santana to just get 2 free kills and stay alive for that final post plan.
Could not agree more, but I do see the big switch up here from No Talent. It looks like they're creeping up towards this A site instead, not wanting to. Oh wait, no, apologies. No Talent did guess the gamble stack a little bit correctly. Raccoon going to take first contact, is going to note the position of 2 or 3, but now I think that Yok Olmaz, this site is basically theirs. They've just got to write their names on it and get this spike down to go with a nice shot from Carlos. Can he grab them from the top rope? Not quite. 2 remain.
And I think the main goal for No Talent here is just to try and suppress this very aggressive style from Yok Olmaz, as we see Masuki get that final kill. But you saw there just how aggressive Yok Olmaz can turn it on. Even if they start around more slower, which they did, as soon as they took that first contact with Raccoon on Rubble, they just instantly sped it up. They wanted to go for the fights, and they won them all. Yes, it's a save round, but you can just see, even in this replay, just how much they wanted to go forward, press the advantage, and Destrix was just put out on an island on site. So that's going to be the crucial thing for No Talent, is just to try and keep Yok Olmaz basically just as far away as they can until they're ready to go for this retake.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can do it on this B site. It looks to be that Yok Olmaz have just completely read No Talent. They've got the weak side here with only an Omen to defend. Paranoia is pretty tough to break through, but it's not even on their back pockets. So it's going to be pretty darn tough. Ray's going to make an entry. We'll see where this goes. Now a nice pick from Distillrix. Destrix, apologies, as Hooper grabs one of their own. It's actually going to be a call to hit C. They're going to be rushing through this waterfall area again. They could be heading into a crunch, but never mind. Bombastic is able to grab one for free. And can they find the Hooper on Pillar? 85 health remaining. They do get dropped by the Omen. Bubbles. Pretty nice, but they got to be careful of Raccoon, who's in the back, and it doesn't matter. Bombastic knows what's up. You can smell them from a mile away. Jared gonna try peeking through the same angle. They're gonna drop in the exact same way. And now Districts is gonna be able to grab Bombastic, which is gonna shut down the boogeyman of Yok Olmaz. But can they grab Bubbles? That's the big question. As Paranoia goes wide, but the smoke will not. And they wait just not enough. And an amazing shot from Destrix.
Yeah, but that is a round that was much more expensive than it should have been for No Talent.
Right.
They had those first picks. They played that so well and just allowed Yok Olmaz to just run through, get those picks as they were coming through. The spam as well, I believe it was from Destrix coming through early on, was very good. And yeah, you can see it here. Just that spam comes through, just but the smoke comes through. Hooper as well, finding one. And they even killed the Vice. I believe it was actually the way. I'm not sure who it was. CMA. It might have been the fade coming through out
Everyone was
Mound,
dying.
but it was so nice. And then Hooper just gets caught on site, has to try and fight, can't get out, and from there it just starts falling apart for No Talent, and the Angels just go Yok Olmaz's way. So you do some things very nicely there, but others just very poorly.
Right, and we are going to be seeing this nice race nade to just kind of cut off Rubble, or at the very least slow it down. But Ray's not the most defense-sided agent in the world, in my opinion, at least. So they are going to have a tough time kind of sniffing out the stack, as it looks like a B hit is in the cards, but it could be a double fake.
Yeah, it is going to be the double fake, and Raccoon is going to have this Phantom, so it's going to be interesting, but so much util on the way, and dodges the Paranoia. It gets one for the troubles, not the second though, and Nyx is just going to do Nyx things.
Of course. I don't know if they did this on the last map, but look at that shot. I mean, wow. A 4K off that. Just give him the ace. Come on, Jared. Give him the 1v1. It looks like they're hunting for it. So it will be given. And that is the ace. Nyx the hollow. More like Nyx the champion, as they grab all 5 kills. Showstopper online. Big big high fives in the chat. GG's called it. Not quite yet, but definitely Yok Olmaz having a big confidence booster after that one.
2 aces for the Wolvesden Monthly, and both of them have gone to Yok Olmaz. But Nyx again, it's the same thing that he had last round. Nyx just goes in, kills everyone, gets the Showstopper online so early, and it's in and of itself, it's such a big threat to No Talent, and just any team really that wants to play this race. Oh, what a shot from Nyx there! And this is just a player that's playing with full confidence, no ego. And it's paying off. And you can see that is just in everything. The peaks are good. The shots are good. Everything that Yok Olmaz can do is just done perfectly. And No Talent, you just need to somehow try and break this confidence and momentum that's coming through for Yok Olmaz.
We're going to enter onto the site. I wouldn't be surprised if the Showstopper does get committed. Only the Classic of the Dream is not going to be enough to drop Jun. And now Hooper gonna try to make this one happen again. Maybe they could play a little bit more carefully around Pillar as the spike goes down and the Boombot clears nothing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just an angle where you try and die to spike for No Talent. You've not really got the resources. I doubt you really want to invest in Showstopper, considering that Yok Olmaz have one of their own, plus the Nightfall. Paranoia is just good for delaying time, and so it looks like No Talent want to get proactive in this, try and find something, but you have to be realistic in the fact that you're just giving orbs up and floor this round for Yok Olmaz. It's simple stuff coming from Yok Olmaz here, and No Talent is just making some of the wrong decisions, and I think there is a prime example of we should just try and save, well, not save, we should just try and die a spike, prevent the orbs from going through, and instead they just feed the orbs through, get Carlos Santana closer to that Viper's pit, now only 2 orbs away. And thankfully, for No Talent, a lot of the kills there was found by Jun and the Rays, so the ultimate's not going to be brought up, and it is just, again, Yo Gomez completely disrespecting No Talent, and you can see here, No Talent are going to be the ones to try and disrespect.
Yeah, they're pushing up quite heavy on this A side, but unfortunately, I don't think they caught the right side as the Bias is going to note the position of at least one as that wall does get tripped. But one other thing I did want to mention is that Yokohama's, they have Viper's Pit now, or very close anyways, as you said. And with how fast they've been able to get this plant down, they might not want to commit it this round, but it is definitely an option. And I do think that with their kind of, just general aggressive style, it's going to be extremely potent, and No Talent, they're going to have to try a lot harder to flush this Viper out when it gets to that point.
Yeah, and you can see how Yokohama's have just completely slowed down this round compared to the other rounds that we've seen. Nyx will invest the showstopper, but gets nothing for the troubles. It gets this plant in, 45 seconds remaining, but still is just so slow. And the Nightfall invested by Jun, and it's allowed Nyx to get some free kills, but trades coming in elsewhere.
I mean, they're going down all over the place, but No Talent looking to be up in numbers here, with Raccoon getting the most recent frag, but Carlos is is gonna have the job of flank watch. Only 1 point away from that Viper's Pit, but they turn around at the wrong time. Maybe it's the right time, but it's the right timing for Aruku, as they are able to grab another Bubbles in the back. Coming from Waterfall, he's not gonna be able to make it as Raccoon grabs their third. And you know what, Jared, only 1 point away from that convergent path, so defuse should be passed to them. And No Talent looks to have a pretty solid next round. It is expensive, but they do keep a couple rifles.
And that's the key thing that we've been seeing with No Talent. This is what we were thinking with them, is that when they have the time to be able to sit and think about what they want to do, they can go through rounds pretty well. Raccoon, this is a nice showstopper. The trades are coming through from Hooper as well. And when Yokohama slows it down, it basically propels No Talent back to that sort of equal footing of Yokohama's. But we've seen now, Yokohama's, if they decide to turn the tempo up this round, then it's going to be difficult for No Talent, because we've seen that they struggle to call when the pressure is being put on fast. And you can see now they're the ones trying to set some pace up on A, but there's going to be no one there for the troubles. And from the Shadows use as well. And it's the same that we were seeing from last time. And this time, it works out a lot better for No Talent.
Oracle gonna open up this round onto Yokohama's, down a controller. Definitely not the worst thing in the world, but Paranoia is a pretty big tool to lose. Regardless, Viper's Pit going to be invested as the spike is going down. Again, they are going to be dropping it towards this waterfall area, which in the past has been No Talent's kind of gateway into the site. Same with CT, but I do think that they have a really solid angle towards CT if Carlos plays his cards right.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to really break into this Viper's Pit. Nightfall comes through, but it's only just forced to steal guns out. There's ultimates coming through everywhere. Conversion baths used as well.
Goodness.
And there's so much being used, and Raccoon's the one to get the first pick. And the kills are actually not going the way of Yokohama's.
I mean, that was a phenomenal round from No Talent. They were able to flush out the Viper as well as get basically everyone on the side of Yokohama's with only one dying. And of course, that is that sacrificial sheep in the form of the Rays. But high key, I think that's absolutely what they were looking for. They saved so many guns. I mean, it did cost a lot of ultimates. They used 2 or 3 there. But, the fact that they did win the round and they're starting to disrupt this momentum that Yokohama's had already built up is, there's something to be said for it.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it's this slower round by Yokohama's trying to play around the pit and the steel garden. And it just allows No Talent into these positions where they can, fight their way back into sight and, well, not even fight, walk back in. I think Nyx went forward to try and get a kill on CT and died for it.
Yep.
But when No Talent have the time to think, they come into a very good team that can call well. And already, I think you can actually start to see them try and go up towards Yokohama's pace. But Yankee's just going to throw a spanner in the works.
Oh my goodness, Oracle is able to find the Omen through the smoke as well. Gets traded, but that's still even numbers for Yokohama's and No Talent. But Bombastic is going to flash that waterfall area once again, probably correctly predicting where this Raze is going to play, which could catch them off guard. But Jun on site, they need to be careful of this crunch from CT. They've got a Duelist and Prowler scaling up.
Yeah, and this is where No Talent have struggled on these retakes, especially when Yokohama's have decided to get aggressive. There are Frats going to be used, and Raccoon's in such a good position, but you've got to think as well, there is one towards Mounds that could be the ace up the sleeve, and even though Hooper and Jared getting kills, it's Bombastic to absolutely just get wrecked by Raccoon. And Again, New York Ormaz have slowed it down completely in the post plant. The
Mhm.
defuse is going to be given to Raccoon. I believe that is a showstopper online. It is. So it's something for No Talent to come in to
Oh, yeah.
round 9 with. But when York Ormaz really trying to fight in that post plant and fight forward, put their best foot forward, and they were really making it work. And even when they did it on site, you saw how well it worked and how easy it was for them to get on
Right.
site. And then they just fully paused when the spike was down. They were like, okay, let's play site. And now, I mean, No Talent didn't really have any util to force them, to play site or whatever. And now they do with that showstopper. So, York Ormaz have kind of lost their way a bit. I'd like to see them get it back.
I mean, that showstopper is going to make it a little bit hard. We were talking about a spinner in the plans. I think that is the perfect definition of what it looks like. Yoko Miles, even in numbers, but certainly down in health, with Fade only being at a cough away, and Jared looking for more as, oh my goodness, Aura Crawl, able to take out 2 immediately. That's pretty much the round signed, sealed, and delivered, as the Thorns are going to go out, but they do get traded. And it's, I mean, bombastic. They had a good read on where the Waylay was playing, but they just could not transition that into a kill. And I think you're absolutely right. Yoko Maz, something's changed, and it's not for the better. If they do have a timeout available, they should probably take it now, because we've just seen back-to-back-to-back-to-back losses.
Yeah, this is the strength of the double duelist comps. You have Jared going out and being the distraction with the Rafat, can get in and out of any way you want. And then it's just such an easy showstopper for Raccoon to even find one with and take away the one half of the smokes with bubbles. It's already become such a much more difficult take to, take the site, obviously. And it's basically impossible for Yoko to even get on site, and then that final positioning from the Vise was great. But now, I mean, look at this. It's No Talent actually going to be the ones to go forward and play as aggressively on this eco as well, where you think that York Ormaz would have the talent. Well, York Ormaz would have the advantage in these short ranges. There's actually Destrix to close out, but again, it's costly.
You know what? I mean, yeah, I was just going to say, for Yoko Maz, even though you lost the round, that's actually not too bad, because you only had, what, a couple sheriffs and a stinger, and you managed to take out 3 guns out of the hands of No Talent. I mean, granted, their economy is still probably pretty darn good, because they have been winning, again, just back-to-back-to-back rounds, but at the same time, that's got to feel good. You get some more ult points, and with the showstopper online as well, I do think that they are probably going to have to invest it, right? They are on a pretty decent buy right now. They're most likely forcing, so they have to push this advantage any way they can.
Yeah. And it's now up to Raccoon to try and hold on Mound here. And I mean, aggression from No Talent, but when your Cormats have rifles, it's an interesting play, especially when they have Nightfall, the showstopper as well. And so, as we see, your Cormats are about to just walk onto site. They will invest 2 ults though, which is expensive, but Jared, what a shot! And I mean, that's basically allowed No Talent on way back in.
It certainly does. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but Jared finding a critical shot there to shut down the showstopper doesn't really find a crazy amount of value. Destrix on Waterfall once again can't quite make it past this poison orb, but Hooper is going to join Jared over here, probably going to be throwing a haunt, maybe even a tether a little bit later on, but they have to go far, they have to go faster as that spike is taken down. The paranoia comes out, they do manage to grab Hooper, but Jared now on this operator misses the shot, unfortunately, has to grab the Phantom for a little more firepower, but it doesn't matter. Bubbles takes them down, and No Talent, the last member remaining, is going to be taken out by Bubbles. Once again, the Omen diff is clear. Yakalmaz might have found their footing once again.
I mean, that was a very scary entrance onto site. You use the showstopper, you use the Nightfall. The showstopper just gets no value, as does the Nightfall one. So I was somewhat thinking, especially with this paranoia and the Seas coming in onto Bubbles, that this could be No Talent's round to win. But Bubbles just incredible performances in that last game, and now this one as well. And he's really giving York Olmaz the keys to at least tie this up before the half. And this could be a round where No Talent want to get a bit more active towards the say Rubble site.
Absolutely. It looks like they are going to try to test this ace out again. Looks like they have guessed where the stack is not correctly, as Hobbit is yet to be broken, so Jared is going to have a harder time. Oh, I take that back, actually. It is going to be broken, and Nyx the Hollow is going to find the opener. Hooper now backside, gonna win their gunfight, but will get flashed pretty soon. There we go. Nightfall is gonna be coming up, but they get bit by a Prowler in the process. Not gonna be too long until they do get dropped, as Nyx the Hollow once again coming in hot with another frag. No Talent down in numbers, but certainly they do have a Steel Garden to play with if they want to commit that. Strix as well finds theirs. Numbers once again, but Nyx the Hollow, we've seen this play before. They're going to be pushing their luck, but it's a little too unlucky, as the Odin as well as Raccoon going to rip them apart. Odin now going to provide some suppressive fire as Raccoon grabs a third. Now they're just hunting for that spike. They do find it. They do find the defuse as well, and No Talent once again showing Yokolmaz who is boss.
I mean, this is so good for No Talent after those first rounds where you just didn't look great at all. For No Talent to come back in, get this 7-5 at the half. I mean, that is incredible. Yokolmaz, again, we talked about them just losing their stride a bit, losing their confidence, but it's really starting to show through now. And you know, Nyx getting that ace should have been a massive confidence booster, but instead, I think it's just dripped out of Yokolmaz, and so now they're running on empty. But now they have this defense, and we saw last game how good their retakes were when they just want to play aggressive, and when they have been given the keys to the car and just said, you go fast. That brake button, nah, you don't need that brake pedal, it's fine. You just one pedal is all you need. Well, two if you drive a manual, but either way,
I get what you mean.
But this is the chance where Yokolmaz can just step on the gas and fully send it in on these retakes, and that is what I'm excited for here.
Absolutely, yeah. Before this game started, you were talking about how proficient Yokolmaz have been on these retakes, and especially with their executes. So, you know, hopefully their confidence didn't wane too much, because No Talent certainly showed a pretty darn good half. But Jared walking up here, probably finding Nyx Hollow. Oh my goodness. Gonna drop them immediately, but Jared does manage to find two, which is not the ideal situation for these new defenders, as Jun trapped in the smoke. He's going to leak out for a nice freebie, but again, it gets traded immediately. No Talent playing the map perfectly, but bombastic. Let's see what you've got here. You hit pretty hard in these first couple rounds of the game. What can he do with the classic and a dream? Jared, gonna notice position, or at least he smells something going on. Has a flash to play with. If they just walk forward, and he's right there. Go a little bit farther, man. Go a little bit farther. He's going to tag the Owen on the boxes. I mean, Jared probably knows where he's at right now as he frantically tries to get back up, but he just cannot. Carlos from the back now has to tap the door. He's going to look for it, but they have his crossfire. He is going to jump straight to his death, and Jared gets a 4K. Is this going to be another 8? Yes, it is! No Talent getting an ace of their own. And, I mean, now we're just even in aces, but not quite in rounds, as No Talent up 3 rounds on Yokolmaz.
I mean, Yokolmaz should be winning that in theory, especially with that pick coming in on tree. I mean, that is your round to win, essentially, but Carlos Santana does tap the door, which I think is really interesting. You have that element of surprise there. You tap the door. But one thing I loved from No Talent here is just the fact that they disrespected the door. They said, well, no, we're just going to stay here. The person in the door, they can't shoot us in the positions we are. So we'll just stay, we'll just watch this drop. And it worked out so well. And Yokolmaz is just not able to find the shots on the retake. And now it's, again, onto a save. And No Talent edging closer to this match win. But that's a good kill from Carlos Santana.
Not a bad opener, but Yokolmaz definitely took a fair bit of damage in that gunfight. Couple players down to not very optimal healths, we'll say that, for nothing. But No Talent, I mean, Jared is quite low, but I do think that Jared is kind of the sacrificial sheep of the team, the main space maker. But it looks like the bait was actually bought by Yokolmaz. They're rotating over towards A, but nobody's home, nobody's there. It's over for No Talent. I mean, they're probably going to be looking at a nice spike plant, but again, you were talking about these retakes. Let's see if Yokolmaz still have what they had in last game.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the crucial thing. I mean, Yokolmaz, when they were on these retakes, always had the better weaponry, or at least equal. So now coming in to see what they're going to be like with lesser weaponry on these pistols, it's going to be so interesting. And you can see the door already being tapped, and there's a good start for Yokolmaz.
Able to find a free one now. Oracle is going to find two. Can they grab a third here just to tie up the round? No, they can't. Bombastic takes it, but now No Talent still have the health advantage. 100 health and 50 shield to go with a Bulldog in their hand. They're going to be creeping around here, playing a bit of cat and mouse. Bombastic, do you know where they're coming from? Tap at the spike, trying to get it down to half, but they do read it, and Hooper knows that they are sticking it and will be rewarded handsomely, bringing No Talent up 9-5, only needing 4 more rounds to win this game and get even closer to that prize pool.
I think Hooper barely survived the spike explosion, because you can see they tried to go back for this Guardian from Oracle, and it just didn't have time. And even though Yokormaz lose that round, No Talent is so battered and bruised, they can't even bring that Guardian out. And it's going to be, I mean, this should be an easy win for Yokormaz, but this next round as well, if you think about the finances, I mean, this could be very interesting few rounds for the Yokormaz, and if there's a chance to get back in here with the finances that No Talent would have, then it would be now. Not for Carlos Santana, though.
Yeah, he's certainly full bot, but unfortunately was met with a sheriff shot to the face, which is not the way that you want to start off these rounds. But regardless, Jun looking to be holding pretty strong here. Does have a tether and 2 Fade Dogs in the back pocket if they need. But I think No Talent are happy to cut noise.
I'm all out.
Probably get a rotate going.
I mean, yeah, you're more than happy to cut noise if you're No Talent. You've got 5 lives. You can allow Yokormaz to play in their own head and try and fake themselves out, but you've also left this fade towards A, and so that is where some pressure is going to come through. It's going to force the rotate not to come in, and I mean, I think both the Yankee and Raccoon were looking away from their screens, and Yankee leaves, but the site is going to be given up for free, but
Jun Haven's gone
finding these kills.
Jun able to find another one. That is certainly going to help with Bombastic. What a flick. It's going to secure another against No Talent. The bomb is going to go down, but look at Districts. He's very, very pushed up. Finds the barrel. Will get the kill through the wall. Nix the hollow. The fragger is going to be taken down. Now they're looking for Bombastic on the backside or a crawl on site. Probably going to be looking for a kill of his own, but Districts trying to win this duel. Does have a paranoia as Oracle takes them down, but Bombastic through the paranoia. He is not scared at all. He's going to grab another one, and now it's a Vise versus Vise, but the Steel Garden is going to make this a lot easier. Bombastic, can you see the head? Can you see where this player is? I mean, Bombastic's head is going to be seen, and they take it anyways. Look at that. It's a 4K for Yokormaz just to bring the game ever so slightly back in their favor. Not quite enough to win the round, but hey, we were talking about battered and bruised for No Talent. I think Yokormaz are feeling the exact same.
Yeah, I mean, it's a round where both teams are going to be happy. Yokormaz obviously winning the round, but No Talent doing such a huge amount of damage that it's not going to force Yokormaz into a weaker buy, but it's definitely going to make the finances more equal than what they were probably going to do if Yokormaz had just run through them. And so that is the thing. And as well, you invest that Steel Garden from Yankee, and it's just, it didn't hit Oracle. And so the fact you're needed to actually use that Steel Garden and is forced out just shows how much fear that Yokormaz really have. And already Carlos Santana's brought up the judge, and it's already been noted, and meanwhile, No Talent getting aggressive elsewhere.
Yeah, Raccoon has certainly been a big thorn in Yokormaz's side, finding a lot of these first bloods in the round. That being said, I don't think Yokormaz are shaken too much. They are still wanting... Oh, I lied, actually. They are going to look to commit to a different place, but I do think that Jung is on their tail, looking to rotate over towards this A site before it's too late. But Yokormaz still indecisive.
Yeah, and that's one thing to know about No Talent is the calling has been excellent from them and their IGL. I'm not sure who off the top of my head it is, but the calling has been fantastic. They have been going into these weaker sites, and when they are going into sites, their plans have been so good. The boom port doesn't split out, but it doesn't matter because now they have the Steel Garden, and there's no one on site either way. But still, Nix is throwing up some question marks into the mix.
Nix is a bit of a master here. That's a really, really nice convergent paths, but can they actually capitalize on it with Jared not pushing up at all, still afraid of where Nix could be. Johnny going to find them on the exit though, not able to get away scot-free. Now No Talent, they need to get the spike down, but only a flash in the back pocket. Is this going to be enough? You've got Nix and Jun running at you full tilt, looking to take CT first.
I mean, this is scary for No Talent. And I mean, Oracle is going to have to do a masterclass here to get this through. And I actually think Yokomas need to speed up a bit here.
I think you're right, but they find the head. Oracle pays them down, but I mean, only 50 health left. Can they do it? Can they have it? They don't fly fast enough, and Chun gonna make it back when they need it the most for Yokomas. Gonna get a nice defuse to pad their score, but man, oh man, Yokomas starting to punch back. Maybe this game isn't as free as we thought for No Talent.
Yeah, I went in and talked about how good their calling was, but that round is lost because of how hesitant No Talent want to be. They use that conversion path, they find two, and I know they won't know about one of them, but you definitely get Nyx in there because they have no satchels. So you definitely know Nyx is caught in it. So why not just push it? Why not allow Nyx to go down? You'll find a bit more value anyway, but to get this raise down is crucial. Instead, they hesitate, they leave out of fear to try to go towards C. That's where Jared gets punished, and June is basically has no opposition, and Oracle has to do it themselves again. We're seeing Oracle a lot in these final death proceedings, and it's not
look at this aggressive angle from Nyx. Actually, wait, no, that's not Nyx at all, but Jared does manage to grab it, though. Anyway, Bombastic Yankee, backside, no Steel Garden, not a whole lot to play with. Unfortunately, all their util is on that C site like we see so commonly, but Nyx from the hollow up top is going to grab one, but gets traded by Destrix. That's not what you want to see if you are Yokomas. Now you're down a member. But Bombastic might actually have a pretty aggressive angle here. Aggressive timing. Jared not looking the right way. Gets caught looking at stairs instead of Bombastic Yankee, who is rewarded with a nice freebie. Now it looks like they're going to try defend heaven as Destrix from tree. Look for her. Off angle.
Where are you?
What's happening right now? Paranoia. Oh, Hooper. Look at this, Carlos he's going to have to push up here. Bubbles as well. Is not able to find the kill. Unfortunately, Hooper's too quick on the draw. Carlos grabs one, can they grab a second? Not quite. Oracle going to shut it down once again for No Talent. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. You said that there's nothing happening, but you can see in those positions how No Talent were just waiting for Yokomas to make the first move, because they're the ones who have got to make sound first, especially with how little time there was on that spike. But one thing to note as well with Yokomas is that Nyx is trying to have the game that they had last time, but against stronger opposition, Nyx is struggling a bit more, needs the help of the rest of their teammates, and instead they're not getting too much else from their teammates, and so really does need some help in terms of this fragging. Oracle is trying their best to just be the last alive. They're still going to find out. Look how much Yokomas are pushing up. They're just going to go into lobby. This is complete disrespect.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're just running into T-Spawn right now. Oracle manages to punish them, and Yokomas, oh my goodness, they get picked apart. Oh, I saw the vision. Bombastic is going to take one, but that's barely a consultation prize. I mean, listen, I'm no professional, but dare I say that was awful. That was, if not the worst outcome that could have happened that round for Yokomas.
I mean, I think that they were just trying to play off that hesitation that we saw earlier from No Talent and just try and play off that somewhat of fear. The problem is you can't really do that in a round that you've just lost, because that brings back more confidence for No Talent. And so No Talent are looking at it going, we can take some fights. We have the guns. Yeah. They're not... It doesn't matter how many pressures. We have the rifles. So we are in a better position. And that's exactly what we saw there. Yokomas just trying to intimidate their opponents, but not doing so well. But oh my, the showstopper goes wide.
Oh, that's not the best start. I mean, if you're Yokomas, that's a great breath of fresh air. That's a big tool out, and they're just fragging like crazy right now. I don't know, something happened. I guess that round was really just an off round for them. Nice trade from Jared. They do have all 5 ultis on the board. I hope that they do have a nice ult cycle. Otherwise, we could see another form of economy go in the way of No Talent. But Nyx the Hollow, very quick on the draw, is going to take Jared out. But Yokomas, I mean, that was a very dominant round. But again, these ult cycle these ults have been online for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, and you can just see Jumizuki just going up, being in the face of No Talent as they try to head towards his A site, and that is what Yokomas did so well in that last game. They were up in their opponent's faces. They said, we're here and we're not going to be moved. And that is exactly how they won that last game so dominantly. And now they have 5 ults. Now, if you want to try and run an intimidation round, this is the round to do so because you have those ults. You can fight No Talent wherever you want. Sure, No Talent have some ults of their own, but I mean, you could argue that this should still be in favor of Yokomas if they wanted to use those ults, especially with 3 players grouped up towards B.
For sure, for sure. Carlos Santana trying to hold it down with Jun, but I do think that they are looking at a couple players here. No Talent going to get paranoid off. As Hooper, oh my goodness, wait, Destrix gets dropped immediately. Jerry going to find a trade onto Jun. Number's still even, but I do think that Jared feeling a little bit worse for wear, only down to 21 health. Can still play the sacrificial sheep role and let the Rays kind of frag out, but heading into this Vice util, Bombastic might be gifted a couple freebies.
Yeah, and having your Omen go down so early on is crucial. You cannot allow that to happen for No Talent compared to Yokomas, who only have Fade go down, so it's not the biggest loss there. The Still Garden allows No Talent to get onto site, but the fact that Vital stalled them so long just is going to make this so scary. 30 seconds left. Convergent paths. Still Garden comes in. This is just going to be a hell of a 20 seconds where it's just going to be brawl after brawl.
It's going to be a lot of utility use, but look at Bubbles taking the aggressive angle, almost finding the player on the boxes. Can they swing out in time? Yes, they can! Rewarded with a double kill, and against all odds, they find 2 of their own. Yokomas only have 5 seconds to play it. Can they actually get this down? I don't think so. It's just not going to be possible. No Talent. I mean, they do win the round, but they lose the gunfights as Yokomas. I mean, that was a pretty solid round, but again, they still have 3 ultis that they haven't cycled out quite yet. Is it too late?
Yeah, and that was that retake I was talking about earlier coming in. That Steel Garden was completely nullified. I do actually think that did hit Yankee, but it was just completely nullified because of the wall that Vice put up, and they just couldn't get through it. And then they have to try and enter site with little time. They don't stick the spike, and so it just allows Bubbles to get in, TP the smoke, and just swing out, find 2 for the trouble. And after that, I think No Talent just did not have a clue. And look at this from a Raccoon so early on and gets nothing for it.
It was a great couple shots from Carlos and Jun as they do swing the numbers in their favor. But again, that Fade not going to be looking too happy. Gets dinged quite a bit, but look at the Omen on the flank. They might actually have a really nice read, but they need to speed it up because I don't think Yokomas is going to be slowing down. Nix the Hollow already getting another Bombastic in Hobbit. I mean, they will be rewarded with a very free frag. If they break that door, it is going to be the frag to end it all as Bombastic takes yet another to their name. But Yokomas almost evening out the game at 11-10, not quite in their favor just yet.
It's so interesting to see how Yokomas are switching it up between their previous game and this game in terms of their defensive rounds, because this time they're relying less so on the retakes and more just surrounding the opposition, and so that they don't have, or they have to fight so many different fights and look so many different angles. Someone's going to get the kill at some point. And this is where we see, as you mentioned, the Bubbles flank. Bubbles pushing up and taking all this space, and like they're doing currently on C. So Yokomas are just so fixated on flanking and closing in the rest of No Talent, and it's working out wonders for them.
Well, only 1 remaining. No Talent got mowed down once again. I mean, there they are. Wait just a moment, actually. Districts might have something to say. Only 20 health remaining, so gunfight's not quite in their favor, but with the Vice on the flank, I think they are just going to die. Look at that, Bombastic with a pretty solid flank. But honestly, for No Talent, that's not awful. They did get a couple more points into that Omen. Not quite enough to get that from the Shadows Online, but heading into this one, Yokomas look to be on even ground, and I do think that No Talent, they're kind of running out of credits. They're running out of gas here.
Yeah, no, running out of credits indeed, and this is going to be the time where No Talent really need to start puffing out their chest, because they just keep getting enclosed by Yokomas, having people on the flank. And you can even see in this replay, the fact they had one right behind them walking up, here was Yankee, and now this Viper's pick gives, denies No Talent every bit of control towards C. And when Nick's Hollow is just spamming the operator through that smoke, and gets a kill. I mean, that's just Raccoon's just going to spam through the smoke and get one. So 1-on-1 for spam through the smoke.
Probably able to get a nice upgrade though onto that Phantom. Is going to be rewarded with another kill. John in the backside gets paranoid off, and Raccoon finding a third. This is going to be the plant down. Yoko Maz, only 2 players left, but they do have... Actually, no, I lied. I was going to say they had quite a lot of utility, but looking at Oracroll, they've got nothing left. Or Bombastic, rather. I mean, Flash is nice, but not quite enough to win you the round. Viper still nowhere to be seen, but Carlos creeping downstairs. Might have an angle. Bombastic finds theirs. Can Carlos find theirs as well to even this game out? Not quite. Operator shot does go wide. Haunt unfortunately misses as well. Bombastic is going to note the player of the fade. Hooper gets dunked like a basketball. And look at that. Now this round is so doable for Yoko Bass. Bombastic finds another. I mean, give this guy MVP districts. Going to try to make their patented spam play work. They do manage to get one, but can they grab the other? Has to jump spot just a little bit. Knows that Bombastic is not sticking yet. Will find it regardless, and No Talent only 1 win away as they just barely avoid the spike like James Bond. That was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, No Talent get up to match point, but I mean that is what I want to see from No Talent. I was literally going to say in this part. They just need to speed up. That's how you break your Colmaz and this encirclement. You just speed up, you hit the site as fast as you can, give your Colmaz no time to actually get round and circle you, because even when it's only 2 players, you see how much damage they can do. That volley from Carlos Santana was so nice to give that 1v1 between Bombastic and Yankee, which Yankee's for Bombastic Yankee, and it's one that's always going to win. And now it's next Hollow, and I think No Talent, they can speed up, especially considering they're going into a numbers disadvantage.
For sure. Now taking a look at this one, Yoko Mas, the pressure is on as if it wasn't before. Again, this is only a best of 1. There's no second chances. You will not be brought back into a loser's bracket if you lose this one. Bit of a slower opening.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, just slowing the pace down allows Yok almost to maybe overthink, do things elsewhere, but Oracle is going to be showing some presence out towards A lobby, and No Talent just kind of stuck here. They're not really sure what to do or where to go, because they're scared of this operator, I think.
Absolutely.
And little do they know Nyx is just staying on C, not really being a problem, but as well, you can see they've gone back towards C, and I think they're trying to gam, they try to move Nyx away, and it's not really worked out as the steal now comes in from Yankee.
Yeah, it is going to find quite a bit of value here. Forces everybody off the site, which is going to get Jared as well. Only a classic left right now. Got a couple of seconds left. I mean, that's going to be like 10 seconds remaining. Yoko Maz might have this one in the bag. Next, the Hollow grabs a second. Bombastic grabs one of their own. Jared finds one somehow, but it just doesn't matter. Hooper is able to get some nice shots onto next the Hollow. Taking them down. That is time, though. And look at that. Yoko Maz swinging right back after that with 12-12. I mean, first round of overtime, going to be starting off here. But now I got to ask you, man, how many rounds of overtime do you think we're going to be seeing here?
I mean, I don't know. We've seen these teams go step for step, punch for punch. We saw No Talent go down, come back up, go into the lead. We saw Your Gomez go down and come back up straight away. And so it's going to be really interesting. And I think the only thing that's going to separate these two teams is just the site pushes and who does. Well, it doesn't even matter with the first kill, with the first death, who does what where. They just need to cleanly get onto site or cleanly just hold site, and you win the round. It sounds really easy, but when you need this utility for site to be perfect. If it goes slightly astray, it leads one thing to another, and you can lose the round so easily.
Absolutely. No Talent back on this defending side once again. They had a really strong start on this side. Maybe this is going to be the key that they need to win this game and get a step closer to that cash. Regardless, taking a lot of time here. Jared going to find the opener on the next the Hollow. That's not ideal if you are Yoko Maz. Oracroll is going to smell something going on the seaside. Pops the Thorns, keep himself safe. Pops a Haunt as well, playing a bit of aim trainer, but does get dinked by the entrance. Has to play Flash as Hooper's on Waterfall. This Execute's going to have to speed up. A nice Poison Orb. Going to cut off a lot of the shots from Jared. Carlos, what have you got for us? Only 2 points away from that Viper's Pit, but takes a heavy amount of damage. Jared, though, has so many people in his crosshair. He just doesn't know what John's going to get noted by. Raccoon is going to have to back up as a Paranoia. He's going to rip through absolutely everyone. Oracle finding one. Jared finding one as well. No Talent going to be rocking up in the numbers. Only a 2v5 left, and it's just going to be John left standing. But Oracle grabbing 3 in that round. No Talent very decisively winning that first round of overtime.
And that's exactly what I was talking about with the utility districts giving a masterclass on Omen there. The smokes were perfect. That Paranoia is beautiful to force Jun Mizuki away from that close waterfall angle and to give No Talent some space for this retake. And it just one thing led to another, and so quickly they were able to convince this retake as well. York almost took their time on getting into sight and getting that spike down, and by the time the spike was even started to get planted, No Talent were already there waiting. And I think that caught York almost a bit off guard, but again, it's just this lack of concentration, I think, that we've seen from both teams this game, but now coming in for York Olmaz's well, upsetting this? That's not a word. I can't even think of the word I want.
Hey, I get what you're saying. It was a big upset. York Olmaz, they had a really nice bit of momentum just before overtime, so I do think that they wanted to keep it going, but No Talent is going to make sure that doesn't happen. But now on the attack side, we'll see if they can speed this up now, because previously, like you were saying, that's how they got York Olmaz in the first place. Carlos to be looking the wrong way. Just a bombastic Yankee finds theirs onto Hooper. That's a lot of info out of the hands of Talent.
Yeah, and York Olmaz here are just sitting there trying to get something. They've got their one already. There's no more initiative. There's no more info from the No Talent side. If they want it, they're going to have to go and commit bodies to it. And that is always going to be such a risk, especially against a team that has Nyx on here. But, Bubbles taking so much damage through the spam. And this is starting to become scary for York Olmaz. They've taken a lot of damage and need to just try and focus in and not play so aggressively like Yankee's doing. Or you can play like Jun and just get Raccoon anyway, and Spike goes down.
John looking to be holding down the side as Jared. Only 13 health remaining. He's going to have to back up, but look at that. Spike here has been killed. There's only 11 seconds left. I mean, does no TNT even have enough time? No, they don't. York Olmaz with a flawless one. Popping that post-round Viper's Pit as well is going to be very, very handy. Oh, man. Now the sides are switching once again. Actually, I lied, I think. I did lie. My bad.
Yeah, a flawless coming in for York Olmaz. Very well played for them. But for No Talent, again, it should never be happening, especially when you have 2 players low on HP already. But one thing I want to note as well is something that they've really struggled to do is protect the planter. There's been a few times now when they have just tried to plant and there's been no protection. Someone swings out, kills the planter, and No Talent are basically just out of the round because they can't retrieve Spike. It's something that they really need to work on desperately, because otherwise it's just going to be easy for York Olmaz to keep exploiting on their defense. But Raccoon is a good start for No Talent.
Yeah, great read off the boombot. Once again, we saw this basically on the same player as well, being able to find Bubbles through the smoke, just playing off that boombot. Definitely a very confident player. Only 2 points away from the showstopper. Could be the nail in the coffin here. But York Olmaz still looking to hold them tight. Still a minute, 5 seconds to play with. Not no dilly-dallying time for No Talent, but they don't need to rush.
Yeah, that's going to be the greatest killer of No Talent, is just trying to rush, trying to force this fight out early. York Olmaz have just gone completely quiet. They've left Yankee on this sightline, so hopefully, Yankee has to try and get 1. If they can get 2, perfect, but you can see that Fade Eye has given them no information, so now they can start rotating away, which plays into Yankee perfectly. But York Olmaz, I think, need to speed up towards CISO, because Yankee should be telling them, hey, they've used the Fade Eye, let's go quick. And as well, Yankee actually fires some bullets, so that lurk has completely gone now. And Oracle's in a position to try and deny this plant. This is getting very scary very quickly for York Olmaz, especially with these rotations now coming through. And I actually think York Olmaz are going to lose the race to No Talent, because look how quickly they've gotten prepared.
Look at this, Nyx the Hull gonna get dropped immediately. Oracle as well, able to find another for free. And I mean, this execute is just done. I mean, bombastic. The last man alive is gonna get paranoid. As Super's just gonna defuse. They could just stick it. They could play numbers at this point. They could do whatever they wanted. Bombastic finds 1. Can they find a second? Not quite. Haunt can be found as well. But Jared gonna end up that round for No Talent. 14-13. Now they are going to be attacking once again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it's again, I talked very early on about Nyx playing with confidence or ego. I think that's now switched. The confidence, I think, is now gone, and it's now just ego, because standing in the middle of waterfall on a retake is always going to get you killed, and that
Yep.
is a kind of poor from Nyx. It's a mistake that we don't see, well, we haven't seen so far, but that they comes at the worst of times for Yokomas, as now it's no talent on to match point, and you can just see how quickly they want to go here and force Yokomas to make a decision.
Gonna try forcing them right now next to Hollow, spraying an entire magazine, if not more, into that smoke, but not finding anything. Oracle gonna find the opener. No talent. They have the numbers advantage, but this is not the time to give up. Jun in the backside gonna avoid that saturate, but might crunched pretty soon. Bombastic gonna find one of their own. Yoko Maz, they're gonna try to fight back on this one. Oracle finds a second. This guy has to be shut down now. Hooper on the side of the site there is not gonna find anything, but Raccoon gonna find one of their own. Jun gonna grab a return kill, but now the talent, no talent, they're gonna get dropped as well. Now it's still a 1v1. Yoko Maz, it's still winnable, but you are down in a little bit of health, and it looks like they will be the last to rotate. But now no talent. Do they go to this B site? Yes, they do. Gonna force Yoko Maz in a very awkward situation, but Hooper, do you have the read? Do you have a haunt left to play with? Want to commit it now? Or are you just going to dry swing? And they do dry swing, and they are rewarded. No talent, being a polar opposite of their name, is going to grab game number one, because this is a best of one. Oh my goodness, what an ending.
I'm really surprised that No Talent was able to get it done, because they stopped in a position where I don't think should have stopped in tree. They had the site, they had the fight, they had the lurk coming in from Oracle, which is brilliant. I didn't even notice it. I think Oracle went all the way through B, up into heaven.
Yep.
Gets that one kill, can't find anything more. But No Talent just completely stopped there, and I thought that was it. But no, it's Hooper to save the day there for No Talent, and they'll be the ones advancing through. But for the other side, you've got to think there is losers here as well, and that is Yok Olmaz. And Yok Olmaz are going down to lowers. It's going to be really interesting to see how they fare against some of the other teams we've seen today, because they were dominant in that first game that we saw against Rat King. No Talent were dominant in that first game. This felt like a Clash of Titans. It was a Clash of Titans. We saw the fast-paced action. We saw some slower-paced action. We saw both teams really struggle at certain things. And I think if you are another team, or for example, Team XF5, who now go on to play No Talent in the upper final, it's going to be so interesting to see how, if you can quickly adapt to that and what style of play you want to try and exploit No Talent with. And if you are, or if you're not, and things aren't going well for you, how quickly are you able to make the changes needed?
Right. And there is something to be said as well for No Talent. Again, they stayed headstrong in this game. No matter how close it got, they were always ready to win. And you know what? It's time to give our sponsor a shout out, because if you want a connection that's as ready to win as No Talent, you're going to need Exit Lag. And you can use code Wolvesden, that is Wolvesden, all caps, no spaces, at checkout for 50% off of an annual plan and 3 months free. You're definitely going to need that, especially if you're going to try to grind up like these guys, because if there's two things that ruin your ranked games, it's bad teammates and bad ping. But Exit Lag is going to fix at least one of those issues so that you can make some clutch plays just like Hooper did. But man, oh man, No Talent feeling extremely happy with that one. A very well-deserved win.
Yeah, a well-deserved win for No Talent, and it's a hard-fought one, but those are the ones that look better, I think, on paper than the ones that are like 31, 13-0. Because in those games, you can say, well, it's just a bad team, you're going up against, it's a massive team gap. But in matches like this, the teams are so similar, and if you're the one able to win the sort of war of attrition, which No Talent were here today, sure, Yok almost gave them a hell of a game and a hell of a lot of attrition to get through, but when No Talent can come through like that they have, it's going to be a really difficult job for other teams in this tournament to actually make it through and try and get into them.
Absolutely. And you know what? There is something to be said about that comp as well. I didn't quite catch the first game of Yoko Maz, but if they did run the same comp, they might have to go back to the drawing board a little bit because even though they had that double controller setup, it felt like their smokes just didn't mean as much because, the Omen from the side of No Talent was just having the perfect smokes on every single execute and the paranoias as well. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to play Omen. If you are looking for a way to play Omen on Lotus, that is how. Because every paranoia, every smoke felt like it was doing something crucial, and it felt like the paranoias were always hitting when they needed to, when the smokes were always there when they needed to be, and it was just so difficult to actually get onto a site for your Gorlamaz, and it's such a challenge when you have a controller like that to actually go in. But one thing as well I want to point out for your Gormaz, or maybe for No Talent, is this double duelist that really did go through and honestly offered so much. And in breaking these sort of smokes and these Vice setups, sure, they did get caught out a little bit from time to time. But on the most part, when you look at the wider picture, that was the case where they were just able to control the game, control the tempo, and control where each of the enemy team they wanted them to be. And every time Yokoma's, or what felt like every time, at least for Yokoma's, they fell right into the trap of No Talent. And some of the time they just won off pure aim diff and that pure aim duels. But there was also a fair few times where it was just completely gone for Yok Olmers simply because of how well they are, how No Talent were just prepping their rounds.
Absolutely. Well, hey, man, that was a great recap. I'm not gonna lie, but I think I certainly need a break, and honestly, I think the players need a break too. So, as much as I want to keep on, talking about that amazing game we just saw in the amazing series, and potentially what's going to be coming up, I think I'm going to be dipping out for 5 or so minutes, and I think you should too, Mr. Number. You were going absolutely crazy in that game. So, thank you very much for joining me today, and thank you very much to everyone watching that game because that was a banger series. Much more to come. Make sure you check back in just a couple minutes with all the other esports action.
I can't understand what people are saying. 어느 장단에 맞춰야 될지 한 발자국되면 한 발자국까지는 shadow. 잠에서 눈을 뜬 여긴 또 어디 마침 서울 또 뉴욕으로 Paris 일어난 이후 정리는 뭐
Look at my feet down 나가면 getting shot 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가 괜찮은 리 없잖아 괜찮은 리 없잖아 그래도 I know 서쪽의 앞로 적감한 바람과 함께 날아
Hey na 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 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해 Hey na 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 나를 다듬고 있듯 좀 세상에 Hey na 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 Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it 가져와 bring the pain on yeah all the time bring the pain on yeah bring me parties got keep falling every day on my 가져와
And welcome back to the Wolvesden Monthly Tournament. I am now joined by Horatius. Gareth has stepped away. I am joined by someone who I know very well, who I love. And look at that sexy man there. It's Horatius. Horatius, how are you doing today? Yeah, buzzing. And I think after you've seen some of our games today, it's clear to see why you'd be buzzing, especially that previous game between No Talent and Yok Olmaz. Amazing game goes to OT 15-13. But now No Talent have a tough task ahead to defeat Team XF5 in the upper finals. Yeah, No Talent. They've played each and every game on Lotus so far. And so a lot of practice for this team on Lotus and a lot of good ones if they've won them all, which they have. XF5 started out on the Haven. Not too sure how the rest of those games went, but the last game, they beat the one Turkey 13-3. And then in the last game, Bumba Esports took them a bit more. 13-8 win for Team XF5, but a win is a win no matter what. And we'll soon, shortly be getting into this agent select. But No Talent, I think you can expect the same thing. But what kind of things are you expecting from Team XF5 to try and possibly upset No Talent here? And I believe we're having some technical issues with Horatius now, so I believe we should be getting back into it in just a second. Horatius?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, we are just having some.
I'm expecting a lot here coming in for both teams. You can't really go wrong with the basics in the comp on Lotus. It's such a learned map at this point. It's almost always played in this level of play. So you can't really expect too much deviation from that Vise, that Fade, Omen, Raze. But you can always change a little bit on that second duelist, and we're seeing it from both teams here, where we're seeing a Waylay on Team XF5 and a Neon coming in from No Tilt, would be a bit interesting, especially considering that hasn't been played yet by them. But also, we're seeing a Chamber coming in from No Tilt. I don't know if these hovers are maybe to throw us off or something, but if we do get some switches here, especially considering that they've played Lotus so much, it would be very interesting to see how they change up their game plans going into these games, since they have so much practice already from their previous games. Or maybe they're just trying to throw off XF5, who maybe watched the last game, got some dredges of those last few rounds, and got some information on how they like to play their attack and defense based off that comp. So, I mean, this is a very interesting swap up from No Talent, sorry.
I'm not sure. I do believe our graphic is wrong. I believe it is the other way around for Team XF5 and No Talent. So, but I'll finish off because I do sort of understand what you're getting. No Talent going on to this more default. It's the same thing, just swap around. But one thing I do want to point out is this switch onto Viper for Maka, who looked so good on the Jet on Haven. It's now switched over to Viper, and it's a lot more passive role with a Viper compared to a Jet, especially with how well Maka played on that Jet.
Yeah, I mean, and Jet is like such a standard for pretty much every map at this point. Jet is just so malleable into what kind of play style you want to play. She can pretty much do everything that you need her to do and more. So it's always nice seeing a little bit of a swap up from that Jet from both teams here. And we're already seeing a bit of a slow round coming in from XF5, a little walk up on that A, and there's no fight going on here. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, no talent, just giving up the space on a rubble. Don't want to get too involved in this fight, but now the door's been opened, and Jared's going to be under a lot of pressure here from Cosmo on this Neon, but it's Raccoon to get that headshot onto Cosmo. An early start for No Talent and an early continuation of the previous, and that's just forced Team XF5 to slam the brakes, hold on Tree, and actually just back out of Tree completely. And now, I mean, it looks like they're going to go back in towards this A site and try and find where Raccoon still is, and Raccoon is still in that corner, won't find anything more. Hilal gets the kill, but Jared is the one to trade out, and now 4 versus 2 in favor of No Talent, and Destrix is just holding his paranoia, waiting for the door to be broken, but the headshot is good. Destrix so low HP, it doesn't matter because Oracle's right there with the bandit anyway, and now it's just Maka, who's seen great things from them on the Jet. Let's see if they can do the same on Viper, but this 1 versus 3 with the positions that No Talent have got themselves in, it's always going to be difficult to go in and get that spike, and Oracle is going to be the one to close out this pistol round for No Talent.
I mean, it was an interesting first round from XF5 here, trying to get that slow start on A and actually taking rubble control uncontested completely by No Talent. But the pace just wasn't there from the entire team, and there was no trade coming out on the player who walked out from Tree. So they got punished fairly easily. And then on top of that, they didn't really clear their corners on that left side of main. So the Raze just gets a kill and a trade coming in from No Talent. So really, the pace was just not there from XF5, but it's a pistol round, so it could go either way. Now, this is an anti-eco here coming in for No Talent again, and I mean, it's pretty standard here.
Yeah, and Oracle is going to be left alone on site, only with this Sheriff, so this could be an early kill, and I thought they were trying to boost up for a second, as Oracle is going to jump out, whiffing all the shots, and Owen Smith is the one to get that kill. Allow getting a kill as well, and this is the one that's become very scary for No Talent. Raccoon does find one in return, but nothing more just yet. Destrix, that paranoia is good, but Team XF5 are just going to disrespect it. And all the kills are coming to Team XF5. It's a thrifty round. And Team XF5 are back in it very quickly.
I mean, what a brilliant pace change from XF5 there, coming in on an eco. I mean, if you're No Talent, you should really expect a little bit of a faster pace, especially considering that they have no guns and they have to try and make a play. But just the pure instinct of just, let's fight C, let's push hulls, let's take the fight to them, fight off the flashes, really well done from XF5. And the flip there is really bad for mental coming in for No Talent. You don't really want to start that second round on your anti-eco, losing to an eco and then just getting stomped over. That's not the best look, and now they're just running over. This outlaw is quite powerful, especially coming into the Chamber's hands here. So that A space is taken for free pretty much.
Yeah, and Cosmo finding a kill elsewhere over towards B, and we saw there is Jared and Destrix were also trying to push up B, and instead they just decided, there's someone watching that with Vandal, maybe we shouldn't try and go towards it. Look how much space Halal has taken with this outlaw. It's a one-shot weapon, but I mean, I was literally about to say, it has to be careful because scope and time is going to be a heavy increase, especially with that nerf that recently came in, and Jared gets that first kill. And if they can pick up that outlaw, which they are going to be given, all of a sudden, this round sort of starts to flip against Team XF5.
I mean, if you're XF5, you're going to start getting a little nervous here. The outlaw in the hands of the Waylay here could do some potential good damage, but you did get sight for free. You have good control. The plant is down for main as well, and you still have that gun advantage. So not too much stress coming in for XF5. If they play their angles right, they can still clean this round up fairly easily. But, I mean, there is guns in the hands of No Talent.
Yeah, well, here we go. This retake attempt's going to come in, and Jared gets one with the outlaw, and now this really become butt-clenching for Team XF5, but Jared is going to check the close left angle. Alexi finds one, Smith finding another, Cosmo finding a third, and even though it got a bit scary for Team XF5, actually, they do come away with a fairly convincing round win on that retake.
I mean, it was a good start for XF5, taking that space on A main, taking that rubble, getting the kill with the outlaw, but a little too overzealous from the chamber, maybe walking up on stairs with an outlaw, which is not really the best angle you want to take. And No Talent's definitely trying to make something out of nothing. But I mean, the gun advantage is still there for XF5. They got the plant down, they had the angle that they wanted, and it was just a fairly clean up towards the end there.
Yeah, and look at this. Team XF5 are just going to go in again with this Raze, nade, and the saturate, and they're just going to be spammed through, and it's a beautiful eye coming in there allows Jared to get that kill, and Owen holding that Nightfall will use it, and Raccoon's position is going to be scouted out. Now it's just a case of can Team XF5 do anything about it? The answer is no. Super's going to get involved as well. Owen Smith and Cosmo finding kills though. Hold on a second. They've just turned this round on their heads. And Owen Smith finding another one. And in a round where Team XF5 really, I don't think, should have turned that 3 versus 5 into a round win. All of a sudden, they've absolutely dominated. No talent there.
I mean, that was incredible to say the least there. The Fade and the Neon really holding down that angle. And the Fade ult coming in was really good. It isolated those 2 Cubby players and gave them perfect info on them. Got the 2 kills, killed the player main, and then the person who swung from Hobbit is shut down almost immediately. Really nicely placed Fade ult, and it gave them the chance to win the round, which they did, out of something that really they shouldn't have gotten out of there, especially starting off not breaking the eye.
Yeah, no talent forced onto this lighter by now, and look how fast Jared's already got into the site. Showstop is used by Raccoon, and well, I don't know where that's gone, but it's definitely not hit target. And Hooper's now playing in this position. It's a risky peek, and Cosmo will punish the Fade, and so the rest of no talent. I mean, Destrix is, well, was there, and then had to leave. The TP didn't expect Oracle to be there as well, but 5 HP. Levi's time is running short, especially considering you have a chamber on the way to maybe try and get this kill, although it's going to be a case of whoever gets this kill first. But one right click with the classic will do, provided you don't hit him for 3, which my classic in this situation probably would. Winsmith's doesn't.
I mean, XF5 is showing that they're comfortable on taking this A space, even with the util that's being thrown to maybe slow down that rubble take. And now their economy is starting to grow in a very nice manner. These 3 ults coming up for XF5 as well. They can use those at any moment. The Chamber ult, the Neon ult, the Omen ult. Those are ults that can be used very situationally and are actually quite strong, especially in a round that Array's ult was used. That's a really nice 1 round for XF5. Now, we have to look at no talent here and how they're going to try to pick this back up, because it seems like XF5 is starting to run away with these rounds, and losing this round could be detrimental for the ego of no talent here.
Yeah, Jared buying his operator, and Alexi fakes the TP into a drop, but is actually just going to follow Maka in towards the C site. Maka hasn't really had that same impact that they had on the Jet, but hasn't needed to so far. And Oracle is there as this Vandal, and he's not going to come down. Can allow get this kill early on? Won't get the kill, and actually does catch something. There's a lot of bullets coming the chambers away, and so might just have to try and recycle that operator, make it work somehow else. As Owen Smith now goes onto this B site, and it's the spam through the smoke, probably off the Vandal Bloom. And Halal finds 1, and Oracle's just going to get spammed. He gets tabbed on the Nightfall. It's a really good Nightfall to get 2. Lexi finding kills. Halal with a shorty walking into the smoke. Complete disrespect from Team XF5, and yeah, no talent. I was just going to call for the save here.
I mean, XF5 are just looking so brilliant here. They look like they can take any part of the map seamlessly. Like they bait the wall out on C, and then they transition over to B. But wait, Raccoon gets 2. This is still doable for no talent, but it seems like maybe they're taking it slow. They still want to save those guns, don't want to risk it too much. Raccoon going in, but no time left. So actually, they're just going for the save. Nice little 2 kills there for Raccoon, but that doesn't change the fact that they did lose another round, and it is now 5-1. Now, if we're looking at XF5, they're playing this brilliantly. They're taking the space on the map wherever they want. They bait that wall on C. And if you're looking at the defense on no talent here, they are so hyperactive. They're so stressed about where XF5 is taking, where they're going to hit, that they're leaving so many gaps open. Even the Neon on XF5 just started stressing out that Waylay on A halfway through the round, and that's pulled some rotates as well, allowing that B take to become a lot easier. So, I mean, this is just strategically from XF5. It's looking very solid so far, and a 5-1 start to the half is not really what you want if you are no talent.
Jared lost the op there to the spike explosion. Cosmo Halal finding kills already with the serve drive, but yeah, Jared lost the spike there through that spike explosion. Not sure where they were. I mean, Cosmo's just running it down with the drive. Funds 3. Will catch up a little from Oracle for the trouble, but I think Oracle's life is just in the palm of XF5's hands, just wanting to play with their food a bit. Does find that nice headshot to Halal, but Owen Smith cancels out the Vise, but is that a round where the operator would have been felt more? Because I'm not too sure, because I think that No Talent came through so quick that operator would have struggled to find much value.
I mean, a timeout is about the least of what I expected here, because honestly, they really need this here. No Talent. It's not looking good whatsoever. That this pace change that's coming in from XF5, they're doing these slow rounds where they're nice and methodical, and then deciding on when they want to start doing a side hit. They bait some util on C, and then they swap it the round after to something like that, where they just run out with a Neon ult, chamber holding with an Outlaw, not allowing anyone to take space on A, and it's just looking so brilliant from XF5. It looks like they have a game plan. They're sticking to it. They're listening to their comms, and they're just executing perfectly. I mean, what more could you want from your team in this situation? And honestly, this is not looking good from No Talent. If they can't start picking something up here, although it wasn't a half buy, I think, from No Talent, it's just not looking good that you're losing these rounds so easily and not really putting a fight back. Look at the eco coming in for XF5 here. They're just looking so strong economically that even if you win this as No Talent, there's still a bank that XF5 can look back on and use for the further rounds. So now, if we're No Talent, then we're starting to look at what ults we can use here and how we can try maybe pulling some rounds out here, because a 6-1 guarantees that XF5 are at least going to tie or lead going into the next half of this game, which is not good for No Talent.
Yeah, and Hilal is actually buying, well, not buying anything. He's going to play this tour de force instead. So the economy, as you said, is going to be even better for next round, considering that Chamber is spending nothing on the weapon. But it's early pressure towards A, and Maka is going to be the one to go forward, take the first steps, but No Talent are just being baited. XF5 are going to leave quickly and implant Maka in towards that smoke, but it's going to be difficult for Maka to find any value, you think, because of those 3 players on A site, and, well, basically a 4th there, and while that is good, we'll tell them Maka's there, but only Maka. There's a fake orb pickup on C, and No Talent have given up C completely. Maka's baited all of Team X, a team of No Talent, and even using the Nightfall on A. This is incredible. What are we doing? Team X have finally gone back into this.
I mean, they're just living in No Talent's head rent-free. They have now pulled 3 rotates over towards that B site, and A has been completely left alone from a 4-man stack. This is just brilliant from XF5. They're still worried about that C take. They're not sure of what is happening A. There is no map control for No Talent. The Neon baits some B space, and now they're finally looking towards A. Are they going to expect this Viper on stairs? Gets 1. Is he looking for a second? Gets a second, and now he's backed up. That is brilliant from Maka there. That is very nice. And what are you meant to do if you're No Talent here?
It's a good start. Jared finding Hilal, but what a call that was from Team XF5. So back onto A, as Erwin is under a lot of pressure now. Jared finds another one. Maka finds a third though. Oracle gets a trade, and all of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. There's still guns invested as well from No Talent, but doesn't hit anyone. Or at least it hits Cosmo. And Jared, what a shot that is to get that kill onto Lexi. But I mean, that calling from Team XF5 was great. The retake from No Talent, even better.
I mean, it's just absolute heroics from Jared. They're getting those 3. Also turning around for the stairs player. That could have been detrimental. He actually got 1 on that stairs lurk, making a 3k for the round, but got caught just in time by Jared. So honestly, he is the hero of that round. But I mean, I can't stop singing the praises for XF5 here. The way they're playing the map, and it almost looks like No Talent have no space on the map. They are so paranoid of every angle that they're just bunching up in clumps of 5 at this point. And if you're No Talent, then I mean, the paranoia is through the roof. XF5 are in your walls, even if they lost that round.
Yeah, look at this again. No Talent. And they're just going to try and be baited for it by Team XF5. They're just holding this B space and wanting to try and wait for a push-up, probably from Jared, but no cigar in this case. So instead, they'll just walk towards this B site, having Hilal holding C, Maka on towards A. The rest of the horde goes towards this B site, and this is where Destrix will be made or broken. C is coming in, forces the Omen away, but Hooper's there as well, and the Vise will baited out now by Cosmo. And so Team XF5 still have a lot of space to go down. You have Hilal watching C with an operator, Maka on in towards A, They will recognize the 3 stack because the eye has been broken. Card has been shown, and Maki's just going to break the Hobbit door and leave. And the pit's going to come in from a link, and this retake is just going to be trying to be quick. Raccoon's trying to put pressure on Maka, not going to get it. Both trolley bullets are gone, so Maka might actually take this offensively, but no, starting not to, as the retake's going to start to come in. Cosmo finds the kill onto Jared. Districts finds one back though. They're spawn grouped up towards heaven, but Hilal and Owen Smith just finding all the kills. Oracle finds one, but it has to reload, and Owen, it's just BM. That is just BM. Actually gets a kill with the right click Oracle onto Lexi somehow. And Owen Smith picks up the operator, survives on 2 HP, but I mean, that is just no respect from Team XF5.
I mean, XF5 are just looking so comfortable in these rounds. They're taking it nice and slow, and they just take B site for free. It's like every round so far has felt that No Talent has just not able to contest these site hits at all whatsoever. So I mean, it's just brilliant from XF5, and now they have the fatal coming into this next round to only an Omen ult from No Talent. So this is really not the best situation, especially with the momentum that is being built up by XF5. A 7-2 round lead is not good whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a good start if you want to make it 8. Maka is the one to get that first kill. And now it's just a free C site once again. And No Talent having to play this retake. And when District only has a Sheriff, then it's obvious who's going to win then that fight between them and Cosmo. And now XF5 are just going to set up for this retake attempt. Well, set up to protect themselves from this retake attempt from No Talent. And Owen Smith, come on, man. You've got the bear out. Oh no, Raccoon gets the kill eventually, but Maka finds super elsewhere, so it's only Raccoon left. I mean, they're just toying with No Talent this stage, and there's a knife kill on from Lexi. And it just goes to show how good this half has been for Team XF5.
I mean, I think children need to start looking away because this is turning into an absolute massacre. There's no respect being shown by XF5, and it just looks like they're running the lobby, which they quite practically are by all accounts. It just looks like nothing can happen. They try the fight on C, but it's such a disconnected fight. Just one person on C mound by himself gets taken down instantly, and it's looking like No Talent are just picking at straws here. They don't really have any ideas, and XF5 are just abundant with ideas.
Yeah, and Cosmo already setting a strong precedent, finding the kill to jab. The showstopper from Raccoon is going to be used, and Cosmo goes down. And now the space has been gained on C, but lost on A. And Team XF5 is just going to walk you free, say, thank you very much, we'll take this now. And it's only Oracle here to try and make a difference, but it's actually got this timing. The smoke's come down. They have to be careful of Oracle being here, and there's just no regard for Oracle being there. Halal goes down, make it 2 with Lexi as well, and the spike is down in a very awkward spot, and the operator's just going to swing out. You know Oracle's there. The gamble that Oracle left, and No Talent suddenly just turning it on in this round.
I mean, that's a good start to maybe trying to do a little momentum shift. If they get this last round of this attack, of this defense here, then maybe they can carry over the 2-round momentum into their attack half. But honestly, an 8-4 half is still not that good for No Talent. I mean, we need to see a little more here, a little more ideas, a little more confidence in the fights. Just like Oracle here, holding that angle. He had so much confidence. He was sure he was going to win those fights. He didn't move at all, although he was tethered. But I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see some confidence coming in from No Talent, which is something that XF5 are just, they have in bundles.
Yeah, and he's forcing Team XF5 now to just slow down the pace. Owen Smith's going to be the one to make this wall out, and that's actually a very good swing. I believe that was actually set from XF5 to try and allow that wall to be baited. Hooper gets 1 kill, trade out with Cosmo and Destrix. He's aware of Owen Smith. I mean, No Talent just are. And now they can try and speed up towards a Team XF5, but they will be met with some resistance by Oracle, you would think. Lexi gets this plant down, we'll get it for free. No Talent. They're just going to wait for the rotations, but Raccoon's been picked off by Hilal. Now the Steel Garden invested by Oracle, but can't make amends on it after that shock bolt was used. And so Jared's going to drop the operator, say, I want a Phantom. Now from the shadow is going to be used in towards tree. This is just a scout and finds 2 players there to Now, it's just a question of, can you root these players out? Oracle tries, finds one, but Cosmo and Lexi are standing tall. Overdrive now used. Dastrix finds one, but Cosmo through the smoke. A 3k for the Neon. A 3-9 in favor of Team XF5.
I mean, the last round was a good attempt, and No Talent definitely put a better effort into making sure that XF5 didn't have that free space that they were giving before on B, on A. If they got killed for that space, they at least got one out of it. And although they don't make it out of that round winning it, they still put up a decent fight. Now, a 9-3 half is definitely not a good situation from No Talent, and they need to come up with some good ideas on their attack here to try overcome this 6-round deficit that they've been put into. But I mean, I think it's possible. It definitely is. They did show a little more life in them towards those last 2 rounds. So if they can carry that over and maybe keep the mental up, then there's definitely a chance that they can keep the fight going.
Yeah, but that is a big if, though, is No Talent, and we've seen how aggressive they can be on these attack sides, and they'll break the door instantly, and Maka's going to be under so much pressure, having to use that molly to just keep No Talent away. But Dastrix is just going to walk by, and it's actually going to be the one implanted? No, he's going to walk away with the squad. So it's all up to Lexi now, and we'll get spotted out, but not the first one to die. That will go to Cosmo, and so now No Talent just going to walk through. Lexi finds one, make it a second with the classic. Jared goes down. Oracle does get the trade in, though. Owen Smith not ready for Oracle to come drop, and now 2 versus 3 on this retake for Team XF5. Spike down as well. Dastrix, Micah. It's almost a whiff, but Hilal is the one to get the kill. And actually, it's all coming back up for Team XF5, but Hooper is there to try and deny Team XF5 from getting a 10th door tapped. Now it's Maka just looking, trying to get this defuse in. Hooper just only with this classic though, won't have the advantage in weaponry, but down to 28 HP. You see Maka sticking, just trying to hold it, playing this perfection. Maka's just sticking, but Hooper with a headshot gets the clutch in. And that almost turned very well to very nasty for No Talent, but just about scraping through.
That was a very interesting back and forth there on that A side, especially with those 2 right-click kills that came in from backside on that Omen. But I mean, that was really nicely played post-plant by the fade on No Talent, by Hooper, actually, sorry. And he did the perfect wrap onto Tree and just nice baits, not really committing to that fight off of the taps. Really nicely played from him, and now that's looking good. But last time they did win the pistol round and then lost the anti-eco. So let's hope that history doesn't repeat itself, and No Talent are able to secure this anti-eco without too many losses if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is something we saw a lot from No Talent last game, just trying to bait Team XF5 into playing more aggressive, and it's 1 kill on Tamaka that has been found, and the rest of XF5 are now just going to be towards the safe zone, and it's actually dangerous for Raccoon to come and play here, because if you give up this bulldog, you're allowing XF5 to really come back in there. The fade I sees nothing, and it allows for some advances from XF5, but instead it's going to be Oracle making the difference, but still loses that gun. So there's a bulldog and Guardian on the ground, but only one can be recovered as this chamber is now just waiting for this spike to come through. Will come CT, and I mean, this is scary if you're No Talent, especially considering you've got Lexi coming through the door now with this bulldog. That's a confirmation that was picked up, but Lexi goes down. Hello does get one with the headhunter, so this will be a costly round for No Talent, but Hilal's not looking the right way, and it's an okay round for No Talent, but there's definitely things to be improved on.
I mean, if you're XF5, you're not really too sad about losing that round. It is an eco round for them. And all things considered, making them lose 3 guns is pretty good, especially considering that they also got some orbs out of it. But No Talent, not the worst as well. They got their round secured. They're slowly closing in on the deficit that was built off their defense. And I mean, they're slowly clawing themselves back into this game, which is definitely a good thing, all things considered. But now we'll see how this bonus goes for them, especially considering they weren't able to maintain as many guns as they probably would have liked.
Yeah, this could be a key round in this game, especially if No Talent are to win. It really throws the bets all over the place, as it's just going to be this early contact towards A. putting some pressure onto Cosmo and onto, I mean, they forced the rest of Team X5 to rotate actually. And so you see 2 on stairs, 2 on science, and they've only left Hikal on C, so they could easily be a B pivot. Say that 5 times fast. The outlaw shot noted because of the miss. It might just be an A hit either way. Owen Smith going for the swing out. Maku, I mean, there's just trades everywhere. Raccoon gets 2 anyway. I know Talent, even though they've got the weaker weaponry, even though they only had 2 survive in last round, they're the ones who come in with an absolute. I mean, they come in on absolute fire.
I mean, very nice fight going in on that A, and they semi-expected it, and it came out on top, even though they actually had weaker weapons. So all things considered, very nice from No Talent. But let's see if Hilal can maybe do something with this. He still has the Vandal, some of them low as well. Not able to pick up that raise on the first swing, gets him on the second, shoots his body. A bit of disrespect. Maybe not the smartest idea considering that the refrag is there, but I mean, whatever gets your mental up. If it's shooting a body mid-fight, then it's shooting a body mid-fight. And I mean, brilliant round from No Talents there. They convert that bonus round, and now it's 6-9. This lead is slowly losing its pace. And I mean, if you're XF5, the worry maybe is starting to set in here. Like, I don't know if this is the moment where you get stressed, but it's definitely the moment where you start thinking, am I going to get stressed? So not really the best. A little eco might come in from XF5, maybe a half buy coming in here, but this is looking good, so far. So far, so good, I mean, for No Talent.
Yeah, I think someone put a curse on Hilal there. Just it's like the green goblin basket, just to shoot the body. Shoot the body, you know you want to. Look down, and end up going in, well, against Team XF5. And you can see now, he's actually primed to try and get this first rack. And Team XF5 are already on the C site. No Talent. This could be a war coming through, but you can see the spikes still in spawn. They're not going to try and go there just yet. Maybe just throw some ute or see what the landscape of this site is. And I think you can already guess that there's 2 on site at least. And I mean, possibly more, but it looks like Jared's going to be the one to take this first contact as Lexi put that smoke down. And Oracle's the one to go down through the door, actually. So this is a tough start for No Talent in a round where, again, you're not really supposed to lose this. Look at where Cosmo is with this Bucky. This, Raccoon is quick with the trigger. And Cosmo going down could allow No Talent to just go towards A, but they're not. They're sticking towards C, and they're just being given the space. Owen Smith on stairs, being given the space. Now Nightfall comes in. Owen Smith and Lexi finding kills. And this is turning into a disastrous round for No Talent. Hooper gets that Fade Eye, will mark up 1. Fade Eye in return, but it doesn't matter because Hooper's on the ward path, finding 2 there. And where's the spike? There's no time! There's no time! They can't get a plant down! Hooper has to get a kill and can't! What on earth is that?
That was just shocking to say the least. I mean, Raccoon is just taking way too long on that rotate, but really well played from Hooper. Maybe he almost actually got that Omen kill at the end there to maybe try save the round, but Wall was just way too quick on that headshot with the Sheriff. And a bit of a messy round, to be completely honest, from both teams. It was a nice setup that they had on C there at XF5, a really good trap that they had with that Omen blind, and they did a really nice fake rotate with 2 people on Waterfall, and it worked out for them. I mean, all things considered, as messy as it was, they won the round, so that's probably the best it's going to get. And now there's that one round can maybe get them a foot on this defense, because so far it's been looking really one-sided.
Yeah, that's a rough round for you. Lose. Now still Gun comes in with the showstopper Raccoon. It's a free kill onto Cosmo, but nothing else. But they will just get this A site for free. Spike is going to be bought on with No Talent this time, and it's going to be planted by Hooper. I'm still in shock that they forgot the spike in that last round. But Alexi is behind them. Well, gets that go onto Oracle, so no more flank watch, and Hilal gets another onto Raccoon. And XF5 are really coming in big when they need him. Jared gets 1 though, and Hilal another one with a tour de force. But Jared finds another one tree, and this is just Hooper's not been scouted at all. This is going to be crucial for this fight, and the trigger discipline is so good from Hooper, just waiting to find Maka as well as Hilal, and the backstab of perfection comes in from Hooper. Jared with 3, but Hooper's the one that wins that round for No Talent.
I mean, what beautiful trigger discipline coming in from Hooper. That was honestly quite beautiful. Probably giving the comms on when they're defusing or not. I think he got a little greedy towards the end there when they took that tree fight, and it could have gotten a little dangerous, but honestly, really well executed from him, holding that space on drop and then deciding not to shoot the chamber when he had the opportunity to. So honestly, very nicely played from No Talent, and they're still clawing back towards this lead that was built by XX5 on their attack. But honestly, it's starting to look more doable by the round. 4-man stack on A for XF5 though, and it is an eco. So let's see what they can make out of this with these 4 people.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that it's the half was the 3-9 in favor of Team XF5, but yeah, you can already see a lot of damage done to the Omen. Hilal's going to have to try and stand up, puff the chest out a bit, try and make himself look a lot bigger, but with only 6 bullets in the Headhunter, you need to hit all of them. Make it 5 now, and now you really do need to hit all of them, because you only have a classic regard in backup, and well, you hit the shots onto Raccoon, but the shots are running out of the Headhunter, but still, Backer's making a go of this, and Team XF5 are having a go at this. No Talent down to 3. Nightfall's going to be invested now, as Jared gets that one onto Hilal from the shadows used as well, but shot out. And Mac is still CT, but Jared's just pushing up into Waterfall, taking these fights. Now Owen Smith gets the headshot, gets a second go, and now Mac has revealed the hands. Mac is just going to stick, has the time to. Jared has to swing here. He doesn't even need to, but Mac with a 3K. They've been quiet all game, but now when they need it most, a thrifty round for Team XF5, and that's got to be putting some doubt in your head if you're No Talent.
I mean, that was completely in the hands of No Talent to win there. They did a perfect bait onto A, faking out the team, making those 4 defenders stay there longer than they really should have, and then got a free sight with no one dying when they entered. But then they overstayed their fights and lost to the chamber. I mean, the fight, these rounds are getting very messy from No Talent, to be honest. Once they get this plant down, they're getting a little too greedy and they're getting a bit overzealous with their plays. But honestly, some heroics coming in from XF5. They're just looking so good mechanically. I was talking a lot about their strategic plays on their attack, but their mechanics are just up there with their strategies as well, considering how well they're playing and the shots that they're hitting, especially with these sheriffs.
And I mean, Oracle sees the chamber trip and full plain sight, doesn't see them back, and now Smith is going to try and take this 1 versus 1 on B. Oracle says, no, you can have that space. So at least I'll make you think so, and I'll go back into this actually. So, but actually, no, I'll leave it now. Instead, and meanwhile, while that's happening, Cosmo finds the kill onto Raccoon. So good start from Team XF5, and even better one when Hilal is finding the kills with the operator. Door is tapped now, but Jared has just found 1, and Viper's Pit is going to be invested now as Hooper finds Cosmo, and all of a sudden this is turning against Team XF5. Convergent path now used. Destrix gets that kill onto Mako, so Viper's Pit now down on A. And Erwin Smith's location is revealed. No way back out, but no way for No Talent to really punish this. There's no util that can come out, and the eye towards stairs just to try and get Lexi away, but that Nightfall was beautiful. The spam is good as well, and he even gets a lot of damage onto Jared. And it's Erwin Smith, and I mean, it's a 2 versus 4, and Lexi and Erwin Smith come through and put Team XF5 on match point.
I mean, these are very messy rounds to say the least, but the util and ults coming in from both teams, I'd like to say, is actually quite nice. That Waylay ult that got onto the Viper's Pit, got that kill onto the Viper, secured the site for No Talent, and then a beautifully placed flash gets 3 people on that retake, all 3 of them, paired with the Fade ult as well to get the info on where they are. The spam comes through on the box, and it's pretty much wraps from there for No Talent. I mean, both teams are playing really well, but XF5 are just coming up just a bit ahead in these defense rounds. I mean, they were looking so dominant on that attack, but the defense is definitely looking a little more scrappy, but it looks like they've still got it under control for the most part.
And look, the pace change makes a 5. Cosmo's going to run it down, gets 2 with the ultra, make it 3. And No Talent, no idea about that play, and so even with only Stingers and Spectres, will make that punish. But Aaron Smith, I mean, look at Team XF5. They pushed all the way up here. They've got the backstab perfectly. No, in no world do No Talent expect all 3 players to be here already. And even though you've got these Vandals, these rifles in, I mean, Team XF5 have the element of surprise. There's one, but you still have to be careful if you're Jared. There's the one you thought of, but don't expect the others to be there. This Team XF5 winning in our upper finals. They will be our first grand finalist team here at the Wolvesden Monthly. And what a way to do so, a 13-7 win against No Talent.
I mean, a very good look for XF5 for sure. They were really good at shifting their momentum. They were really good at changing the pace that they were playing the game. Their mechanics were just out of the world. And I mean, it was just a brilliant look overall from them. But No Talents definitely put up a fight towards the end there. They made something out of nothing. They were down 9-3 on the half, and they came back to, I think they got 7 rounds, which is definitely something. And they definitely tried their best, but it looks like XF5 were just looking too confident, too comfortable, and they took the map just in the end there.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case of trying to bounce back if you are No Talent. Obviously, you took your Olmaz to really a close game into overtime, but then against Team XF5, you just looked like you were second best, and they will No Talent, sorry, will be going into our lower finals as we just wait for the rest of the lowers to be completed. We'll go through the highlights here, and I mean, so many rounds. Cosmo was lighting up the kill feed, someone who we didn't really see in that first game as much. We were mainly talking about Maka and Halal, but this time, everything was coming through for Cosmo.
Yeah, I mean, you can sing praises of the individual players from XF5, but all of them were just looking so comfortable. Like, in all of the rounds, even when they were on ecos, they looked like they were so dangerous. And I mean, the momentum shifted from the very second round. That pistol win came in from No Talent, and just the instant response from XF5 and winning that eco probably definitely put a mental strain on that No Talent team, especially so early. And that kill is so valuable there. That would have won them. That would have won No Talent that round, and that definitely would have been a momentum shift for them. So very nice turnaround from the Vise there. I mean, I can't stop singing the praises of XF5. They look so comfortable in that entire map. So really, really nicely won map.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show as well how much Team XF5 want to disrespect the other team, and we saw that multiple times where they're just running at No Talent, trying to get these knives in, especially on these first halves. And for some, I think it does a lot of work into mentally booming your opponent. It's not even the fact, you know, even if these knives come off, it's the fact that they're going for these knives and going for these BM kills. It's very tilting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely getting under. It definitely got under the skin of the No Talent players. I mean, like, if you're getting knifed point blank and you're down by like 4 rounds, let's say, I mean, I would get tilted as well. I'd think like, oh, what am I doing wrong? How are they allowed to do this to me? And I mean, even on the round that they were losing, they were doing it. They were shooting bodies mid-fight. That disrespect is just like, it's definitely not going to go unanswered, whether it's a good answer or a bad answer from No Talent, whether it's affecting their mental in a good or bad way. And I mean, it definitely affected them in a bad way. I would be surprised if they told me that it didn't get under the skin, because just it was so blatant and so egregious that you honestly just wouldn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if No Talent are able to recover from that in the lower final. But for now, Team X5, I mean, Team X5, they've been on here twice on stream, and we've seen class from them twice. And I think if you are the ones to be going up against Team XF5, especially with them having a bit of a gap now to prepare, it's going to be difficult for you to actually get back in and work in towards this team. And I think if you're Team X5, you're licking your lips at whoever you really get from the lower final. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets that. But for now, we will be going for a break, so you can top up your popcorn, top up your snacks. I will be leaving the stream now, but I'll be leaving you in the very capable hands of as you have just seen, of Horatius and Caliber. So stay tuned for our final few matches and a grand final, which is sure to be exciting.
땅만 때리자 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가 괜찮을 리 없잖아 괜찮을 리 없잖아 그래도 I know 서쪽의 앞으로 시감한 바람과 함께 날아
Hey na 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 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해 Hey na 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 나를 다듬고 뒤쪽 세상에 Hey na 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 Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it 가져와 bring the pain on yeah All the time bring the pain on yeah Bring me all it's got
calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I didn't take it. No, no. Girl, I've been through that, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. So never, never, never till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. They'll be calling me
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. deep breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out.
played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I've been dead in water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn,
Here comes trouble, putting on a show. Like a domino, I fall. Another bottle, don't know what to say. Send me on my way to you. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. And you say it's a one-night thing, but I want something more than that. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. Eyes wide open, holding out for you. Tell me that it's true. Oh, did you notice? I saw you over there, looking like a heartbreaker. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. And you say it's a one-night thing, but I want something more than that. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I can't understand what people are saying. 어느 장단에 맞춰야 될지. 한 발자국 떼면 한 발자국 켜지는 shadow. 잠에서 눈을 뜬 여기 또 어디? 아침 서울 또 뉴욕을 Paris. 일어난 이후 처음이는 뭐?
Look at my feet down. 나다만 getting shot. 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가. 차라리 차라. 차라리 차라. 그래도 안 너. 서쪽의 앞로. 깜깜한 바람과 함께 날아.
미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into our Wolvesden Esports tournament. Exit Lag is our sponsor. How are we doing, Heritus? We are going to have our lower finals. It's going to be a best of one. We've had a great tournament so far, starting early this morning. Teams ready to duke it out. This lower bracket has taken a while, but we are finally here at the lower round finals. How are you doing, man? How's it going?
I mean, I'm excited. These are two very strong teams. We're seeing Rat King versus No Talent. I mean, both of those teams have shown really exceptional matches, and we're knocked down by fairly strong teams. So I'm really excited to see how these two play out and what kind of game we can get here, especially considering that it is going to be on Lotus, which we've seen in abundance in this whole day.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Lotus coming out again. Hopefully, we'll be able to see the full map ban soon. Would like to see how those play out. I'm very confused on how it gets through every single time. Maybe teams just really, really like that map. But at some point, I think you might need to switch it up. But in the best of ones, of course, it is a little bit impossible to get that variant sometimes, just because you only do end up playing one map. But thankfully, for our grand finals coming up right after this, we will have a best of 3. So we won't have only Lotus, as it feels like it's been all day. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see the rest of the map bans soon. Lotus is one of those maps, though, that's very meta, is already defined, sort of. You're almost always going to be running the Vise, but there is a little bit of flexibility in terms of controller. Some teams do like to run the double duelist. Some teams like to run the Viper instead. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams think of the meta as we shift towards our map bans. We can see how we arrived at this Lotus pick.
I mean, I'm really interested to then thinking of why No Talent decided to pick Lotus, especially considering that they did receive a bit of a thrashing in their last game against the current grand finalists. I wouldn't really think that their mental would be perfect going into a Lotus map, but I mean, it's interesting for sure that they think that they can pick themselves back up and play this map, which maybe they've lost a little bit of confidence in. So that is definitely interesting coming into this. But yeah, as you said, like Lotus is a fairly solved map. There is very little difference in comps, mainly that Viper pick and whether you want to run one controller or two, or if you want those two duelists. But I mean, I'm not expecting too much difference from what we've already seen from both teams on Lotus. But I mean, if they throw a curveball, I wouldn't be here complaining.
Absolutely love to see teams being able to adapt, especially if they struggled with something earlier in the tournament. But again, yeah, personally, if I was in their scenario, I just got beat really bad on Lotus, I would not want to pick it personally. But I guess they are coming into the game with a new revitalized plan. I mean, they did make it here into the lower finals, so certainly they are doing something right, even if they did drop a game earlier in the tournament. But, we'll have to see if they're able to make use of it, if they're able to get those adaptations in. Of course, it's a very standard map. There's not too many sort of rat spots that are easy to play. I think if each team uses their utility well, it's going to be really hard for some crazy plays to come through. Some crazy like one of those maps that we usually see that thing on is like Split. With a lot of corners and such, but Lotus, especially when you have characters like the Fade, as well as like the Raze, is what we see as well coming out. Hopefully on both sides, as that is the stock standard duelist. You just have every single corner, every single question mark cleared. As very interesting comps coming out from both sides. It seems as though No Tilt are opting to go for a double duelist without a Senti. That seems like what they're hovering so far. They haven't locked in their final agent, but playing Lotus without a Vise or without a Sentinel at all seems a little bit irresponsible to me.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that the visuals are a bit swapped up here because it's Rat Kings on the left and No Talent on the right. But I mean, throughout this entire tournament, we've seen these teams favor that double duelist comp. And it is quite interesting to see Rat Kings not run the Sentinel, especially with how important it is in maintaining the space that you want to maybe leave a little more open on different parts of the map. But I mean, No Talent are coming in with pretty much the exact same, not pretty much, it is the exact same comp that they've been running throughout this whole tournament. And I'm pretty sure that they've played this map, I think 4 times now. So I mean, if you're not practiced on this comp, then I mean, you're not going to be practiced on any comp at all. So I'm interested to see how No Talent approach this game, because especially on their defense, they were struggling a lot to maintain space, while on their attack, they were just playing super aggro and just trying to beat the rotate. So we'll see how Rat Kings are able to adapt to these fast sight hits that No Talent does, which No Talent are the red team right now. They're on attack first, while Rat Kings are defense first, I think. We'll see now when I see the names, but just the visuals are wrong for now. We'll work on those quickly.
Well, hopefully we'll get those switched up quick enough. Yeah, so I'll operate under the assumption that No Talent are on defense right now, but we'll have to see as we see an early C push coming out so far. Cade able to jiggle, able to get the one tap onto the Omen. So pretty nice start here in this long. Able to find that initial pick, but now the Flood is coming down on the side. Raccoon trying to find the one, able to get the kill at the expense of 95 hit points. Cade maybe looking for a second pick of the rounds, but it will be Lou who's able to get the space. So it will be Cade picking it up in the end. Now the retake is looking so crispy. Seiko able to find one, but Hooper immediately trading it back, maybe looking for a second. Getting taken down by his counterpart on the fade, though. Hero for the kill onto Jared, but it will be Lou yet again to pick up the kill for the defender side. So pistol rounds win for the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice play from Rat Kings there. That early pick from the Raze with that Sheriff, it was a really nice jiggle peek onto a headshot instantly. But I mean, the response from No Talent was definitely there. That fast sight execute, maybe just a little bit too much cooking with that hold push when it was even. But I mean, a very nice retake from Rat Kings for sure. And now they're coming into this anti-eco. They definitely want to secure this. Something that No Talent on their last game were struggling a lot was in those anti-ecos. They were not able to secure those. So we'll see if they're able to maybe flip the script a little bit here and get an eco win on the round. But I mean, it is an anti-eco, so it's expected for Rat Kings to win this. It's just a matter of how many guns can they get out of this round.
Will be a 5-man hit towards B, though, for No Talent. Very confusing with the name, but it might be flooded out here. So much utilities coming down onto the site, but Lou is able to find one as we are taken into the void for a little bit. As we are in between dimensions. Come out of it, still a 1-for-1. But bomb is going down. The retake is imminent here. Patrick Jane maybe looking for something, but Oracle able to find one with the pickup of the Stinger. Hooper able to swing out as well. Erzio trying to do what he can, able to find the first of the last 3 available. Has the Guardian, and the last 2 are extremely low. I believe a body shot will do it for both. Able to clear out the Vise, but isn't able to secure the kill. Somehow, the eco is just that good. Maybe, I believe, probably a little bit of a force there. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a force. Yeah. A few stingers on the side of No Talent there. Very, very nice. Really fast B hits, and you can tell that it caught Rat Kings off guard. They didn't expect the stingers. They didn't expect them to walk through that wall so aggressively, and it really nicely played from No Talent. And that's put them in a pretty good situation here, because not only did they get guns out of that situation from the kills that they got on Rat Kings, but on top of that, they've also crippled the eco a bit here. So going into this next round, they can take it a little slow. They can take their time, maybe get some map control. And without this Sentinel on the side of Rat Kings, there it is. I mean, they're just kind of doing some Hail Marys, because they can't control the space as well as they would be able to with a Sentinel.
Absolutely true. We see that early pick coming down due to the over-aggression on B main. Definitely does not bode well. Not having your Viper, not able to have that wall up, especially without the Sentinel. Such an important piece of map control is now gone. Although Rat Kings going to stabilize a little bit more. Cade is going to look up very, very far here with the Sheriff. Might catch out Jared. Is going to get a body shot down, but not too much else will result, as now will be No Talent. We're going to rotate over towards this A site, as Oracle able to find an early pick with the Bandits onto Hero. Bandit shot not going to next Echo. Might just be caught out here. Is going to get taken down by the Outlaw in the end. Lou trying to do what he can, trying to retain the space, but swinging into 3. What can you do? No Talent pick up their 2nd round win in a row.
I mean, since it was an eco, you could tell that Rat Kings wanted to maybe just throw some Hail Marys, a little swing on B main alone. Maybe not the best idea, but it is an eco, so it's okay to try some stuff. And now this is an important round. Of course, this is the first proper buy that Rat Kings are going to get, and coming into this round, it's a really nice bonus for No Talent. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this, because they show that they can change their pace quite a bit there. They slowed it down there in that anti-eco when they did 2 really fast sight hits, and it looks like it's going to be a big fight on A rubble here from both teams.
I'd love to see these early rubble fights always. Buckwall is going to make that a little bit harder, though, allowing the defenders to retain much of that space. Lou to maybe break the door unbreakable, but doesn't want to commit to it. Very paranoid about the B side hit that we saw just a few rounds earlier. Now, though, No Talent are going to make their rotations over towards the C site, as they love to do, retaining a lot of that A main space. Now going to give it up in favor of the B. Only 1 member remains, and it's Patrick Jane to spot out the members of No Talent who are going to push onto the site, but so much of it is already gone. Playing too passive of an angle isn't going to have the information that the Raze is already lurked up all the way on the site. The rotations are coming down, though, from the Rat Kings. We'll have to see if they're able to hit onto the site. Lou trying to dog, trying to get information. There is the Fade Ultimate trying to clear out all of Waterfall, and they're able to do so. Raccoon is going to pop the Boombot. The Tether Nade combo is there. They might just get crazy amounts of value here, but ultimately the Raze Nade is not going to be enough. Raccoon, a little bit of fighting with Lou with the Outlaw onto Waterfall, but won't able to find too much. But the lurk up on B, a little bit of a whiff, but ultimately won't matter in the end. Oracle still has that flank angle as well. This retake is looking so hard for the defenders. Cade going to do what he can, but seems like a little bit of a lost cause at this point. Team No Talent are absolutely tearing through the defense of the Rat Kings. Oracle trying to find some exit frags. He's able to find one. Zeko trying to do what he can with the Vandal, able to find a little bit of an exit onto Oracle as well as Hooper. He's trying to do what he can with this round. 2 are down, 3 to go, and they are low. But in the end, it's going to be Jared to find the one tap to get a 3rd round win in a row.
I mean, a nice clean cut round from No Talent there. They took that A space early, forced the defenders back, and then found a gap on C and then a gap on B as well. I mean, you can tell that this no Sentinel comp is definitely hurting a little bit Rat King in these early rounds. The space and the control that they have on the map isn't as present as it would be if you had a Vise or a KJ, any kind of Sentinel. And I mean, it just really nicely played in a round from No Talent, and that's the gun round gone for Rat Kings. Now they're going to have to go back into an eco here, and it's just not looking good for a start here. A 3-1 is not what you want if you're going into this Lotus.
Especially when you're running the Vise and offense, and you're getting so much value out of it regardless. Raccoon, again, not putting off Rat Kings to a great start. Strolling through them a little bit. Raccoon able to find yet another frag here. Again, they're just absolutely tearing through this defense. Lou is going to get spammed through the smoke a little bit, but only taken down so low. Her swinging out on a really nice timing here, able to find 2 kills with the Sheriff. But again, the defenders just looking a little bit lost here, not able to find any angles despite the nice timing.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking a bit lost. I mean, the rotate did come in, but it was a bit too late. They were already on site. They got the early frags, and it was a nice heroic from the Omen on the Rat King side, but it's just not enough in that situation. There is 4 guns on site, and you really can't do enough there. Now, another buy round coming in from Rat Kings here, and it is a 4-1 lead currently to No Talent. Some ults online for Rat Kings as well, but both duelist ults for No Talent, which are very strong ults here coming in. So we'll see how these 2 ults are played and how Rat Kings are able to respond to them.
2 ultimates are going to be a little bit spread out here, but there's the Raze Showstopper, but immediately gets taken down by Cade. A little bit of a Raze diff here. Ultimate of their own means that Hooper will be the first, or the second rather, the side of No Talent to fall. And it's going to be a 3-for-4 in favor of the defenders. Rat Kings, pretty big advantage here. The rotations have already come down. They have the awareness to know where each of the members are. Now the Fade Ultimate coming out for the retake. Such a powerful tool, but the plant will go down regardless. Her trying to use the Paranoia, trying to time it right. Will find it, but the counter of Paranoia is there, which will push the Jet back for now. Cade trying to use the Raze Nade, trying to push them out. Those paint shells doing wonders, but I'm not sure if he has the awareness on Jared. We'll have to see, as it is going to be a trade of the Omens on site. Jared has to make his way towards the bomb, but he isn't able to find anything. Cade with a nice 3K. Rat Kings are fighting back in this game.
I mean, that was a hero round from the Raze on Rat Kings for sure. Got 3 kills, stopped the Raze ult early, got a kill with his own as well. Very nice round from that Raze, but it was definitely costly for Rat King there. They had to use 3 ults to secure that round, while No Talent only used 1, and they still have the eco to buy on this next round. So, I mean, not the worst case scenario if you're No Talent, but on top, but if you're Rat King, you're not too unhappy. You did win a round there. You're back on the board, and you're not letting No Talent run away with the rounds here. And it looks like it's going to be another fast A hit, a little bit of a tempo change from that last default that they did last round.
Love to see some tempo changes, switching it up here. Operator is going to be bought though. Seko able to find that early opening pick. Her able to find another one as well. Uses the Paranoia, trying to buy space, but no space will be found. Jared able to pick up that kill. It's now Rat Kings to get a little bit aggressive here, but the tether is here onto Lou. They will have the information. able to get a kill regardless. Viper Molly doing so much work here. So we're taken into the Void Realm yet again. No clue what is happening. One team surely is coming out on top here with the amount of fighting that is going down. Now the attackers only left with 2 on side. Patrick able to find 1 kill. Cade able to find the last. Rat Kings trying to come back in this first half.
I mean, really well played. That op on stairs is proving to be a problem for No Talent here, and they need to find some kind of answer to maybe at least cut off that line of sight, because he's holding the space and maybe even getting one. And like he got one that round on the early frag, and then it got another frag from his team because they were so focused on the op, and the retake was just perfect. They dissected the map pretty well, all things considered, and it looks like they're going for another 5-man A hits. I guess the logic of we did it once, it didn't work, they're not going to expect it a second time is playing here.
That's most likely scenario. Is the Roomba won't spot out any members just yet, but will now. The operator is on the C site. Again, 3 members of Rat Kings are near Cade. In the pain shells to stunt the progress for now, but the counter pain shells doesn't mean that he will be taken down a little bit, as the Waylay ultimate is there, but won't catch out her. But Raccoon is there to swing regardless. Cade, I don't even believe was tagged there, but will be taken down in the end. No Talent are in a great position. 5 versus 2 with bomb down. Oracle able to make it a 5 versus 1 here. This might be impossible here for Seiko, but did see him able to make some nice clutches before, so we'll have to see if we're able to do so again. Able to find first earlier pick, but I believe this point just does want to save the operator. Now 4 members of No Talent gonna have to flush out this operator. Might be susceptible to a clutch scenario, ninja diffuse type thing, but from all angles Seiko is getting crunched. The 3-2-1s are about to be called. Destrix able to pick up the last kill of the round, grab the operator as well.
Getting rid of that op is very nice, especially considering the economy that is coming in for Rat King. They were just recovering it bit by bit there with those 2 round wins, and I think that might have just hurt their economy a lot more than it should have. Now, all things considered, very nice round from No Talent. The Waylay ult cut the side up really well, and although I don't think it actually caught anyone, they were super aware of the angles that could be played to dodge the Waylay ult, and they got kills all according to that. So very nicely played from No Talent. Only 1 ult used to get that whole site, and it worked really well in their favor. On top of that, they're now at 5-3, which it's starting to get a bit dangerous if you're Rat King. You don't want them to get over that 6 mark, because then it means that they're going to absolutely have the lead going into the next half.
Absolutely. Well, going to be great if they're able to garner that momentum. Early A side hit, but early aggression as well coming out from Rat King. Seiko able to find the initial pick, but it's going to be a 2 for 2 in the end. Cade maybe looking for a cheeky little angle here, but will be spotted out by the operator as well as a prowler. They're going to come out to stunt any early pushes, but finds the kill regardless. Now the attackers at a man disadvantage here in this mid round. They're going to make their way towards the side with the Omen solo there.
These jiggle peak shots from from Cade here are just absolutely ridiculous. He's hitting some very nasty shots, and double on Hobbit is going to be very hard to clear out, especially considering your Vise has an op. This seems like a very hard round for... Oh, there goes the Vise. Little jump peek with the op, trying to get something out of it, and the paint shield force out the swing, and he's not able to get more than 1 there. I mean, very good hold from Rat Kings. They took that A rubble space really well and forced them out. That smoke on main didn't allow No Talent to take that space early, and they were just set up perfectly for that counter rubble. Very nicely played.
Yeah, and you can see the struggles of the operator on the attack side right there. Wasn't able to get the jump just due to the overhead on that breakable space. And one thing to note for Rat Kings is that if they get an even half here, or if they even get an advantage, they will be extremely happy. Their attack side is so much stronger than their defense due to them not even having a sentinel. Now, No Talent trying to make a case for why they should be the victors of this first half, using the Vise ultimate. Going to push out onto this B side. Bomb hasn't quite gone down just yet. They go on the up. We've seen what this guy can do before. Can he replicate this success is the question. The swings are coming out though. The pressure is on. Lou able to find a lot of value here though with the little laid back position. Now we're going to go towards the C side as Rat Kings are going to look to get the spike down soon. I'm assuming, hopefully. Hopefully we'll get back soon.
Switching there's an issue switching back to caster cam.
Well,
there seems to have been some technical issue here when we can't see the match. So we're just going to be going on a little break until that is fixed. But I mean, talking about this half here, I mean, we're almost done with this half. I think there's 4 rounds left. It's been looking really back and forth. At the start, it looked like it was all no talents to run away with, and Rat Kings are clawing themselves back into this half. So, I mean, really good showing from the defense for sure. But I think it's still like no talents have to take.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to see if they are able to take it. I think that, yeah, especially just due to the comps difference, no talent definitely has to step it up a little bit. In that scenario, it seems like they had the advantage initially on that push, but didn't seem like they were all too confident that they had, so chose to rotate to the C. I think it definitely is the stronger option in that scenario, but if they're able to close out the round is definitely the question there. But again, a 6-6 half is definitely optimal for the side without the Vise. Red Kings gonna look to go towards that milestone. I think that they'll definitely be able to if they're able to keep up this level of performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good. And to be honest, it's looking like no talent is not really exploiting the fact that Rat Kings don't have a Sentinel. Like the first few rounds that they won, it was looking really nice because they were making attempts at the space that Rat Kings weren't able to hold because of the lack of the Sentinel. But now it just looks like they're running it down on sites, and I think that's kind of what Rat Kings want, considering the fact that they can't really hold space as well, other than the one site where they can fight for it. So I mean, no talent is kind of playing into the advantage of Rat Kings right now when they really should be. They should keep exploiting the fact that they're lacking that Sentinel like they were at the start. So I mean, this is definitely Rat Kings like advantage if they keep playing in this manner. But yeah, I mean, Rat Kings is definitely doing well in this comeback here that they've done in this little half.
Absolutely. Now we see the comeback of the Rat Kings in full force here. No talent trying to subvert that a little bit. Able to get the initial pick onto the site, but Viper playing so well in the orb. The spam is going to come down, though. Patrick Green able to find 2 with an amazing flick down onto Jared. Beautiful shots coming down here for the Rat Kings. Able to get so much value. And now the Viper's pit is up as well. Having the Molly to deny so much here. Rat Kings, who needs a Sentinel when you have guns like that? 7-5 half for the defenders.
I mean, this is just best case scenario. No Sentinel and you came ahead in that half, especially considering there were 4 down at one point. You couldn't really ask for more of your Rat Kings, and they did really well on adapting to the way that no talent was playing. And to be honest, it feels like no talents were just kind of running it down. Once they started losing rounds, they started losing the plays that were winning them the rounds in the first place. So not really the best showing from them, but I mean, Rat Kings, this is probably best case scenario. This is what they wanted now. Now they can play their double smokes comp, no Sentinel, and they can just play it however they want because it's a lot easier on attack than it is on defense for sure, and they're definitely favored in this half.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if they're able to convert this lead to a win. Now with the Vise wall on the C site. Going to be hard to push into there, but no thorns are thrown just yet, so as to not have them broken by any spare utility that's going to be had. But Cade, with these jiggles, has been insane on the defender staff. We'll have to see if they're able to replicate the same level of success here. Raccoon, a little bit of a skirmish here with the Lurk. Rat King ultimately going to come out on top here. Jared able to find the refrag in the end. It's going to be advantage towards the attackers. So we see the attackers going towards the B sites. The bomb as well as the rest of the members. Lou getting picked off here though. Seiko trying to get the refrag, but greeting a little bit too much. Destrix able to find a 2K, but with a classic in his hands, won't be able to find too much more just yet. Does pick up the ghost, so it's going to be a 2 versus 2 with a pretty even footing, although the bomb is down. Paranoia is still online here for this. Ominous Cade! Great awareness as well as great aim. Able to pick up the last kill of the round as well. This guy is on an absolute tear here. Both halves not slowing down at all as Rat Kings pick up the pistol round of the second half as well.
I mean, the mechanics on display in this match so far have been phenomenal, to say the least. I mean, some insane shots coming through. That Viper double kill that we saw in that last round of defense from Rat Kings was beautiful as well. Now, we are in a bit of a repeat situation. Rat King did win the pistol round last half, but then lost the anti-eco. So I'm interested to see if history will repeat itself in this scenario, or if they'll be able to maybe convert this one without too much damage. But another slow round from Rat Kings.
Worked out for them the first round. A little bit more here, though. Buzzwall is going to be down, but again, no thorns were even purchased here. Raccoon, though, able to take up all of the A main space. Patrick caught probably on a timing here, but who is to say the Marshal from Cade? Let's push back the vibes, but not much more than that. So the early pick is going to be a little bit disastrous here for Rat Kings. Of course, they do have gun advantage. Wall is going to be tripped here as well. Seaside is going to be the target. Pings are coming down. They want to hit now. Probably going for a time arcade with the Marshal. Probably wants to stay back here, but is forced to satchel in regardless. Now, though, no talent are forced to back away. No other options as now opening the door, though, able to catch them off guard. Rat Kings definitely at a disadvantage now. The Marshal is going to be there, though. Full blind. Cade has to get out of there fast. He's going to satchel away for now, but being distracted so well. Only 2 bullets left to the Guardian. Forced to reload. 1 HP on the Vice. Is he able to find the shots? Lou with the amazing, beautiful clutch to save his team the 4-spy round.
I mean, what heroics coming in from Lou there. He got the reload in the midst of 2 people swinging him, and it just perfectly isolated the fights on both of them. Very nicely played from him, and he ensures that his team secures that anti-eco and even keeps a Guardian, which is a nice little bonus. Although it is a costly anti-eco, the round is what matters. Now, it looks like we're going to see maybe a fast B hit coming in from Rat King, and I'm interested to see if No Talent are going to expect this in any capacity, or if they're just not going to play it at all for B.
Absolutely. We see the early hit coming down. Bonus doesn't get them all too much here, but the paranoia is in the Cade. This guy has been an absolutely insane entry so far. As bomb is already down, Lou able to get the ultimate online as well. Destrix maybe looking for a cheeky little pick here. No more paranoia left, though. Doesn't have any smokes in his pocket either. Now the space retained by Rat Kings is so great. Seiko in the corner. They might not clear him. They ultimately do, though, in the end. So the push on the site is going to be a little bit harder now. Lou able to get absolutely nothing, rather, as he's sprayed down. Page shells coming out in succession here. 1 versus 2 in the end. Cade pops out the showstopper. Rocket Fuse is gonna find the kill somehow. The blast radius is enough to take down the Hooper, who's only 1 HP in the end. So a great ultimate coming out from Cade, able to find the clutch yet again.
Crazy clutches coming in from Rat King. 2 rounds in a row now, and these mechanics are just not slowing down for any of the players on Rat King. And if you're No Talent, you are stressing hard right now. That was your buy round against a bonus that practically had nothing other than some forced guns from some of the Rat King players. You are now broke completely, and you are down 10-5. This is alarm bells ringing if you're No Talent, and you need to find something to try stabilize in any capacity.
Absolutely you do, and that is not a great start to the round if you are No Talent. Immediately getting spammed through the boxes. Now Cade is going to be taken down as well. Raccoon finding picks, but again, No Talent are just at an inherent disadvantage in every single round, it seems. Patrick able to lurk up with the Viper, utilizing his position so well. Raccoon trying to do what he can, but ultimately the main advantage is just too great. Rat Kings now 2 rounds away from securing their spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and there was some half buys coming in from No Talent there as well. A little bit of a heroic on that C mound space with the Viper, not the Viper, the Vise getting 1, I think, and then almost trading the second. But, I mean, it just seems like No Talent can't keep up with the pace that Rat King is playing at right now. They're playing so well, and they're clearly comfortable in the way that they're playing. It just looks like No Talent don't really have a response or a way to deal with these plays.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if they're able to make a stand for themselves here. Raccoon able to get the initial pick onto Cade, so it's entry duelist down here. Echoed on both sides as Jared is gonna show us why they picked that way. They have 2 entry duelists, showing us the value of that pick. Who needs a sentinel when you can just get onto site for free? Or I'm a little bit slow here. That was the defender's entry duelist rather. Nevertheless, it's going to be a rotation towards the C side, as Hooper is going to be solo on the site, as the attackers are looking to flush him out here. Hooper is going to end up getting blinded here. Dog is going to end up getting him, uses the tether before going to the corner. Seeing the Prowler trying to clear out as much space as possible. Going to be man advantage for the defenders here in this retake. Fade ultimate is online. It's going to be popped, flushing out the defenders from Waterfall. 3 versus 4 scenario here. Lou has the font as well. Going to use it to clear out that mount space. They have no control anywhere else. They're stacked. They have to force on these rat positions. They have to get these kills. They have to get these picks. But the picks did not come through enough. Though a 1 versus 2 scenario. 8 bullets left in the chamber. Is it going to be enough? 5 left. Not too low here, but he's able to find the headshots. Lou with an insane clutch yet again to bring his team to match points.
Crazy mechanics on display again from Rat King, and it is now match point for Rat King. And No Talent don't have money; they're completely broke. They invested all of that into it, and on top of that, Rat King actually have the ult economy advantage as well. They've been cycling their ults pretty well in both halves, so this is not looking good whatsoever for No Talent. You need to find something in reserves here, because if not, this is a really sad way to get knocked out of this tournament you've been fighting so hard for. A 13-5 is really not what you want.
Absolutely not what you want in any single regard. It's definitely not what you want to have your entry duelist get first picked here. Jared trying to make a hold for himself on site. The Fate ultimate is going to come out. They're trying to make a stand for themselves now. Able to find 2 picks off the back end. We're going to get 1 traded in the end. Vi's ultimate is coming out in a little moment of desperation here. No Paranoia is even online. And before the Vi's ultimate can even go, Oracle is just going to be taken down. Now Destrix in a 1 versus 3 scenario, able to get Patrick though, so it's no more Viper's Pit. Has a teleport, has 3 teleports rather online. Up to use absolutely none of them. Getting caught off guard by the lurk up. And ultimately, it's going to be a 13-5 victory in the side of Rat King.
I mean, No Talent's going out with a whimper. Not really much of a fight other than the start of the map where they had a pretty convincing lead. A 4-1 lead is really nice, especially coming off of an eco round win. But I mean, it just looked like they couldn't match the tempo that Rat Kings was putting in. And on top of that, the mechanics that were coming in. The Rat Kings were winning 1v2, 1v3 situations. I mean, Lou and Cade were hitting some crazy clips. It's just too difficult to respond to that. And especially when the momentum is in the side of Rat Kings. On top of that, having a comp that is favored for them on a half where they are already in the lead, it's just too much to come back from. And honestly, I don't blame No Talent for struggling a bit, especially on their defense, but they really put their foot on the brake on their attack. So not the best showing, but honestly really nice for Rat Kings. The mechanics were on point, the tempo was on point, the pace, and the strategies were there as well.
Yep. Definitely looks a little bit shaky at times, but once they ran away, they definitely ran away. Like, as you said, to use the car analogy, it felt like they never took their foot off the gas once they got it going. Just really did feel like after this victory, in this round, I believe, they really just didn't keep losing. Rat Kings were able to propel themselves so far. I believe get a, was it a 7-5 lead at the half. They only lost 1 round after that's after this one. So
yeah,
pretty cool victory, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's definitely a good showing, and considering that now that they're going against XF5, and XF5 went 13-9 or 7, I think it was, against No Talent. I mean, that's a pretty big confidence boost, knowing that you perform better against this team than your next opponents. But XF5 actually do have the advantage because they probably watched this match and have seen some of the strategies that Rat King have played, the comp, and from what it looks like, they're also comfortable on the Lotus map, so I wouldn't be surprised if this map is played in the Grand Finals.
It might be banned away for that reason, but I severely doubt it. So should be a banger Grand Finals. Rat Kings making a stand for themselves here, showing that they don't even need the Sentinel to flourish. I mean, we can see this beautiful clutch again from Lou. 5 bullets in the chamber, only needs 3. You can see the mini adjustment there as well. And the unfortunate last round for No Talent. Maybe living up to their name here. Those Rat Kings are going to succeed in the end. Wolvesden Esports Tournament. We'll be back with our grand finals shortly. Horridus, what should we look for in this final match?
I mean, I'm expected to see the tempo from both teams here. From what I saw, XF5 were really good at changing how they were playing on the fly and adapting to play against the enemies. So I'm really excited to see how both of these teams ebb and flow and what they will pull out in this grand finals. It's definitely an exciting match coming up.
Of course, always going to be so excited to see a best of 3, especially in these tournaments where we only really get to see best of 1s. So we'll get to see a map other than Lotus for once. Hopefully we'll get to see Lotus again, though. It was a banger game, even though Rat Kings did run away with it a little bit in the end. But for now, we'll have to send you to a little bit of a break before we get into our grand finals.
calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Shh. your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Wolvesden Esports game. This is our grand finals here. We just saw the Rat Kings take down their opponents in the lower round finals. It was on Lotus, and now we are going to our best of 3 grand finals again with the Rat Kings. And here we are already in the Agent Select as our first map of the grand finals. Who would have guessed this? It's going to be Lotus. I'm joined here with my amazing co-caster, Hortus. How we doing, man? How are we feeling about this Lotus pick, and who do you think is going to come out on top? Because we just saw Rat Kings have kind of a dominant victory without a Sentinel. So how do you think they're going to fare into this Team X5, and who do you think is going to ultimately come out on top?
I mean, if we're going off of who performed better against no talents, then we would probably be leaning a little bit towards Rat King, since they kind of dominated no talent in a manner that Team X5 almost did, but just barely shied away from. So if we're looking at that facet, then we're probably thinking Rat King. But when I watched that team, the F5 game, the way that they were adapting to the situations on the fly just really made me think that they're a really good team when you put them against any other team. So I am leaning a bit more towards F5. And if we're talking about the Lotus map, I'm in shock that this map has come up. I have never seen this map played in any tournament ever. So I'm ecstatic, because honestly, I don't think I remember the last time I watched this map. So very excited. I don't know about you.
Yeah, extremely unpopular map. Teams hate to play this map just because it's just an annoying map to play. No one likes to look at the beautiful flowers. As we see, interesting comps coming out here from Rat Kings, I think specifically utilizing the chamber instead of, I believe, probably the jet. I didn't get to see exactly, as we are getting to see our full map bans as to how we got onto this Lotus map pick. Seeing Breeze and Haven being taken away. Haven, a pretty stock standard pick. Surprised to see it away. Now, though, Summits. Wow, Summits being our next map pick. So, map 2, guaranteed we're going to see Summit. Very, very surprised to see that one come through, as our split will be our decider map. Going to be a split decision here. So, going to be a very interesting series. I'm very surprised to see Summit come out. Split, of course, very, very standard map coming out, especially for a map 3 if we do potentially get to it. But again, Summit is just one of those new maps. We haven't seen too much of it. Very interested to see how it's going to pan out, if we see some crazy comps or what's going to be going on.
Fast start from XF5 here. All 5 going through B, and here it comes, the explosion with the dog. Lou gets the first kill on Cosmo there. That is a very nice early frag and a little bit of a slowdown. They're going to fight towards this C-Link. That's another Patrick Jane traded, though. We get one for Cade. There it is. Equalization coming in from both sides here. Now it is a 3v3, but C-Link has been taken, and it's going to be a pivot towards C by XF5, so that's not the worst situation. But we're looking at this chamber as he's already taken this flank space. Is he going to be able to find that kill? Body shot found on the Viper, and Viper just barely manages to get out. But if we look at the positions that XF5 have taken, this is some nice space taken from both teams. Actually, Hilal gets taken down by Hero. That's not the best place to get taken down. Now it's a 2v3 for XF5. Paranoia comes in, kill on Erwin Smith, and it's all left to this Omen, and he gets taken down in a fast fashion. So very clean from Rat King. Nice response coming in. That chamber lurk was very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looked a little bit sketchy when he whiffed his initial shots. But I do think that it all started here when the Viper was able to get one on the fast push. Really did a great job of holding that spot, even though there was a little bit of initial panic. Rat Kings are off to a great start here, and they are utilizing the chamber instead of the jet. This is not what we saw last game, and I think it might be a little bit more respect Team XF5, as they, I believe, are currently undefeated here in this tournament. I believe because they were the upper round finals and they won. So now, though, is just going to be a save here for Team XF5. Anti-eco coming through for Team Rat King to see what they're going to be able to do. Making their way on towards the B site, though, making use of that Sheriff. I believe it was the only one purchased on this attacker side. Now bomb going down. Seems rotations are slow to come down. I'm not quite sure if the information was relayed to the Omen. There's a kill coming down with the Guardian onto Cade. Not looking too great here for Rat Kings. Able to hand over the Guardian as well, as bomb is going to be attempted to be defused, but that is just not the time that you want to do it. Seiko trying to do what he can, but oh, he has the read on the Vi somehow. 2 bullets left in the Headhunter. Ultimately will end up getting stunned up. 1 HP is not going to be enough for him. Absolutely phenomenal economy round here for XF5. Able to take down Rat Kings on the fast B hit.
I mean, every Lotus map that we've seen picked so far, the first anti-eco round is lost by the team that won that eco. So it's very, very strange, the switch up that's happening here. But I mean, really nice pace coming in there. That Viper swing through the smoke with a Sheriff catching the defender off guard was really nice. And Seiko some nice shots, but he just wasn't able to ebb out that clutch. I mean, it's just too difficult. The angles were really nice coming in from Team XF5. So a little 5-man hit on A, and there's a stack towards B from Rat King.
Yeah, very strange stack here, especially since they do have the information if you are going to come towards the flank. The A hit is going to be underway. Her is going to be on top of the box, so we'll be able to spot out the Neon. A little bit of damage, but not anything too crazy, as bomb will end up going down. Of course, advantage to the attackers in the scenario, but the flank positions from Rat Kings are absolutely phenomenal. The picks might end up equalizing here for Rat Kings. The flank position is finally coming through, but her swinging into 2 members of this attacker's side is the Outlaw finding its value here against the lack of shields here from this defender's side. Team XF5 take the round.
And the bonus coming in for XF5 is really nice here, honestly. They kept most of the guns that they needed. I think they only lost an Outlaw, which honestly, it's not the worst to lose an Outlaw, especially coming into a buy round now for Rat King, but it looked a bit sketchy at points there. Rat King were looking like they got some nice equalizations, and it was looking like they were getting a nice little pinch on XF5, but nice stabilization from them there. And honestly, just a very clean round overall there on that attack. They read the B hit quite well there, so very nice.
Whoa. Interesting lineup there. I'm not quite sure how that hit where it did, but forces the operator away. Patrick Jane looking to hold down the site, able to find 2 initial kills, has a Viper Molly, but doesn't have the read. We're able to take down her counterpart, but this operator is going to get flooded down on site. He's going to get pushed on out of there, but will run out with his life. Ooh, able to find a pick here, though. Able to get the double swing in the 3K. Oh, my goodness. I wish we had a replay of what we just saw. Lou able to find a crazy swing out there. I'm not quite sure how he was able to find all 3 members of Team XF5.
I mean, the pace that both teams are showing right now is absolutely ridiculous. This is seeming like a very fast match here. 4 rounds already played, and I think it's been maybe at 2 minutes here. So very nice from both teams. The mechanics are already being displayed from both sides, and it's just a back and forth. It's not looking like anyone has any potential lead here. There isn't 2 Fade ults on the board now, so it'll be interesting to see which one is used first and which one gets more value here.
True. Have seen some funny moments if they're used at the same time. Oh, there's a kill on the lurk here, though, with the Viper. That is the power of the lurking Viper. Is going to find that initial pick here, as the operator is going to be forced to teleport on back and recall it, as well as we might see a little bit of a skirmish here coming on towards A. Both members of their respective teams are just going to be holding each other. It will be Team XF5 to call for the double up, maybe look for a swing onto this Raze. Wish we could end up seeing what would be happening, but viewers might be falling asleep a little bit. Cade able to get that pick, as now the hit should be coming down on towards C. Not quite sure if it's gonna come down right now, but there's the Vi's ultimate, is gonna take down the operator before he's even able to fire a shot here. Rat Kings at such a disadvantage at this point. Bomb is going down in a 4 versus 2 scenario. We were able to find a first pick to make it a little bit closer to even, but Cade left in a somewhat impossible scenario here. See the beautiful A1 Vandal. You can see the beautiful Vise utility on the site. Do what he can on this post plan. You can see the wall. What an impossible wall. It's so beautiful. It's going to trap him if he goes over it. He's forced to fight all 3 players on Mound. He has so many question marks on this site. He's forced to clear out absolutely everything. This is a near impossible round, and you can see there why. All 3 members stacked in a perfect post plant scenario.
I mean, this is the pace change that I was talking about pre-game from XF5. Those 4 rounds in a row where it just seemed like they were running it down, and now they just slowed it down completely. They got that early kill on A, and they take their time walking up on C until they decide to use that Vise ult. This is pretty much textbook what I was talking about. They like changing the pace, they like adapting, and it worked out for them in their favor. On top of that, they got rid of that up investment, which is really big on the chamber there. And it was just a really nicely executed round, especially with that post plant.
Absolutely. We talked about you talked about the change of pace. The change of pace we saw, although teams with this Viper wall, they love to take the space with 1 member as well as many. So he wants to take it with 4, but it will be Hero able to get the initial pick with the Guardian. So definitely not a great start here for this attacker side. Very back and forth so far in here than this one. Not the best buy here for the defenders. So now the attackers are going to make their way on towards this B side. It's coming fast, but Cade with the judge is able to find such a beautiful rat spot, but only ends up getting 1 in the end. Still, though, made advantage here for the defenders. We'll have to see how they're able to play this post-plant scenario, but it's going to be the Viper on a little bit of a lurk here, able to find 1, but not too much more than that. Somehow, this round is equalized to a 2 versus 2 scenario as the Fade Prowler is going to try to spot out as many members this attacker side as they can in this post-plant scenario. It's the Paranoia is going to blind 2. This post plant, again, it's extremely hard. Counter Paranoia trying to come out, trying to flush out the remaining members. This attacker side, but will they be able to is the question. Lou able to find 1, able to isolate the ones, but the spike is planted in a near perfect scenario for this post plant spot. But ultimately, it's going to be Lou to find the 3K. Beautiful, clinical, really thrifty round here for the defenders.
I mean, that was looking really good for XF5, but I think that the Vise on that stairs maybe overcooked a little bit after getting that kill and equalizing. He kind of handed a gun over to the defending side there, especially when it was an eco. It was really well played from XF5, but nice retake from Rat King, and the stabilization that they did there was beautiful. And going into this round now, both teams have money. It's going to be a buy, and there's a lot of ults on the board. We have 4 ults on the side of Rat King and 3 on the side of Team XF5. It'll be interesting to see if Rat King decide to go for a more fast pace, especially considering that they have this Raze ult.
Absolutely. Raze ult is such a powerful tool. Now 5 ultimates on the side of Rat Kings. Seko not able to find pick with the ultimate. Going to look for something here, hopefully. Smoke is going to make it a lot harder for him to do anything with that. We see the solo lurk on A with the Vise. Maybe going to look to find a pick, as it seems like many players are coming down on towards the C side. That's the Fade ultimate popped as well. They want to go fast here. Little bit of a misinterpretation, though, as they don't know the Viper is banned. They didn't use any utility to clear him out. Seiko doesn't even... Oh my god! The flick behind him. Full blind through the Paranoia. Had the read on the Omen ults. Didn't know he was there initially, but beautiful shot coming out from him. Now Cade able to get a cheeky little kill with that lurk up on the main space. Able to get so much value here. Only using 1 ultimate. We're so close to finding the rounds.
30 seconds
Great place
left.
to start, though.
I mean, just 2 beautiful shots coming in from 2 players there, and these 2 are actually going to meet on this B side. Who's going to get the better of it? And it looks like it's going to be Hero finding the kill on Vise. He was just a little more prepared than Hilal was. But honestly, the mechanics that are being displayed here from both teams, that was a crazy flick from the Viper on that Neon slide. And on top of that, the blind kill from Seko was absolutely ridiculous. That was an insane shot. And honestly, it's not looking like it's going in either team's favor so far. It's been a really good back and forth. Although maybe it is looking like Rat Kings is doing a little bit better in these situations. They are also ahead, and their eco is better. Also, only 1 ult invested by Rat King when I think it was 2 ults invested by Team XF5. Not the best.
Not the trade that you want in any regard. As oh my goodness, that is the rocket fuse being popped. Able to get 2 members somehow. I'm not quite sure how that was done by Rat Kings. Only lose 1 in the end, and it was the sacrificial raise. Able to get a kill with the Vandal only, as well as Hero. Great shot here on to the fade, but Cosmo able to get a kill, dashing out onto site, wants to defend his teammates. But now in a 1 versus 3 scenario, this could be a little bit hard here. He's not able to find any picks, using the fast lane to try to divert their attention. Crosshair placement not good enough. Lou able to pick up the final kill of the round. Rat Kings inching closer and closer to a 9-3 half. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to do it, but hopefully they'll be able to find something close.
I mean, dare I say without Caster cursing here, but this is looking like a really big repeat of what happened in their last match, where the enemy team came out really strong. They looked like they had a nice read on the game, and then out of nowhere, Rat King just starts to dominate and take over the flow of the game. And that's exactly what's happening here. I mean, they look comfortable. It doesn't look difficult at all for them so far. They're taking these fights. That result gets 2 somehow, and on top of that, the smoke hold by the Omen just gets some beautiful shots. It's looking really comfortable for Rat Kings right now, and if you're XF5, you need to start thinking of some answers, because you really don't want to let this game get run away from you, especially considering that they are running a double list comp. I think they are. Oh no, sorry, they're running a double smoke comp, so they're not. But still a fairly aggressive comp here. You don't really want to lose your attack half too bad.
Yep, we definitely need to see more pressure towards the C site. Getting more use out of this Viper wall. Cosmo is going to get tethered up here. Only has the Judge in his pocket, so doesn't want to take any long-range fights. Storms are going to stunt his advance for just a little bit more, as the Viper Pit is going to be cast. Cosmo able to swing out onto Lou, able to get that nice cheeky little kill, as so many ultimates are going to be popped. I believe it was 3 in total with the addition of the Visal. They're just trying to run these defenders down. They don't want to lose this in any regard. Cosmo with the 3K on the Judge, but Patrick Jane able to find 2. Can he do it? The Viper Molly is there. A little bit of impossible round there. 3 ultimates were popped, and it's a great B hit for Team XF5.
Yeah, heavy ultimate investment, but if you're trying to stop the momentum that Rat Kings is slowly building up, then that's a good way to stop it. Even if you have to invest ults, the round wind is very important. And once again, they're putting some pressure on this economy that Rat King is building up. So, I mean, really good round from them. The Judge buys are proving to be quite strong for both teams here. Very nice triple kill from Cosmo, but maybe a little bit of momentum swap. Let's see if the pace changes a little bit as well. We're looking at 5 towards C from Team XF5. So we'll see how they decide to play this one out.
Yeah, goodness gracious, this is going to be an insane side hit. I mean, I told them that they needed to go towards C, but I didn't know it was going to be like this. Cosmo popping the ultimate, able to find the only player on Bend, but 2 members of Rat Kings are going to be in Waterfall. Only able to find a trade, though. Not exactly what you want in this scenario. Seiko has to play this smart here. Doesn't want to get pushed at all. Initial pick here from Cade, so pretty nice start here for this retake, making it a 3 for 3. Hero does have the paranoia as well. Such a powerful tool for these retakes. Cade able to swing out, find the first kill. Not able to find the second, though. Full blind is Lexi swinging out his Hero. Not able to find the kill. Omen Diff is there. Lexi able to pick up the last kill of the round, and the caster curse is imminent. Comeback is not here. Rat Kings even out the score to 5-5. Definitely not the continuing of momentum that we would have wanted to see.
I mean, it's looking like it's pound for pound right now. Both teams coming in with mechanics, hitting some crazy shots, but the trades looking that they're going in the favor of XF5 just barely towards the end there. The Omen 1v1 and ultimates again are in Rat King's favor, and I mean, I've seen this over and over again that Rat King just has more ultimates, and it seems like they're not using them as proactively as XF5 are willing to use them. So I mean, unless they start swapping something up, they're gonna let this game run away from them.
Absolutely. Here's some aggression coming out here from Rat Kings. Maybe a little bit of an over-aggression, as they just ran into 5 members of Team XF5. Definitely not the stack they wanted to run into any regard. Have to see if Hero's able to find a hero play. Again, no heroics are to be found. Seiko I'll look for a little bit of a drop down, but into the Vice Thorns. I'm not sure if that's the smartest idea. As well as a little bit of the timing here. Cosmo able to lurk up so far. Team XF5 slipping a little bit, especially with the kill on the lurk. Fade Ultimates trying to come out to just secure the round. They get the read on Lou. Know where Patrick Jane is as well, but they will be able to find the kill. No! Patrick Jane left in a 1v1 scenario versus Cosmo as he takes down Lou. Uses the Viper Molly, wants to spot out the position. Cosmo has the advantage, and he gets the clutch, gets the kill, gets the headshot, and with it takes the round.
And the shooting of the bodies, this is classic XF5. I mean, they were doing this in the game against No Talent. They just kept shooting the bodies. They kept knifing. The disrespect is there, and they're clearly trying to get in the head of their opponents. And Cosmo, what a brilliant read that the swing was going to come around right side off of that molly. I mean, he had a perfect play there. He couldn't have played that better, personally. And now, last round of the half. There are ults online for Rat King. They need to use these, or they're going into the next half down 2 rounds, which is literally worst, well, not worst case scenario, but it's not a very good situation to be in considering you had the lead by 3 rounds at one point.
3-round lead neutralized at this point, even taken away and given to the enemy team. Not quite there just yet, but it's definitely on the horizon. It's going to be a stack towards C for the attackers. Are gonna put that cheeky little side smoke here. Oh, Patrick Jane, though, in the corner, able to find 2 crucial kills here. Rat Kings are trying to make this a 6-6 half as Patrick Jane finds the 3rd, able to find the 4th as well. This guy is absolutely on a tear. We'll have to see if he's able to find the ace, though. 3 versus 1 scenario. We'll have to see if Ice is gonna want to re-swing. Doesn't have the bomb. 45 seconds left on the round. It's a little bit of an impossible scenario here if you're this last attacker alive.
And definitely difficult. And on top of that, he's 2 ult orbs off of his ult. So he's so close, but so far to that. And there comes the Vice ult. He's going to have the Viper ult. Oh, brilliant kill onto the Viper. The swing was a bit overzealous from him there. Maybe letting those 3 kills that he got get into his head a little bit. But the cross on this bomb is definitely going to be difficult. Smoke coming onto Mound. This Raze is holding a bit of an off angle here, and he does not expect just a hard swing on the bomb, and the tap is instant. And there it is, a 6-6 half. Neither team looking like they want to run away with it, and really close. The mechanics are there from both teams, and it seems like both of them are matching the tempos that they're playing with. Nothing too outrageous yet, other than some crazy clips that have come out. And I mean, really nice half from both teams. This is looking like it's going to be a very close game so far.
Absolutely. You said that neither team had run away with it just yet. That is absolutely the case. You can see from the round score, literally a 6-6 half, completely even at this point. With both teams having the Viper wall on towards A. There's strong lurk presence and strong rubble presence. With the counter Viper wall, there's also strong main presence for both teams. So, should be nice to see. There should be some early aggression here coming out from Rat Kings. This will just be push up A. We'll have to see if they're going to get flooded out here, though. Door is going to be opened, and the read is there. The Viper Molly is going to be there as well to stabilize, doing so much work there. Full Paranoia coming out, blinding 3. Only 1 bullet left in the Ghost. The flick is there, but it flicks onto the wrong person. Shouldn't matter too much in the end, though, as he's the only one on his team to fall so far. Utility usage was so good here for Team XF5 in this one. They win the round, they win the pistol to make it 6-7 in favor of Team XF5.
Once again, just a super fast-paced round that it almost seems like there's no plan, and it's just let's try out-aim them and hope for the best. And it's kind of working in Team XF5's favor right now, but now, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but so far the anti-ecos have not been the cleanest of round wins, and most of the time it seems like the ecos are better against the anti-ecos. So I'm hoping that maybe we see a clean anti-eco for once, but I'm not complaining if the sheriffs come out and get 5.
Absolutely wonderful to see. Obviously, if the streak continues, as there's a Marshall coming out from Cosmo, trying to shut down anything that's happening, really. Marshall is very powerful on the Neon as well as on the anti-eco. Gets the angle onto Hero, so Heroic seem to be slipping in this round yet again. But I'm not quite sure they're going to spot out the Raze or the Viper. If they're going to swing right into his hands, we'll have to see if the standoff is going to continue. As there is good B main space for them. It seems like they want to rotate over there.
I mean, there is the pivot going from B. The Fade has taken a little bit of space, spotted out by that Viper. Marshall missed by Cosmo. And are they going to push into this Viper Fade crossfire? Not really the best. Walt is baited out, and that's a little bit of map control taken away from Team XF5, but like, you're just completely bottled in here. And if the door opens, then absolute carnage is going to reign. The entry comes in from Cade, but he's instantly killed by Hilal, and the door opens, and it's just a massacre. And here comes the disrespect. XF5 just teabagging, shooting bodies. They really like getting in their opponent's head. And a super clean anti-eco, by the way. I don't think they lost a single gun. That's a best case scenario for them. They didn't let the bomb plant. They got all the money out. They got their guns as well, and the orbs are up. If we look at the ults that are coming up here, we have 4 orbs until we have Viper's Pit, which is a really big ult for defense. That's really nice. And on top of that, the bonus that's coming in here, a Guardian, a Judge, a Spectre, these are strong guns and can definitely make an upset on the bonus round.
Absolutely. Here's this early aggression, though, that we've been looking for this entire game. As Patrick Jane is able to find 2, Hero able to find the other ones. As bodies are being shot by the side of Rat Kings, we can see the disrespect being echoed. Bonus round means absolutely nothing. You have an entry like that. The only player left is going to be this Vise, who has a somewhat impossible task ahead of him. 1 versus 4 scenario with only a Stinger and a Ghost in his pocket. This might be a risky little reclear here. Not quite spotted out, though. They don't have the information. 1 for 1 in the end. So not a horrible bonus, but definitely a great showing by Rat Kings to be able to take their round like that.
I mean, only losing 1 gun is pretty good for a buy round, but there are some orbs being put into the hands of Team XF5, so it's not the worst that they could have done on that round. And what a beautiful fight from both teams here. It was just pure aggression. Neither team wants to slow down, and the disrespect is being reciprocated by both of them. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, it seems like it's going to be a battle of the mental. Who is going to get tilted faster, and who's going to stop matching the pace? Because honestly, it's looking like a battle of attrition at this point.
Absolutely. Battle of attrition is going to be something that is going to be echoed throughout this entire series. Into our only best of 3 of the day. Patrick Jane able to show us that Red Kings are definitely still in this fight. Not sure if he was able to get the wall as well. Lexi able to pick up a cheeky little kill, though, onto the lurker. So they have all of B main space, but they trade it for almost the entirety of C site. Red Kings don't have too much space on this site, which could make for an easier retake here for the defenders.
Yeah, and there's no Paranoia. Actually, Paranoia might still be up. It's still up. This entire bend area is going to be a brilliant Paranoia. 2 blinded. The Fade gets caught because of it. Raze is re-swung, but the trades come back from Rat Kings. Seko gets 3 somehow. Where are these kills coming from? I mean, this is just crazy. Both teams are just going band for band with these kills, and it seems like no one is slowing down. Both teams have people who are showing up out of nowhere. These are crazy rounds so far, and I don't see any signs of it slowing down whatsoever. This is completely outrageous.
Absolutely beautiful power position being held here from the chamber. It seems like Rat Kings, after taking that disrespect, they didn't want to take it any longer. Going to make their way towards the A site with the Viper, but mainly the hit is going towards the B. This early A aggression is going to be coming down. Shouldn't have too much information as are playing relatively slow. This Fize walks right into the flash, perfectly timed by himself. Patrick Jane is going to get swung out on here. Should be a good timing here, though. Able to find 1, but not quite the second. Going to be 1 for 1 in the end. Definitely favors the defenders here as they don't have the guns for the job. The lurk on the Vise. It's going to translate to absolutely nothing. Should have just stayed on the site where his utility was. Cade able to get a nice lurk up here. Might get a timing. Oh my goodness, what a shot onto Erlen Smith. Cade finds his last kill of the round as well. Only losing 1 gun on the half buy of Team XF5.
I mean, very clean round. That was looking like a very smartly played round. A lot of strategy coming in there. It was nice and slow. They took their space. They held their angles, and it worked out really well for Rat King. And just the big thing that I think is happening right now is that in comparison to the last game that XF5 played where they were disrespecting and the other team kind of shut down and started getting tilted, I think the opposite is happening here. I think maybe the disrespect has activated Rat Kings a little bit like they're sleeper agents, because out of nowhere, they're shooting some crazy shots. Also, a pause coming in. I'm guessing there's some kind of technical issue going on right now, so we'll wait until that's solved. But this game, it doesn't look like it's going to slow down. And if this is an indicator of how this series is going to go, then I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to a map 3.
Absolutely. Extremely back and forth here in this map 1. Of course, our next map is going to be Summit, which definitely one of those maps where the meta is a little bit less defined. But that's just because it's one of the newer ones. So we'll have to see how that map pans out. But for now, still do have to finish this one. So are going to hopefully get back into game just shortly. Hopefully not too many tech issues. Probably hopefully gonna get back into our game shortly, but I would like to see a little bit more out of Team XF5, a little bit more creative defense coming out. Doesn't feel like I've been impressed at any given moment here with what they're doing. I think they definitely need to step it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is definitely not looking inspiring at all. I think the first round was the only round where I saw XF5 actually fight for space in a smart way, with the Neon coming through door and fighting for that mound space with the one-way smoke and someone on main. But other than that, their fights for space have seen really flat. The util's not really there, and their retakes are not looking good. Their lurks are looking almost I don't know. There's just no creativity, it seems. Like you said, it's not looking good so far, but it's still a bit early days on this defense. That is 3 rounds in a row for Rat Kings, though, and the momentum is starting to shift. So if you're XF5, you're probably using this technical timeout for some strategy, some cooking, maybe talk about what Rat Kings is doing that you maybe need to deal with a little bit more. And I think the big thing is maybe start utilizing your Sentinel util a little more, because it seems like they're playing ahead of it a lot, and they're just kind of giving up space that they really shouldn't be needing to. It seems like they're a bit just disjointed as a team. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sentinel util is something that is extremely important, especially when you're playing on this Lotus map, because if it does get baited out early into the round, then site hits just become so much easier. It's such an important piece of map control. Of course, you do have the Viper to help you out a little bit, but switching it up, making it fresh, keeping it fresh is going to be something that's so important here, especially with things like Thorn's placement, so it doesn't just get naded out, doesn't just get immediately shot. So hopefully we'll be able to see them get more use out of that Vise. Of course, we don't even see Rat Kings utilizing the Vise. Now on attacker side, of course, it is a little bit stronger to have the chamber on attack side. So I've been making pretty good use of it so far. Hopefully we'll be able to see it continue.
Yeah, I mean, the chamber was struggling just a little bit to find those early picks and space on the defense, although he was getting some nice clutches, but you could definitely see that it was a bit slower. On the chamber now is definitely getting a lot more value. I mean, just Rat Kings seem like they're really comfortable on this attack, just like we saw them on their last game against No Talent. They seem like they know what they're doing, like they know what they want and how to put themselves in positions that advantage themselves. So, I mean, they're leveraging these plays and they're doing really well in how they want to play the map out. So, as I said before, before the game started, XF5, what really stood out to me was how they adapted to situations and managed their pace and their momentum to better suit the team they were playing against. I would expect them to be doing a little bit better in that. And although it is a close game, I mean, we just saw Rat King win 3 rounds in a row, which is not really what you want, especially considering how your eco is going to look after that, how your ult orbs are going to look. So, I mean, at this point, if you're not talking about what kind of adaptations you need to make to better suit the team you're playing against, then you're not really going to pull yourself out of the hole that you're slowly digging right now.
Absolutely. Adaptation is such an important part of the game. Probably going to see some adaptation here on the defense. I currently lined up all 5 on B site. Probably not going to be the ultimate lineup. The teammates would be extremely surprised if that were the case. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see some creative plays with the Neon as well, getting some early aggression going, especially when you don't have the raise to stunt those pushes. It's so important that you retain space. We're also seeing some arguments coming out of chat. I don't know if you can see it as well, but
yeah,
it's over the toxicity, I assume, and the shooting of the bodies. Hate to see it.
Yeah, a bit interesting, but we'll see if that stops, or maybe they'll disregard direction to maybe stop with that toxicity. I mean, it's kind of going out of control now. Both teams are doing it unbelievably, and I mean, I saw the last game that I casted with XF5. They were shooting bodies mid-fight and getting swung and dying because of it. So I mean, the greed is definitely there from them, but they are saying that they also got shot in the body. So we'll see how that goes. Surely they maybe calm it down a little bit. It is, after all, want to keep some sportsmanship up, and it's looking like a good game. So we wouldn't want anyone walking away sour from a nice game of Valorant.
Of course, and one thing to mention is that it is a best of 3 as well. So even if they do walk away with a map loss, can always turn it around. And it is a little bit ironic that the team that initially shot the bodies are now down in rounds. So hopefully, as we get back into game, we'll be able to see some switching of the utility usage, of the man placement. I'm not quite sure what needs to change. Definitely needs to be something. I think the rotations need to be faster for Team XF5 if they want to come out on top, especially due to the lack of strong flank watch. It seems to be an A push for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a slow walk up on this A, but it is the Vi site, and it has been read a little bit. The Fade Dog taking a lot of space on that B main, and C is getting jump peeked by Omen. 3-player stack on A, wall, double razor wire, and here it comes. The execute is actually coming through. Wraith ult is used, door open. 3 people inside of tree now, and side is taken almost for free. The Wraith ult catches the one person lurking on A, and I think that the Wraith is looking to take some space on Heaven. Maybe no, not really. They're just holding the Heaven walkout. 2 people ready to walk out on the side of Team XF5, and it's just come to a complete standstill.
Yeah, very true. The defenders at an inherent disadvantage here. 4 versus 5 as well as a post-spawn scenario. The spam through the wall is definitely going to give the advantage. Person who is on site crouched. Viper Molly is going to come out. They want to hit the site now, but not quite sure if it's an opportune time. Not quite sure if any time is an opportune time. 1 versus 3 now. Viper Molly ends up picking a kill off the back ends, but the Rat Kings yet another round's win. I would love to see how many it is in a row.
I think that's the 4th in a row. And if you're XF5, I think this is starting to get really stressful, because what was happening before was that they were killing your Vibes before they walked into a util, or just completely avoiding it. But the Rat Kings have just shown that they can walk into that Vibes util, 3-man stack, and take the site with full confidence and lose basically nothing. So if you're XF5, you're maybe starting to crank the gears in your head and think, what can I even do at this point if they can go into our Sentinel site with full confidence, especially on an eco round? This is very dangerous now. We have double-digit rounds. We have no eco on the side of XF5, and it looks like the momentum is just completely in Rat King's favor.
Absolutely. Very scary scenario here, though. No T-side space. There are 3, that's actually 4 members of this defender's side that are just in the spawn, swinging out. It's a great trap play. They catch 3 off guard, and Seiko is going to be the next to fall here. 4 for the cost of absolutely none. The lurk up B was not read at all. I believe they used a smoke to get past the chamber trip or something similar. Patrick Dane in such an impossible scenario now. It's going to be forced to fight through 5 members of Team XF5 to get towards this spike. Prowler hasn't hit anyone, so they won't have the read just yet, but they are all looking at him right now. The tether is going to come out, is going to miss him for now, but what can you do in this scenario? There are 5 members swinging you, and they pick up every single gun with it.
I mean, that was a really good gamble coming in from XF5. The smoke onto the chamber trip, the walk up, they were just so ready for that. And I mean, that's what you need. You need a make or break round like that, especially on an eco where there's not really much to lose, because if you lose, your next is the buy anyway. If you win, perfect. You get your eco, you get some orb, you get that round, and this might be what XF5 needed to stop this rolling that was happening from Rat King. Now, if we're looking at ults here, we have 2 ults on XF5 team, 2 ults on Rat King, and this Vise ult is the one to maybe look out for, because that is such a strong ult, especially for retakes and taking space. So it'll be interesting to see how they play with that ult in mind.
Absolutely, love to see a nice Vise ult play. No util here for Team XF5 aside from the Thorns in the pocket as well as the Viper wall here. But completely free sight for Team Rat Kings. The wall is there. Cade did trip it initially, but again, there are still 0 members here. Trying to re-clear spawn now. They've recognized this as a gap rather. Viper's Pit is going to come out trying to retain that CT space as 3 members of this defender side are still exploding in spawn. They don't know the hero's there though. They didn't quite clear him with the eye. Seko was able to find one. Now a 1v1 on this flank side. He dies here. It could be disastrous for his team. Is able to hold the angle. Ultimately gets taken down. Erwin Smith able to pop the ultimate off of it as well. This round is falling apart here for Team Rat Kings. But lurking in the ultimate, he might caught a little bit of a timing here. I don't think they know. Do in the end. Somehow Team XF5 are able to take this T side space so well. Taking it out to a 10-10 in favor of absolutely no one. Maybe economy a little bit in favor of XF5.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. Plain and simple, the XF5 adaptation here. They have realized that the weakness is the flank. The fact that they're just inserting a Viper somewhere, leaving her alone. The trip is such a bad flank hold. It can be smoked off. It can be walled off by the Neon. They're really taking advantage of this, and they're isolating that Viper so often that at this point you might start to wonder how Rat King are going to deal with this new scenario that has come up in Team XF5. They're utilizing these flanks so well. And we actually do have an op in play, so that's definitely something to look out for and see how that's played. But a slow round coming in from Rat King. They're trying to adapt a little bit here.
Definitely want to switch it up a little bit after that not so great round that just occurred. Ended up with 3 members of Team XF5 still surviving. Of course, it is still 10-10. It's still an even round. Extremely slow here. Just want to play a very large default. They are holding for this B main push, but no B main push is coming. And C side completely open with only utility down. I think that with the operator on the B side as well, it's going to be hard to hit anywhere other than C, but if they'll have the read or not is the question.
I mean, Team XF5 have completely changed the face as well. They've recognized that Rat King want to play slow, maybe wait for some lurks, try catch some people off guard by playing it nice and slow, because they haven't been doing that recently, and XF5 have read that really well. They've once again left C open just for retake, it seems. And I mean, if it's worked once, it's going to work again. And on top of that, they have the Vice ult for the retake. So this is going to be really dangerous for Rat King. They're playing perfectly into the hands of XF5. The satchels don't really go where they want to. Finally on site, but look at all the members of XF5. They're already started to rotate. They are ready, and they are taking this whole space where the Viper ult is actually already placed. So this Viper's Pit is going to be very pivotal in maintaining the site.
I mean, 4 members are pushing into this. I'm not quite sure if that's exactly the position you want to be in, but with the Vise ult makes it a little bit easier. Viper pushing through the Molly as well. A little bit of an inopportune space as taken down as his own teammate. Erwin Smith able to find a trade, though, after his teammate literally killed his brother. Lou looking for a nice little rad position, but it's hero to trade to. 1 versus 2 scenario now with the classic picks up the Vandal in the end. Doesn't want anything to do with that operator. Has the info now that they're banned. 7 bullets low on the HP bar. Is able to find the kill. Now placing Cade in a 1 versus 1 scenario. And he does not shy to the opportunity. Getting the round win for Rat Kings. Getting them 1 round away from a match point.
I mean, that was some nice util used by Rat King. Of course, not the best that you kill your own teammate from XF5, but the counter paranoia on the paranoia that went bent was perfect. It saved their fade, allowed her to hold that angle and get one, and the refrags coming in from the Omen, 2 people as well, really nice. So I think we're going into another tech pause, which isn't really ideal, but if it helps the game become better, then I'll allow it for now. There's no complaints here. It's been such a close game, such a nice battle of attrition from both teams, as I said earlier. And I mean, it's also a bit of a battle of the wits. I mean, we're seeing both teams swap up their play quite a bit in these last 30 rounds and trying to adapt and overcome the other team's strategies. So, I mean, we can't really ask for a better Lotus map here. And I wouldn't be surprised here. No shock if it went to an overtime, because the way it's going right now and the trajectory that we are going, it's looking like it might be an overtime game.
Absolutely, it does. You can see here, 11-10 is the score in favor of Rat Kings. But, you know, of course, anything can happen. It only takes 2 rounds for XF5 to gain the lead. To take us to our summit map, to our summits regardless. As we're going to end up seeing a little bit more of a default, I believe, with Fade holding for the B push. It's going to be early A aggression here coming out from Team XF5. It's going to be matched by the C aggression coming out from Rat King. Might be Patrick Jane to be caught out on a lurk here, but wants to respect, and Rat Kings are a little bit lost here. They aren't taking too much space anywhere. They just want to play this really slowly.
Yeah, nice and relaxed, just like the last round that they played there. Although they didn't really get any picks off the default, they did find a few gaps, especially on that C. They took it quite easily. And I mean, Team XF5 realized that maybe the retake isn't the best thing for them, especially since they did utilize ults to try that retake and still lost. So it looks like they're putting a little more presence on that C. But once again, they have really good control here. Rubble is taken, they have the wall on B, and they have 2 players with 2 razor wires on C. I mean, this is pretty much what you want if you're XF5, and now the ball is in Rat King's park. They need to find something, and they probably need to start speeding up, because 40 seconds is not the best amount of time to have.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to speed up just there, but the jump spot was not going to be the most opportune result to happen. Lol uses the molly to try to stunt any immediate pushes. Is Patrick able to find a nice kill on the lurk? Omen ultimate is online, so they're going to use it to get the plant down on towards the A site. Choosing the plant spot is going to be so important. Patrick Jane on the lurk, whiffing a little bit too much, but ultimately is able to find the kill. But on the other side of the map, Cosmo as well as Ilal are able to find so much value. Cosmo evening out the rounds to make it 11-11. We're all tied up here on our map 1 of Lotus.
I mean, I know we're talking in large scale about the tempo changes, the strategies that are coming in, but a big thing as well is the individual decision making that is going on from some of these players. I mean, Cosmo's decision to speed up from B onto the player who was planting A because of the time that was allotted was really nice, and I think that pretty much guaranteed and won them the round, because with 15 seconds on the round and bomb on A site when the closest person is Rubble, it just completely throws off your team.
Absolutely, we can see this early A aggression. Cosmo getting so much value out of that Neon, sliding in there. Arwen able to find so much as well, but the scan coming down onto the chamber does not bode well at all for this potential clutch scenario. Doesn't get blinded up here, but doesn't have enough bullets for the job. Yet another round win for Team XF5. It's 1 round away from a map 1 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, they also have the ult advantage. 3 ults on the board for Team XF5. And although the raise is up for Rat King, I mean, you've got to favor the team that has more ults, especially powerful. It's like Fade and Neon. Those are such strong ults if you want to play retake or you want to take space. So Rat King really need to take in mind and how they're going to play this, the ults that XF5 have, if they want to stay in this game, because if not, we're going to summit with an XF5 win.
So we will need to see how they play this defense. Solo Vise on A has been something that they have run before. It hasn't had too much of an impact. Now we're just going to push right through it as the rocket fuse is popped. Won't even be shot though, so no Don't use it too much. Lol shooting the bodies despite the warning. Maybe I missaw that. My eyes are a little bit blurry. Fate Ultimate is going to come out. Ultimately going to be dodged in the end. Team XF5 want to retake this so bad. Going to use the paranoia, trying to clear out this tree space, and are able to do so. Pushing so many members onto the backside. The stun is great. The molly is even better. Only one member remains for the Rat Kings, as Cosmo is going to stick the defuse to send Team XF5 to Summit with a 1-0 map lead.
I mean, just textbook from XF5, as I said before the game. I know I keep repeating this, and I sound like a broken record player, but their ability to adapt to another team's swap up in pace and strategy is just, it's really impressive, honestly, and it's what's got them that round win, because whenever they noticed that Rat King was slowly starting to find gaps, they filled those gaps, they fixed them, and they played around it to make sure that they could ensure that they stay in the game. And even though they lost the lead quite a few times, they're still in the game, and they managed to eke it out towards the end there. So really well played from XF5. Now, if you're Rat Kings, I don't think you're too disappointed. You can still go to Summit, and it was a close game. It wasn't a blowout. It was definitely contested. So, I mean, they're definitely still in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it so many times, just the back and forth nature of this game. So many clutches ended up coming out, but it truly was a game of man advantages, and also anti-ecos were kind of crazy in terms of not working. Of course, we did see the one that was a flawless for Team XF5 initially, but again, this was a pretty banger of a game. Glad to have it as our map 1. Lotus, everyone's probably a little bit sick of the map by now, but as we head to Summit, probably haven't seen too much of it, especially in the entirety of the game's history. So should be a banger map. We can just see the replays coming out, all the nice kills that were being had. The mechanics, again, were so on point in this game. We talked about it before. It really just was a matter of like that flick. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we need to see that again. Oh, like he doesn't even see him. Oh, I wish we had the outline turned off. That was absolutely beautiful. It was perfect read. I hate to glaze, but it truly was amazing. See a nice little free cam angle of this raise.
I mean, it's only glazed if there's no basis to it. I mean, the clips that are happening and we're seeing on the screen are just absolutely ridiculous. There's so many mechanics on play here, and it's just beautiful, honestly. And I'm super excited to see this next map.
Absolutely, yeah. Gonna be a good time. Love Summit personally. One of the maps I am more akin to liking. Definitely, I tend to like the darker maps personally, ones that aren't so heavy on the eyes. So glad that Breeze was spent first in the series, but Summit is also one of those maps that's very mid-heavy. So we're going to see a lot of fighting around mid, a lot of pressure on mid, probably going to see the Harbor or something similar. Harbor as well as Omen, the standard comps. But again, there was a lot of space for meta-defining things to happen. Harbor is pretty much picked up in every single scenario. The Vise and the Cypher is up for debate a lot of the time, but the Vise, at least in my opinion, is a little bit better. Cypher doesn't have too much value, as well as the Fade being the standard skin initiator. But hopefully we'll get to see soon as we just finish up our little replay.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a nice palette cleanser. So much Lotus can only be taken. As much as I love Lotus, I do have to admit that sometimes when I see it 5 times in a row, maybe I start thinking, oh, maybe the grass is greener on a Summit. So, like, I mean, it's nice to see a little bit of a change. And I'm excited to see the comps that come out because, I mean, both these teams played a bit of a different comp than what's usually played on Lotus. So I'm excited to see if there's any curveballs, any wild shots on these comp picks. So I'm excited.
Yeah, super excited to see the Summit comps coming out, or that will come out. Obviously, haven't gotten to game just yet, and we can see the second penultimate round here. That was a crucial pick right there. Replaying the body shots, definitely gonna have a talk to him about that one.
I think it was a mouse malfunction, honestly. Yeah. I think it was a mistake.
Must have been a mouse malfunction here. But of course, beautiful game that we just saw unfold. Extremely close, especially towards the middle to end in the second half. especially since we saw a 6-6 half. A little bit of technical difficulties, but we are going to map 2 of Summit. It's going to be XF5 who lead 1-0 in this series. We'll have to see if they're able to close it out on map 2 or if we're going to get a map 3 split decision. But for now, we'll have to send you to a little bit of a break before the next game.
I can't understand what people are saying. 어느 장단에 맞춰야 될지 한 발자국 되면 한 발자국 켜지는 shadow. 잠에서 눈을 뜬 여긴 또 어디 마침 서울 또 뉴욕을 Paris 일어난 이후 정리는 뭐
Look at my feet down 나가면 getting charged 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가 Suddenly I'm tired Suddenly I'm tired 그래도 I know 서쪽의 앞로 깜깜한 바람과 함께 날아
Hey na na na
미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해
Hey na na na
나를 다듬고 이 뒤쪽 세상에
Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it up
가져와 bring the pain on yeah all the time I bring the pain on yeah bring me promise I keep falling every day on na na na
가져와 bring the pain on
bring the pain 모두 내 피와 살이 다르지 bring the pain no fear 방법을 하겠어 작은 것들 breathe 그거 어둠 속 내 산소와 breathe 내가 날게 하는 것들의 힘 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream 넘어져도 다시 일어나 scream 언제나 우린 둘의 순위 소용 내로 높이 땅이 닿을지언정 파묻히지 않는 이상 그저 그런 예쁜 힘좀 We no matter We no matter what We no matter what 네가 많았던 누가 많았던 I don't give a I don't give a I don't give a Yeah
Hey na na na
미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해
na na na
나를 다듬죠 이 뒤쪽 세상에
Can't hold me down cause you know I'm a fighter 제발로 들어온 아름다운 감동 Find me and I'm gonna live it up
가져와 bring the pain on yeah all the time I bring the pain on yeah bring me promise
inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out, Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow.
Welcome back. Unfortunately, after reviewing the footage, XF5, after receiving their first warning on disrespect of shooting bodies and teabagging, decided to still shoot bodies and teabag. So after reviewing the footage, they have been disqualified from the match, giving a 2-0 to Rat Kings, and the win is given to Rat Kings. Now, that is unfortunate. We're not going to be able to get a map 2 or 3, but stay tuned. Our tournament schedule will be released in a week for the month of August. So stay tuned for that, and hope to see you in the next stream.
I can't understand what people are saying. 어느 장단에 맞춰야 될지. 한 발자국되면 한 발자국까지는 shadow. 잠에서 눈을 뜬 여긴 또 어디? 마침 서울 또 뉴욕으로 Paris. 일어난 이후 정리는 뭐?
Look at my feet down. 나가면 getting shot. 흔들리는 건 이놈인가 아니면 내 작은 발끝인가. 괜찮은 리 없잖아. 괜찮은 리 없잖아. 그래도 안 너 서쪽의 앞로 시까만 바람과 함께 날아.
Hey, na na na, 미치지 않으려면 미쳐야 해.
누가 말하든